Just getting Canadian CPI data coming through 4%, back to a 4 handle here on this side of the border versus 3.8 expected there. So back to the upside, not only for the U.S., but also here in Canada. We also got U.S. housing starts for November there, 1.439 expected. Comes out a little bit lower, 1.28 million to the downside, ever so slightly there. As we get set for a pretty big day here as far as what is to come. Instacart set to make its debut on the NASDAQ today, pricing 22 million shares at $30 each, including 7.9 million stock by selling shareholders. So that is to come today. The big one at top of the watch list. We'll touch on that in depth coming up here a little bit more. Also, a number of individual names moving around, including crypto names back to the upside 2 days in a row here for not only Bitcoin, but Ethereum as well, having a pretty good start to the day. We'll have a look at individual crypto names. Going to be an interesting one. It is Tuesday, September 19th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There's another one moving this morning. Downside in a big way for NIO. $1 billion worth of senior notes being offered from the Chinese EV maker. Shares over in Hong Kong overnight down more than 10% and hitting a multi-month low. So some of the Chinese EV makers on watch here, including NIO, obviously. XPeng and Li Auto also under pressure, maybe sign of things to come potentially for that market. We've been talking a lot about not only their share versus some of the other manufacturers over in that country, but maybe a little bit more challenging than we once thought for NIO. Playing the role of Sharif today.
Who is this hack that you had before?
I know, right? It's Sharif's younger brother is here today. Good look.
Hey,
Good look.
You.
I like it.
Thank
I like
you.
it.
Yeah, 10 years to the day, guys. I shaved her off, so no more. But yeah, interesting look for Nio. That's not really what you want to see. We know consumer spending in China has been decreasing. It's not something investors want to see, especially with them taking on new debt to pay old debt. They're going to shore up their balance sheet in some way, but it's not something you want to see.
Yeah. This Canadian CPI number, meanwhile, again, if you missed it, they're 4% versus 3.8 expected. We were expecting an uptick, comes out basically exactly where everyone thought it would, but still heading in the wrong direction.
Yeah, energy prices really having an effect. We knew that the headline number was going to be higher. I want to dig deeper into this after and find out where the inflation was in the core print. So we know food and energy are excluded from core, but housing, shelter inflation in this country is running rampant. So I want to see where that was.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the same thing, obviously, in the U.S. on the last one. So we were expecting another move back up. I mean, it's been doing nothing but going straight down for months. So nothing goes straight down for months. So a little bit of a bounce here for CPI. As we get set, guys, for CART, C-A-R-T, to come today.
That we do, but ain't nobody dope as he. He's just so fresh, so clean. Well done, Sharif. You know what? The fact that it's one thing to have like the beer for 10 years, right? But to know that it's 10 years to the day, I find impressive. Like I don't know many people.
You did it though, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why you picked
planned.
this day to do it. It's planned for 10 years. I think that's really cool. Fresh look. Fresh start, although a lot of what we're going to look at today in the market is some stuff that we're looking at yesterday. Look, Chinese ADRs have been in play, but it's going to be all about the EVs today with the Nio senior notes offering. It's going to put sympathy, Li Auto in play back at that 38 level, Nio underneath 10 as well. So look, if you can't hold this level here, you're already flat bottom breaking. Obviously, dilution's not a good thing. We'll see what happens here. I wouldn't want to fight this one above $10. Everyone's going to be excited for the IPO. I think ARM had a little more hype around it, but Instacart still should do good volume, priced at 30. We'll see where it opens up. We'll give you guys live updates in terms of like the tap value. Same thing as we did over on ARM. ARM is already looking like it could test that 55 that it made, the bottom that it made yesterday. So it's a heck of a lot for us to dig into here today. Don't forget, there was a nice relief rally in some of the chip names, NVIDIA, AMD as well. So, AMD holding that 100 is a pretty big deal. Those could be a little bit interesting, especially when you add that Intel event midday, starting after midday. So the chips are going to be in play. When these events are going on, I think we've sort of found that you don't necessarily want to get wrapped up in any spikes. Like once that event starts, I don't know that I would want to be in or on Intel because it could just float. Unless you're watching it, it could just float around on you. So I'd be a little bit cautious after lunchtime being in a position on Intel. But you never know what'll come out of these conferences. Going to be a fun one, and looking definitely forward to that IPO. I think we're actually going to get this one before lunchtime. If they can open ARM up by like 12:05, I think they can open up Instacart before noon.
Yeah, I think they'll get Instacart or they'll get ARM going, Instacart going today, as ARM's already got going now below the IPO price of $56. We talked about that name and what would happen to it at some point with the valuation, and where are you going to get an investable level? We will soon find out. But we're ready to go, man. Cart's the #1 name on the sticky note today, followed by Nio. We've got Square. We're looking at Google, AMD as well. A couple big trades going to come through here today, but we all still wait for Fed to come out tomorrow. Obviously, crude is ripping again as well, hitting that $92 area. So we're going to have to watch out for $93.50 on crude oil, taking out 12 or 13-month highs right there. So, yeah, it's going to be a big, big day again here today. We'll wait for Cart. I think it comes out on this show. I'm going to make a call.
Before 11 o'clock?
Yeah, before 11 o'clock, you're going to see me and Neil trade Cart.
Neil and I.
Neil and I trade Cart.
Oh my God.
I'll go with 11.
I'm hoping.
11:22.
I'm hoping.
I'm going 11:22.
11:22. So we'll just miss it. All right. Well, what do you guys think over there on the desk? Before or after 11:22?
I was just saying to Sharif, I will 100% take the under on that estimate. It's been a long time, let's be honest, since an IPO came out before lunchtime even, so we'll see. Hopefully, but we'll see. Here's a few things to know. Full allotment as well for the underwriter of ARM, so we'll talk about that coming up. That was announced after the close yesterday. So 22 million shares, there it is, 22 million shares, 14,100,000 of which are being sold by Instacart, 7.9 million being sold by quote-unquote selling stockholders. So the proceeds of this sale are not going back to the company, obviously going to stay with the quote-unquote selling stockholders. So if you're long from zero, 7.9 million, I mean, we'll see where it opens, but $30 is not bad.
No, not too bad. A couple of things to note here. For institutional investors, someone, I'm not going to say who, but they turned $8 million into $1 billion on this one. This is what you really love if you're a venture capitalist. But let's be real. This one got valued at $39 billion 2 years ago. Now we're talking about $10 billion. So a lot of private equity here is underwater. So that's really not a good look. So we'll see how this one plays out. Could be some profit or some selling at this level.
Yeah, a little bit different. I mean, let's be honest, it's great to have these back, period, as far as opportunities and things to obviously show you guys on the show. So we'll hope and cross our fingers on when this thing will come out. Have you ever used Instacart?
Never.
Never?
No.
I've used it a few times, but it's, I don't know. People complain about the higher fees and all the advertising that's on the platform. If you're in a pinch and you're in a hurry, and those have been the occasions where I actually used it, it's great. You can, be away. If you're away for a weekend, you can order groceries on the way home and have them show up on your doorstep and just be there when you get home. So, I mean, a lot of mixed opinions, I guess, guys, when it comes to the actual platform itself.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? My wife has used it, and we've used it in our household, and I think it's okay. I'm not going to sit there and be able to really critique it as if we use it every single day in terms of a product. But at the end of the day, here's the important thing I think for Instacart. They actually finally turned a profit, so they trimmed costs. Obviously, during the pandemic, all of these businesses were just ridiculously valued. I'm going to show you a chart about that in a second, but if you look at it, they turned a profit. You're going to be able to price these things comparative to sales to their competitors, things like DoorDash and Uber Eats out there. So they're I think it's 3.5 times sales, which is somewhat comparable to its competition. DoorDash has fared pretty well on the year. So I look for this. If you're looking for sympathy plays today, I think it's Dash and Uber, as this is looking to open up there. So I do think it's a pretty reasonable valuation, but you gotta put it all into perspective. Like, look at Dash, like I said, had a pretty good year. Like what Sharif was talking about, oh, this is gonna be, okay, you can probably read that pretty well. If the last raise they had in 21, like the equivalent of $125, and there was a few people in the Sequoia, Fidelity was in there. The only ones that are going to matter in terms of price levels is you go all the way back to 2018. There was a $30 raise, $29.74. It doesn't really matter, and then you got a couple in the mid 40s. So this has already been sort of beaten up in that sort of private market, and I think. If it goes to the upside, I don't think anything crazy is going to happen. But were it to get over 40, I feel as if it got anywhere near those mid-40s, would be a lot of sellers. I don't think that's going to happen, but I do feel this is a very different story from ARM, which is a company that was already into the market and left and went private and then is coming back in here. This is a relatively mature IPO, which is actually already started to become profitable. I know they have some slowing growth. But at the end of the day, how many times do you have like Uber? I mean, think of how much money Uber was losing for years and years and years after the IPO. This is a bit of a different story. Like they've managed to get past the COVID aspect of it and stabilize a little bit. So it might not be as volatile as what ARM was. It doesn't mean we can't trade it. I think that opening order, look for early support. If there's early support at an even dollar price or wherever it happens to be, just look for the long off that level. Don't be afraid to stop out if you have to. All that's going to be good for the trade, but I just don't see it having the level of volatility that ARM did because of the stability that it's found after quadunking, quite frankly. And keep your eye on Dash. I think that could be one to watch. If this thing starts flying, I think Dash, you could have money that goes from Dash and Uber into this or vice versa. So I think those are the two sympathy plays to watch.
Bring up the sticky note here. Oh, Nvidia is still below 450, huh? Yeah, look, it doesn't. I don't care honestly what everyone's opinion of CART is because it's going to be an IPO that's going to have some people interested in it, and we're just going to trade it, right? And so I think that as far as an investment is concerned, that's when you're going to look at opinions and if it's worth it, and then what we're talking about as far as like what Brendan said. I think that's awesome. I think Marissa uses DoorDash. I think Pet Value or something delivers free on DoorDash or something like that. So, but yeah, I like the idea of it. But again, we saw ARM and we saw sort of that hype, right off the jump there the first day. I am expecting something very, very similar to this exact chart on Instacart, where you open up at and around 30 bucks. We'll get that print. We'll go long on the print, and then we'll just take it, and we'll see what happens. We'll have a stop order. Probably the same thing will happen to me like it did on ARM, where we get out of like half or so if it breaks below the IPO price. Then we'll try to play the momentum a little bit better than we did on that day. So for me, it's not a short. ARM is a short, but for me, Instacart is not a short. It's going to be a long, and you're just going to wait for momentum. You're going to wait for key levels, and it's just that simple. That's why I love this trade. That's why I called ARM a very, very simple trade. That's why this one is a very simple trade as well. You go long on the IPO price. You see if there's any momentum on the street for this thing. If it is, it carries it higher. And then at that point, you trade it as you wish. You get some out at 31. If it breaks 31, you could punch more at 31. Like Neil said, we don't know if it's going to go to 40 bucks. 50 bucks, $35, $33. Where's the top going to be? But if we learned anything from the ARM IPO was this. We had a huge move in the aftermarket and the pre-market the day after, as people were scrambling to get shares or sell the shares that they had, whatever it may be. I expect CART to do the same thing. A lot of hype off the jump, maybe a pullback in the midday, and then possibly hype train into the close. So it still is a Goldman Sachs sponsored IPO. So those guys want to make some money. So let's see what happens with CART today. It is a definite long.
All right, we'll keep you posted on what we're seeing as far as pricing on that when it does populate. A few other things of note here this morning. These cruise lines back to the upside. I haven't looked at these for quite some time. Daily chart on both of these, CCL and RCL, looks great. Big move up, nice pullback back to prior levels here, gapping up for both of them. 1.6 here for Carnival. Was Truist Securities this morning with an upgrade on both. raising their price target on both, so worth a note. This coming up today as well, INTC. I thought it was 1 p.m. I guess it's, I'll double check on that. But that says 11:30, but I thought it was 1 p.m. that was getting started for this event for Intel today.
Yeah, with respect to the cruise lines, interesting look here from Truist. They say forward-looking trends for 2024 and 2025 look exceptionally strong with bookings and pricing are above expectations. My sister just came back from a 2-week cruise, and she said it was absolutely packed. She, in fact, found it very annoying because you had to line up for everything. That's good for the cruise lines, not so good for the consumer. With respect to the Intel event today, this is going to be very interesting because they are going through a fundamental identity change. They are going from a chip designer to an all-out foundry. So I want to see how they do. Pat Gelsinger going to speak at 1:45. So look out for that, guy.
Yeah, here's where I got that 1 p.m. from. Shout out to Market Chameleon here. So they think it's 1 o'clock too. So we'll see. Maybe it gets started at 11:30. Maybe more important things start at 1 p.m. So could be 11:30, could be 1 o'clock, guys, for Intel.
So I'm just gonna, because I went to the Intel website here. So I think like the nuts and bolts of it is probably gonna be like after lunchtime, but this is Pacific time. So it looks like the actual pre-keynote is for a half an hour at 11:30. I don't know how much juice you get out of something like that. Like probably just a lot of fluff. And then Mr. Gelsinger will be sometime in that actual move. Look, I don't know if we'll trade CCL today, but it is flat bottom break. Sometimes they happen, sometimes they just support at that level. So if you look at the daily chart, there's 1490. Obviously 15 is the round number that you're now dealing with. Look at it hold that yesterday. Now it was weak yesterday, not as weak as it was on Friday. But yeah, there's one level to look at here. I don't even look at RCL. I'm not even sure what NCLH is doing. I just know that you're at a major support level on CCL. So it's support till it goes. If it goes, I think that's a short that can be had. Just a matter of time before either you bounce away from this level or you take it out. So, you know, I don't think it's really that complicated for CCL here, just waiting around for that level to break. I am in CGC, by the way. The news yesterday, CGC, 109 offering. It was to the downside. It's SSR because it was down more than 10% today. So it held. It was 109 the offering. 110 was support. So lo and behold, if it breaks 109, I want to get out. Looking for like an SSR bounce. Remember, short sell restricted applies to 2 days. So it's the day that happens and then the day after. So I'm just in this one off of yesterday's bottom on CGC. It is already making a little bit of a bounce, trying to get some out in front of 20 and then 25 and then in front of 30. So if it holds a low, great. I'll add to it if I can get some down at like 12s or 11s, a little bit tighter too. Oh, and I can show you guys this. This is what Instacart's going to look like for the most of the morning until 11:22 or whenever the heck it does open. It's just going to be grayed out, so it's in like that halt pre-open stage, and you'll get to see the fancy orders. We will at some point, I think it's just after 10 o'clock, we'll start being able to tell you guys when like what the actual tap is, like what the open is looking like, the open interest in it. That all happens at about 10:05, and then we'll give you those updates as they come in.
Are we live yet on that? Let me put an order out.
I don't think so.
It's still blocked in our system. We're going to get it unblocked. Okay, so as far as travel is concerned, there's a couple names that I really like. I like Airbnb, but I do understand that there is some issues there with permits and stuff like that. And that could wane on the stock for sure. We've actually gotten out of a little bit of Airbnb recently because we did buy it down here near this 110, 120 breakout long. And I'm just a little bit nervous about dripping below this 50-period moving average heading into the next earnings cycle. I just would like to see what happens there because it was more of a technical break on their last earning report, getting down to this $100 level and then breaking higher. So I do like Airbnb, but I'm not 100% sure about it right now. Just because Instacart's coming out today, obviously Uber offers a similar service there, and they deliver groceries and all that kind of stuff. So I think Uber should be on people's radar a little bit. And you can see this is also hovering. This is another name that I've gotten into, but all these were just kind of like starter positions, and this is the problem with me is that like I don't ever really go all in on anything because I'm never like too certain about the price. I kind of like invest the way I trade. It's like crazy. But here it is all the way to the upside there, riding this 50-period moving average. I still really like Uber, and like I said, if you could dip down below into where we've had some past support, 43, 44 bucks. I mean, that's an area. So about 10% down or so on Uber, I think is where you want to buy it up. I mean, I don't know. We live in a huge metropolis here, the 5th largest city in North America, and Ubers are absolutely running rampant everywhere on the streets. Like, I think everyone's taking Ubers these days. So I like the stock. I like what it means, and I like the autonomous driving angle that they're going to get with. And then that, of course, goes with my best friend Tesla over here, which, again, I need to own more shares of this thing. And if this comes back into the 250, 240 area, again, we can always look at the charts when it happens, but there's some decent support down into here, 230, 240. So I want to start buying a little bit ahead of that. I really like these calls. I know we've kind of got off track here because we were talking about CCL, but I like Airbnb and Uber in the travel space, and then everything always seems to bring me back to Tesla. So,
what we forgot to mention with regard to Airbnb, they just recently, well, we probably did say this, they just recently went into the S&P.
Yeah, that was on Friday.
On Friday, so that's a good name there. But I mean, it's like what I'm thinking of doing when I sell whatever GM shares and Ford shares I have left. Like, you can put some into that into Tesla if you want to stay in. Uber is not, I mean, it's not a direct play, but if you're thinking about autonomous, just to keep it in the sector, then Uber benefits from that. That would make some sense. We talked about Mobileye the other day. It's just a matter of if you don't like the legacy names and you're looking for that growth, there's a lot of other places that you can put it in. But with Uber, I do think while Arc is another place you can go. I just do think when CART opens up, that there's probably going to be some opportunities. If you don't want to trade that stock, it's too crazy for you. There's probably going to be some opportunities on Uber and Dash because there aren't many comparables. And there was a great discussion in the chat. It is very much true that CART is like they're a data platform as well, right? Like they have so much customer data. Like believe me, you are what they are selling. Like they're selling that information to like the Pepsis of the world and to the Proctors of the world. Like that is a very big business. I think it's like, so it was 30% was the number that got thrown out there of their revenue is that advertising, is that sales. And it's really, it could be a lot higher than that. It's a very good business. I actually have my roommate in university started out in marketing, and he actually works at a firm where essentially collecting and selling data is what they do. So that is very much a great revenue stream for Instacart in the long term. But it's still a loose comparable. You've got to find them somewhere. I like sympathy plays, and that's why I say Uber and Dash are at least worth watching. Good support level that Sean pointed out there on Uber. And yeah, everyone's going to be talking about Instacart, but they're not going to open up for a bit. So you have to watch some other things before we get to 12 or whatever time it ends up being.
All right, some upgrades and downgrades coming your way here this morning. We mentioned both CCL and RCL to the upside this morning thanks to Truist. CVS on here, Dell, GE Healthcare, John Deere downside, Planet Fitness. I still can't believe it's $52, but you know, Starbucks on what is it here? $12, I think,
something like that,
a month for a membership at Planet Fitness. Yeah, crazy. And NatWest Group, if you were wondering, downside.
The only thing I know about Planet Fitness is I'm trying to find where the heck is it. Here we go. By the way, I was having a quick look at a GHC because I feel like that's just way down. It's insane. It's a pretty decent value company. But Planet Fitness got hua-dunked. I've always wondered like how true that thing is if you like drop, because I see the videos like you drop a weight at Planet Fitness and a gigantic alarm goes off. People will drop water bottles to prove that it's too ridiculous. Like that just seems insane to me. I have no idea. But this stock has been, it's been shellacked a little bit here the last few days. And what I usually say is when a stock does this, like it makes the gap to the downside, when you've already missed the short, which obviously you've missed the short here, I think what you're looking for is any kind of a support to come in. So no, didn't happen yesterday at 49, still hasn't made that bottom. Just looking for it to make a temporary bottom somewhere that maybe you can play just a little bit of a bounce, right? Like this usually stocks settle down when they have this kind of a move to the downside and they bounce. Just nothing really happening yet on Planet Fitness. But when it does, there's probably like a couple of dollars in there just because it's dropped $12 in the last 3 sessions. So I'd expect there's going to be a bounce somewhere. I just wouldn't want to be anticipating it. Like look to see it hold maybe a double bottom on a 15-minute and then walk over to it. But that's been an abject disaster. I don't really know much about like the business or their economics. I'm a workout at home person. The idea of paying money to go to a gym it just never jived well with me because I can just work out at home, build something nice there. But yeah, Planet Fitness looks like a bit of a dog. It's a short till it's not when the chart looks like this. That's always my attitude.
So we have, we're into a position finally right now. We're into NIO. NIO is the number 2 name here on the sticky note today, shorting through the pre-market bottom of 965. Well, it just broke, so we got short. So that's that. It's on here. It's on the sticky note. I like this play. Nio's been in trouble for a while here on the daily chart, and finally you're breaking below this $10 level. So I'm going to give this trade up until about 10 bucks on NIO, and if it starts to rip up into the 990s, 980s, then we'll average into it. I think it's a pretty simple trade. You got the 200-period moving average right here. The convertible notes, I think it was it a million or a billion? It was. It must have been a billion, obviously. So yeah, not helping the name today, down 7. Do we get down 10? And then if we do get down 10, then, you know, well, obviously we're going to be looking at this 950 level to break immediately, so that's the first thing. And then after that, so here's 950 right there, that's this bottom, goes back to July 6th, we break through there, and then you have 850 at the very next level of resistance. I mean, $9 doesn't even really have, I mean, that little wick bottom there is 880, so $9 doesn't have too much support. Look, this is all pie in the sky. Like, I would love, if we can get $9, even on the position that I have right now, I'd be super pleased with that. So here we come back in. Like I said, next level 950. Maybe we'll take out 10% for 10 cents. I don't, you know, we were sort of changing the way we're trading now, and we don't need to scalp out. But a lot of the pre-market positions that I've been in, they're good for a minute and then not good late. But there's always opportunities to get back into them, right? And so that's one thing that I've done with my studies, is looking into them and saying, like, you know, sometimes when you get filled in the pre-market, it's like that support level is getting tested for a reason, and they want to break it. So this way we're actually going with momentum and not sitting in front of a rail, on the tracks to get railroaded. So right now we're short at 961, and we're going to see here where we go with NIO. So I'll put a quick couple bids here at 950, and then honestly, nothing else till $9.
One that we talk about outside of maybe around earnings, but I wanted to mention Starbucks here as well, under pressure today on that TD Cowen note. They also pointed to China and continuing macroeconomic headlines. But if you go to a daily chart, there's huge levels coming into play here today for, potentially anyways, for Starbucks.
I know Howard Schultz was stepping down. I think his last day was either this week or last week. So I don't have too much to say on this one, Breno. I didn't have an opportunity to look at it. But yeah, interesting macroeconomic issues as the consumer starts cutting down a little bit more on how much they're spending out of the house. I wonder if this is one of the areas where they're going to start trimming.
Yeah. Your PSL is, that's what it's called, right? Pumpkin spice latte?
Oh, yes. Ramin likes that.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's way too sweet. Yeah. Ramin agrees. I trust Ramin.
It's that time of year, so this is exactly when everyone talks. I've never heard of it referred to as PSL, but okay.
Oh yeah.
It's referred.
That's
how people roll.
It's referred to as PSL.
Okay. I mean, Starbucks. You mentioned it. It's a descending wedge. See how many times I can say that this week. It's a descending wedge into support at $94. So that's the key level that you guys were talking about there. I mean, downgrades don't really matter. Oops, I went the wrong direction. Hey, there's an NASDAQ on support as well. That could be spicy. But yeah, there we go, the 15-minute. If you were to break down today, I think maybe getting a shot at that 94 level would look pretty good. I don't really see too much of a trade there. It hasn't done a lot of volume. So 25,000 worth of volume, that's not enough of a catalyst here. It is down, so if the market were to flush, maybe you see this one in the midday and bouncing off that 94 support level. Like, you trade these things at key price levels. I could see it having a chance to get there today. It's setting up that maybe there'll be a flat bottom break. Oddly enough, like, if this were to break, if this breaks that flat bottom, it'd be interesting in the mid-80s, this stock. It'd be really interesting in the mid-80s, because it's been languishing a little bit here, and it's almost as if like a shoe needs to drop before something happens. So, you know, maybe this 94 break leads you to something spicy in the 80s. Yeah, there's my attempt at a pun. I tried to get spicy in there. Yeah, but 94 is the level to watch. I mean, there's really nothing else to do with this stock.
Yeah, I'm all about the beard gang, but there is, again, if I could figure out how to search, when Neil and I last Halloween, I was John Travolta there from
Pulp Fiction,
Pulp
baby.
Fiction, duh. And we had the Royale.
Vincent and Jules, baby.
We had some Royale with cheese, and I went. I'll find that for you as well, but never fear.
We
There, huh?
got some ideas.
Huh?
That's the clean shave.
There's a great picture of me and Nio. It must have been on there. See if you can search our Twitter feed.
It is.
You found it? Okay, I don't know if it was on Instagram or Twitter, but me and Nio in front of the green
It's in
screen.
one of those. Yeah, we did over there.
Yeah, because I have one of myself, but I want to see
was cool.
if you could find one of the both of us. But anyways, I think Sharif, or imposter Sharif, said something very important there about Starbucks, and that was Howard Schultz. Howard Schultz stepping down is definitely a big issue there. It was a planned step down. I think it's happening this month. He was not CEO, but he was on the board. Now I think he's stepping away, period. That's not a good sign. Plus, China has too many, honestly, man, too many headwinds in China. Starbucks is a huge Chinese story. Just check Nike. It checks part of the Apple headwinds as well with China, although I think Apple and China will be fine. But I am worried about some of these retail spots. You are seeing the Chinese EV names start to slip today. So Starbucks, there's probably a lot of other names here. Nike, even Tesla in China. But if you're not a tech name, right now you're probably going to get hit. We saw Luckin Coffee going for a nice little run over the last little while off that alcohol infused. And now apparently Starbucks is getting in. Oh, by the way, I agree with Brendan or whoever mentioned. I think Brendan mentioned that it was too sweet. I don't know if he's ever had one. But yeah, the PSL is, for me, no.
I can't touch that
That's a
stuff.
hard pass.
I can't.
It is a little bit too sweet. I don't mind flavored coffee, but like with a splash of milk, it's fine, one thing. But I feel like that's a lot. But anyways, I just feel like that Chinese story there. Oh, what I was getting at is they're also in a problem for not putting real fruit in their fruit drinks, apparently. I did. Hamster put that in
That's not
there.
a good look.
I saw that on Twitter, though. I don't know
if that's true,
true.
'cause that's-
I don't. That could just be a hate sort of thing on those guys.
It seems like the kind of mistake you wouldn't want to be making.
Disney,
Just completely random here for a second, because we do this every now and then. There's
TTOO.
a flavored coffee company from that my wife and I like. We always get our flavored coffees from a place Niagara on the Lake. And one of our favorites, I don't even remember what's in it, but it's delicious. It's called Nutty Italian. I got to bring you the beans.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Because I have a feeling you'll enjoy that one. I see it every time I see it. I'm like, oh yeah. I sit next to the Nutty Italian, and I enjoy that flavor coffee as well.
Yeah, just real quick here. There is news, Brendo, on TTOO, and you're probably much better to understand this than I am. Here it is right here from Benzinga. So we are moving down, now down 20+% on TTOO. It's right here. FDA 510 clearance for the T2 biothreat panel is a direct from blood molecular diagnostic test that runs. I mean, you guys can see all this. It's just, I don't know, no one can figure this out. But anyways, right here, there is news. Go look for it. I'll probably tweet it out as well, but there it is right now. News from T2, and then if you're gonna look to see what the stock is doing, it's starting to head a little bit southbound there. So it was chilling at 40 cents. It just dipped down to 36 and change. So any of you that are in T2 Biosciences, go check the news feed there and figure this one out.
Yeah, I'm going to read into that a little bit. That's a little weird why that should be not going up. Theoretically, a positive note. Oil, meanwhile, also popping here, guys, up 2%. Let's get going here. We're after 9 o'clock. Sharif's going to have a look at the futures.
Yeah, I just realized that I did a futures analysis on the old contract yesterday, but here's a new one, the December 15th contract. Guys, we closed out at 45.01 yesterday. We're below that now, 44.93. 4,500 is a level that we're definitely looking at. Yesterday, the lowest we could get, 44.87. Look for possible support there if we get down there. And then if we get above that 45.10, 45.12 area, look for a possible move up.
Just be careful, guys, with this take two. This news was actually yesterday. So that FDA note was actually yesterday. They've released a press release. So the company just comes out with a press release pointing back to the FDA note, again, that came out yesterday for TTOO. So just be aware of that. Let's talk about everything else you need to know here as we head towards the open on a Tuesday morning. If you haven't done so, watchlist.tradertv.live will get you there. That QR code will also take you right there. You enter your email, and then we send you that every single day, absolutely free from us to you. I need to refresh that. I'll do that in a sec. Let's talk about CART, though. Obviously, the big headline today going to come at some point. We're not entirely sure, but IPO today.
Yeah, $10 billion valuation on this down round. Yes, it is a down round because last time around in the private market, it was $39 billion valuation. I'll get that right. We are profitable on this company, though. Last time around, they made $114 million on the quarter. It's not a bad look. With respect to tradable shares, it's about 8% of the float. or 8% of the outstanding shares that are going to be available, about 22 or so million shares. We'll have to see how this does. The ticker, CART.
Underwriters also with an option to purchase an additional 3.3 million within 30 days, which is going to be the story for ARM today. They actually exercised on the ARM IPO for that. That was out after the close yesterday, guys. What's the plan here for CART?
Just go over, it's the same thing every single time for an IPO, at least off the open charge, right? Like you're looking for an initial opening print long, and then play initial support because you're looking for it to go to the upside. So if you look at ARM's chart, we don't know exactly where this is going to open. Just because the issue at 30 doesn't mean it opens at 30. It could open at 31, it could open at 35, maybe 33.
56.10.
56.10, which is where ARM opened up. So it was a 51 issue price. It opens up 10% higher than that, and it held the bottom. So first it breaks 56, but then it held 55.5, and then it was off to the races. So you're in the long. I mean, it stopped me out underneath, and then I had to jump back in there. I feel like that probably happened to a few people. It just sort of ran that even dollar level, and then you had to get back in on the way up. And then it was just clean breakout, and this is a 3-minute chart. So it didn't really turn around until it got to 61, so clean, just over 10% move from that open. And I don't know that Instacart goes 10%, but it doesn't have to be a good long off the open. I don't think that's the case. You sort of suss things out after it settles down that first 15 to 20 minutes, and then from there you can start thinking about, okay, well, short, or do you like a short in there? Do you want to play a dip buy? First things first is just play that open. I don't know when it's going to open. ARM open just after noon. I would expect Instacart having a little bit less hype can maybe get open before noon. I like to think that that could be true. So we don't know exactly what time it'll be. We'll start giving you updates after 10 o'clock or 10:05, and then we'll let you know from there. But it's a very simplistic sort of, it's almost a gimmicky style trade off the open. Like if I see a few million shares at an even dollar level, whatever I have, I'm probably just adding to it in front of that level. So that's just the way to play it as a day trader. That's how we do it here for years, and we're going to stick to it.
Okay, good. Was just mentioning to Brendan there about something that we should get going for today. Okay, so TTOO, we're still talking about that. That just hit 40 cents, by the way, right there. So that's TTOO, CART. So, I mean, CART is not, there's only thing really to look at it. We talked about the way, not Airmark, the way that Instacart went, and the way ARM went, and the way Instacart's going to go. Look, I kept it really, really simple, man. I put it right down here if you want to go find out the plan of action. I'm not going to bleed this one out. I mean, I'm just hoping that it does eventually open up for us at some point. CART's a big IPO again here today. Same follow as ARM. Looking to take a smaller position this time at the start, then add to it as we see strength on the open. So basically, when ARM opened up, I had pretty much a max default for me going long here at 56. The problem is it broke 56 and we wound up getting out. That's what Neil was mentioning there, getting liquidated at the bottom. We did do that, then we had to buy it back as it went back up, but then because everything's just so chaotic, I didn't buy back as many shares. I was a little bit uncertain of myself. So I'm going to try to go in with less shares early on CART, and then if it sort of hovers, remember this is a 20-minute chart, if it sort of hovers around there, I mean I could, if this will go back, which it will, I should have done this before, but okay, now it might not load. So, okay, that was disaster trying to do that. Okay, here it is right here. Hopefully if we get the same sort of an actionable event here, right there. So here it is, it opens up, dips down, gives us, see that bottom right there? This is where it's time to go ham. If you see something like that, that's the push. It might not be at that bottom, but it's when it breaks back through the IPO price. So we'll go long early, see if we can catch that first dollar or so move. If it does happen, then we'll wait for a fade, which tends to happen, and then we'll go long again. And the only way this can't work is if it just starts to go straight up immediately with no pullback. And if that happens, then we're still in. We still got a big position, and we're fine with it. So for me, Instacart is a very, very simple play. We're going long off the open. End of story. I don't even need to discuss it. Watch me trade ARM, hopefully live on the show.
CART and ARM. Let's talk about Chinese EV makers here. NIO down. It was a little bit more than this. Currently not 6%, but 6% at one point at the lows. $1 billion in convertible senior notes coming through. I mean, let's be honest, kind of a surprise here for NIO. Not a good look.
Yeah, look, I have not been a fan of theirs for a while for a number of reasons. I don't believe in this whole battery swap technology, nor do I think that they're focusing on the right thing. They're not focusing on SUVs or continuing to focus on sedans. I think it's a broken business model. We'll see how they do, but I'm not a fan.
I was mentioning yesterday, I was in Europe last week, and even a Model 3 Tesla looks gigantic in the little tiny streets in Europe. So, I mean, there is, I think, a place for some of these smaller electric-based cars. But yeah, I mean, it's not a good look here, guys, for NIO today.
It's look, they're a unique niche. I think we're showcasing that the waiting area for the battery swap and how sort of swank it is. So they're trying to appeal to a little bit more of an affluent marketplace, I think, with that, or a market because of that. For the trade, it's broken a flat bottom here, so not necessarily the way I like to play a flat bottom break, because ideally when it takes out this 10, it was like a 995 level, you want to be short that. Well, it doesn't happen that way. Sometimes you just gap through the level, but I like the short back to this area. I think if it's above 10, you're not fighting it. We've seen Chinese ADRs do relief rallies on bad news, especially when they get down pretty far. So if it gets back in here where I can short off 995, 10 even, then I like that. Pre-market highs on volume, 980 is the top, but really it was up and around 990 as well. So if it gets anywhere close to 980 at the open, I want to short that. I think it's just worth keeping in mind that if it gets down to like 925, it will be down 10%. So if it hits 9.25, then you would be SSR. Everything underneath that, I'd start looking for an SSR bounce. Nio is exactly the kind of stock that I like for SSR bounces. It's a company that is heavily traded, lots of interest around it. So if it gets down that 10%, people are looking for relief rallies. But it needs to get down underneath 930 for that to happen. I think it's actually like 928 or something like that. But yeah, I'd look for the SSR bounce down there, but it's a lot of room before it gets there. Oh, and one more to remember, just on sympathy. Lee's getting close to that 38, so on the off chance that this breaks, the flat bottom breaks, still like it. Nio obviously in the news, Li Auto down on sympathy, could break that 38 today if you get a continuation for Nio. But it's not as if Li Auto, like they didn't issue anything. They're just down on sympathy. But that can be enough. Sometimes that's enough for a break like this.
People are saying, Sean, you should address the elephant in the room, Sharif's beard. I mean, I don't know. There's nothing. It was a 10-year mark for today.
Elephant?
For him, and I think we've discussed it a
bit
lot.
harsh.
So, yes, if you are wondering who is sitting beside Brendo, it is the beardless Sharif. So, I put in the chat, unfortunately, we had to get rid of Sharif, and everyone was like, no. And I was like, what are you talking about? This Sharif sitting right there. So, okay. So, look, this is a name that's on the sticky note. I think it's worth going short here. Initially, this is, like I said, in the pre-market, we'll hold our cards close to our chest, but we'll wait to see if 10 bucks comes through. And if it does, we'll short up there and then get out if it breaks it. It's not going to be a disaster if it breaks, but it could be a big windfall if it works and starts to continuously move to the downside. So for me, I think this is well worth the risk. We've got about 30% of the position we want on right now. If it comes back up to 10 bucks, we'll take that short all day, every day, and then be aware that, hey, if it breaks a key level of 10 bucks, then we're going to get out. We've already looked at this right there. 1020 is the 200 period on the daily. But on news like today, I don't really know if people are going to technically be looking at stuff like that, because like we're way below the 50 period. The 50 period is way above. Obviously, anything up here to 1150. If for some reason this sparks a short interest, then you could get a fly up, but I don't think it even goes much past 10 bucks. And to be honest with you, the short float it's existent, but not really, man. 6%. So people. That seems to be pretty obvious there. I'm looking at a much bigger trade, I feel like, possibly here on LI. Li Auto has been in the crosshairs of this $38 mark for a very long time. I already have the order in for this. If Li Auto breaks 38, this is a trade that I want to be a part of as well. So Li Auto breaking back down below 38 is actually an order that I have pending right now. So if that happens as the market opens up, then we'll probably get into that. I don't like to get in right away off the open, but we'll see. Hopefully that one does not burn us. And then I wanted to look at the Li Auto short float's not really that huge, so I think we can probably leave that alone. Are we going to talk about? We're not going to talk about Tesla. Yeah, I have Square on my mind as well. We'll check out that. But Tesla right now, I just want to look at it because if you do get a dip down into, you know, this sort of 50 period here, I think 256, 257, and you wouldn't be surprised. But Tesla can move $10. We all know that. So watch out for a possible bottom take on that as the NASDAQ continues to bleed here today. I feel like we had a little bit of a mixed up day yesterday where it started off pretty weak, then it got going. And then tomorrow, of course, with Fed coming, you know, you have one more day. It's going to be highlighted by CART today. And then tomorrow we wait for Fed. So I feel like we're sort of teetering on some of these names. So I'm going to be looking for that short there in Li Auto as well as NIO.
Speaking of, happy to pass along that our friend Frank Caberna is going to be back with us this afternoon to tee up said Fed announcement coming tomorrow. He's then actually taking Thursday off, however. So
Hope he's feeling better.
he is. Apparently. Anyways, if we rewind the clock to when Square became Block, it was essentially to divide the company into two, one crypto focus, one still on the payment platform and the actual physical machines that you can get to put into your phones and swipe credit cards. Jack Dorsey was then going to focus on the crypto side. They made the payment side completely separate. CEO of the payment side is leaving. So as hard as @Jack is trying to get rid of that side of the company, he's back on both sides now.
Yeah, he always seems to find his way back, much like Elon does. But look, the stock is down over 20% on the year. It's not a good look. I mean, this Alyssa Henry individual has only been at the company for 9 months, so it feels like a short leash here. In any event, Wedbush analyst Nick Seitan reiterated Block with a neutral rating and a price target of $70. So some possible $20 upside from where we're at right now.
Yeah, we did see a decent sized move after the close yesterday when this first came out. Here we are, guys, breaking that low right now. So more downside to come potentially here.
Look at what it is on the year. It's down 35% from July 31st. So that's the bigger story. This is Flush City, and it's broken its 52-week low, which I believe was 51.30. Was it 51.34 or 51.25? 51.25. Yesterday's close was 52-week low. Come on, Neil. So yeah, where you closed is the worst of it, and it's just another short till it's not. It's broken 50, which means there could be an off chance that you get a hold of the 50 level at the open where it wicks underneath a major price and then you get a rebound. But underneath that 52-week high, I think I'd be looking for the short underneath that price. We're hearing
Can you guys hear Sharif?
so 51.25. The previous close, that's the 52-week low. I like the short to that level, but I wouldn't fight it down here. If it starts holding 50 at the open, I think you wait for it to get up there and make some kind of a curl. Not a great look. The other day, we were asked a question about, sort of PayPal versus Square, or do we like Square in general? I don't think PayPal was even mentioned, and the first thing I said was sometimes the chart tells the entire story in the two relative names, like Square looking really, really ugly. PayPal's not much better, but at least it was attempting a bit of a breakout. Worth noting, PayPal then failed the 50 period as well. So if you're looking for a sympathy play, if one starts flushing and you miss it, it's worth noting we just had a minor turnaround here in PayPal off the 50 period, so that could be making a run back into some of its lows. Not a good look for either name. Square obviously a little bit worse.
Yeah, so I'm already short. I'm short Nio and I'm short Square. So I'm short two of the three names here on the sticky note, including with CART in there as well. We also have AMD and Google, but those, as the NASDAQ keeps falling down, we don't have that position on yet either. So there it is, down 2.73%, going to continue to bleed. It's broken through its 52-week low already. Not good news, man. CEO left. Jack Dorsey coming back. We're going to find out what exactly this means for the company. Can't mean that they're in good hands or good shape, right? So we'll continue to fade this until we see some sort of a bump in the stock price. My out is $51. Again, pretty simple. We'll take some more short here around the 200 period, 50.80. We'll see if it can hold that. If not, man, we're out at 51. I think, again, well worth the risk to the downside. You can get $1 on this trade. So for right now, although this is an early start to the trade, right? We don't need. So whenever I get into, like, again, about a 30% position, maybe a little bit more than that right now on Square, we'll be able to scalp this out. Like if this hits 50, we'll take a piece out. If this hits 20s, like 49.20, we'll take a piece out. We'll watch out for 49. We'll watch out for 48. We'll just watch out for lower levels here as it goes. But the bigger position is going to be based on a pop. If it does pop up, we'll watch out for 51. Other than that, let's keep this stock on our radar and continue to trade this name all day. We're short right here on Square at 49.84.
All right, let's keep going here. Intel, as we mentioned early on this morning, if you're with us 8:30 to 9, we were discussing this event coming up, innovation event coming up today for INTC. I mean, obviously there's two angles you can look at this: wait for something to happen and then have a look, or anticipate something happening.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be one of those live event type of things, as we saw with Apple going back a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and these ones typically end up in a sell the news type thing. But with respect to the actual fundamentals of this company, I think it's very interesting. Like I mentioned at the top of the show, they're going through an identity change here based from a chip designer to a chip manufacturer, much like TSMC. They've got several foundries being built here and in Europe. So I want to see what Pat Gelsinger has to say at 1:45. He goes to the podium.
We will wait and see. Going to be an Intel thing, though, guys, not necessarily a quote-unquote chip thing.
Doesn't necessarily mean it can't move the markets at that time, or at least mean the chip names at that time. So you want to keep your ear to the ground if you're trading any of the usual suspects. Like if you're trading Micron in there, you might want to pay attention. If you're trading AMD, who knows? But there is a support level to work off of. That's yesterday's bottom, 37.5. That's also this local bottom from the 7th. It also happens to be the double top that broke out on the daily chart. So you have a couple of reasons why the dip looks good at that price. Maybe all bets will be off. Major price areas, as the announcement or as the event's going on, might not matter as much. But at least until then, we can look at that 37.5 for the potential dip buy here on Intel. If it's underneath that number, I really don't want to be fighting anything. It could be a flat bottom break and go in the other direction. The other chip name worth watching, a lot of times it'll be AMD for me. I mentioned Micron at 69 yesterday. I don't know if we get that today. But, AMD 103, sometimes the better level is just somewhere else. So you go Friday's lower high. There really weren't any levels to work off of from Friday because it just flushed, right? And then in the afternoon, it showed you 103. In the afternoon yesterday, it showed you 103. In the pre-market, it showed you 103. So that's 3 separate times. Somewhat of a triple top there on AMD at 103. That's obvious resistance at that price. I think it can be faded. If it takes out the top, maybe you look for a breakout. But the first things first, it's resistance until it is not on that particular name. NVIDIA also in the midst of a pullback. So that was a difficult one because it was so strong off the open. It did like a crazy wick bottom. Goodness. Crazy wick bottom and then was super strong. Looks like it's holding the mid 440s, but I just feel as AMD's a little bit more clean at that 103 level than NVIDIA. And if you fought NVIDIA trying to short it yesterday, it was a very tricky name. It was not nearly as clean to try to short that one off the top.
Yeah, so for me, we've already put AMD on the sticky note at 103. It's in the top here, so it's one of the 5 names. I think that you got to trade that if it comes through. We've seen 103 be the top a couple times right there. Missing data from yesterday, of course, but 103 there, been a good top for AMD, so we'll look for that. On Intel, look, we've been trading really good without having to worry about things breaking, higher or lower based on stories that we have no idea are happening. So I don't, if Intel comes out and releases something today, we talked about what they're looking for, Alchemist and some of the new chips and just some of the talk that they have. I expect it to be good. I mean, Intel's had its crazy run. There was like 13 straight days of up movement right there on Intel, right? It's like crazy. And it's holding these bottoms as well. So I really like this 3750 area. If we do dip down into there for some reason, I think that would be a bid. But the thing is, you're still up on Intel today while the NASDAQ is down 0.37. So, I mean, that's telling you everything you need to know. Investors are excited about this day. It's Intel Innovation Day. We saw last couple of weeks CRM with that Dream event. And just, it gets the stock working and it gets people talking about it. So I think you're a little bit foolish not to have Intel at least on your radar today. So I'm just going to wait. I want to either want to fade big moves or just see the news that comes out. And if the stock continues to rally with volume, then we'll probably just hit the long with it, right? We had that great trade on Disney when they announced that possible deal for trying to sell through on Yes, I mean, Rob is asking. Yes, Rob, please. Right there. So Rob's going to bring some coffee coming up soon. So, but anyways, I just want to play the momentum. So we saw Disney break through $84. That one day it able to come back in. We were able to take the 84 long, and that was like one of the better trades of the day. So let's just keep Intel on our radar with only now 6 minutes left, guys.
All right, let's talk about ARM here. After the close yesterday, they announced that underwriters for the IPO exercised full overallotment. The option that they had to purchase an additional 7 million ADS or shares of the company, so brings value up to 5.2 billion. Mm-hmm. I mean, here we are kind of chopping around this morning at yesterday's lows. Is this not a long at some point?
Interesting that you asked that, because the options market's pricing it the other way. They're looking yesterday, 11,000 contracts sold with $50 calls for the end of October. It was the 45th busiest stock in the options market. But look, Bernstein initiated coverage yesterday with with an underperform with a price target of 46. Today, Redburn comes out with a neutral rating with a $50 price target. So a bit of a mixed bag, Brendan.
It was nothing but downside all day long yesterday. But I mean, if they're buying an additional 5.2 billion worth of the ADS shares, guys, it's got to be. I mean, there's value somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if there ends up being value. At the 55 level, yesterday you had not many levels to work off with an IPO, so that's 58 on the first day. There was also a raise for them at that price valuation that's worth mentioning. I think that's going to be, it's an interesting litmus price at 58, but that was the breakdown off the open yesterday. The mistake I made was maybe if I get it at 9:30 on a breakdown, I want less shares so that I'm not stopping out tight at 9:30, because it came right back in and was great. It then held 58 at the close. I mean, it literally closed at 58.00. So that's an obvious level. I'm not telling anybody anything they don't know. The 55 breakdown, I think, is in play. I just don't want to be all in on a level like that. Like, maybe give it a chance to hold. It's defending the bottom from the first day. And I wonder what broke it by 50 cents, but it's defending that bottom. So it feels like you might get a relief rally into 58, where I think the short can be on ARM. I just want to acknowledge this, that Avenger stock is going crazy. There's no new news on Avenger. It's Avenger, AVN, whatever. There's no new news on that stock, the runner from yesterday that I could find. I asked Brendan, a bit of a crazy runner there. I don't have any orders on it or anything, but I am monitoring. CGC's an SSR play for me. We'll look at Avenger. Just no new news on that one.
For ARM, again, another name that's obviously going to be watched out for today. It's breaking through the IPO price right now at 56, and there it goes. We do have a big bid that just showed up, 500,000 shares, spiking this. Oh, I don't want to do that because I still want to watch this. Spiking this name up to that $56 level, and it seems that we have some reserve orders right now just chilling out at 56, doesn't want to break it. So we'll see what happens right now. There's your TTOO that we talked about earlier on that news. That was from yesterday, but had to drop down there when it got released, I guess, and then right back up. So that's nice. And there's Intel with a small sell, but I'm not seeing a heck of a lot on there right now. I'm not even seeing Square. Square just dipped down.
You're not going into ZVZT?
To 49.50. I'm not. Oh, I'm bidding 49.51. You know where that went to? 49.52. Wow, that's hilarious. Hopefully it does. That does mean that we are heading to the downside right now for Square. So Square nicely in the money right now, temporarily. Let's see if we can't make our day in the first couple minutes here on SQ, expecting for it to fall down. So we're bidding 52s right now. Sorry, 51s. The bottom was 52. Hopefully we will get railroaded here and get hit on the way back down as this name is about to open up. So Square right now already in a nice little position for us, but still needs to print. So there's 55s again. Come on, get down. And then we do have, maybe it's not, man. Maybe it's going to bounce off that 50 area. It's still early. And then here goes NIO. We're still short right here at 61. Hopefully, again, a push down will happen for us. Oh, we're bidding 51s on both of these things. The thing about NIO is, man, my next bid is at 20. So hopefully this will crack down a little bit lower and we'll be able to see some excitement here on NIO. And of course, there goes Square right back up. Maybe we'll bid something at 60 just in case we're wrong, but I think an initial flush could happen here. With only 2 minutes to go, there goes ARM right through. So that $50 level, I guess, didn't matter too much. Right there, or sorry, $56 level, $50 level. Right, didn't mean too much there, but it is starting to make moves back in on that name. And other than that, there's not much else I'm looking at, just trying to make sure that we have enough outs here on some of these stocks so we can take those when they do hit.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we might get a chance at that arm at 58 right away. So that Avenger is up. It broke $9, got to $9.50. Here's the chart, guys. It broke a double top, sort of pre-market here, and then yesterday's high again. No news, no new news on this thing. So it's stair-stepping to the upside. I never want to chase these at the open, but if there were, like $8 looks like a pretty interesting level if it could have bounced off that, like play off of yesterday's highs. If you're already in off that level, I'd say congratulations to you. Obviously, that's a fantastic fill to have gotten in that $8 level, but I don't want to chase this up here when it's not part of the plan. As I mentioned, CGC, bit of a day two play there. SSR, down 10% yesterday, looking for that bounce off of yesterday's low on their offering. And we didn't mention Meta. Meta is a little bit on the mind here. Is that a real spike? Yeah, that's kind of a real spike going into the open. This 303.5, yesterday's high. The market's trying to go. Like Meta is flat when the market is still bouncing off those lows. So it looks like it's a bit relatively strong, holding that 50 period. 300 was your support level. I think we look for a dip on Meta. If it holds that 300, like wick under, and then it'll hold a 300 is what I thought could happen. But we're already bouncing away from that level. So lots to look at here today. AMD, if it gets to that 103, obviously ARM at that 58, as we have cat on the bell on this Instacart IPO day. Don't know when it's going to open up, but we do know what we're going to do when it does happen. For now, let's get this party started on a Tuesday in 5, 4, 3, 2, and you know what to do.
Get this party started, partner.
Get it started.
Here we go, man. It's a nice move down for NIO. We get a 51 fill, so we'll take 10 cents early just on 5% of that trade. Let's see if NIO wants to start to drip down just a little bit here for us. And there it is. There's our 51 fill. I mean, there it is again. So you can take that one more time on that play. Just checking in on the temperature here for Square. Not open yet, so we'll have to wait to see what happens there. Could get an initial spike here as we wait for the NYSE to open up there. NIO is same kind of a story right now, bouncing a little bit off 52. Let's put a bid at 52 and take it. It is open, NIO. So.
Yeah, Nio's open. ARM's not really moving much either.
No, okay. Is Nio open? Nio might not be open yet. I don't even see an end print yet on NIO here. So there it is. I just saw one.
Yeah, I
think I just saw one there. So did I? I don't know. I'm not seeing any end prints here. You come over to my screen, guys.
Actually, I can't.
Right now, there is no end prints yet, so I don't believe we're actually even there. I just saw one though. Maybe we are open, but anyways, whoa! There we go. Oops, I think I have the wrong situation here on Square, so I got to get out of this one. I might trigger bad price.
Yeah, I just saw Nio open up there. Oh, good. Stop this NM stuff. There we go. Looks like they just wicked the 50 level on Square. So
No, we did not mean to get out there. We got long. No, something happened. Oh, there must have been.
No,
there had to have been this wick up here at 51.20 or something that scheduled it because we were not getting out until 51. So we wind up getting in and out there, and we actually got a bid down there at 49.70. Probably should have held that. We got out immediately on that one. So we're going to have to wait for Square. We are back into the short, but look what the hell is happening right now. The number one name here for me on the sticky note today is NIO, and I think that was a very, very easy trade. Taking that short, huge cash already on NIO, guys.
It'll be SSR at 9.28. Well, not the price. Oh, never. It's not. No, it's like 9. Yeah, that's right. $9.28. Underneath $9.28 is when Nio goes down 10%. There is the wick up at 50 on Square. I didn't want to get trapped at that level, but I think into that. I like 51.25 because it happens to be the 52-week low. Wow, Tesla's already going. As the market goes down, Tesla goes up again, and I'm sitting there looking at AMD and Meta, but Tesla. Stocks won't load. Tesla with a nice double bottom there. Watch out for 269. Yesterday in the afternoon, that was resistance at 269. If it gets through that, you could see a big runner. So counter trend again, Tesla. It always seems to be a bit of a dip buy. Crazy stock that is. AMD continuing to head lower. Maybe it can bounce off that 100 again. I'm looking for a 103 short. Only want to play the key levels on that one. I'm surprised Li Auto hasn't broken down yet. It is down, but it bounced off 38. So 38.07 is your local bottom on Li Auto. For now, it's looking like it's going to hold that level at the open. AVGR has continued to go ham. Just for anyone watching it, the top is now $10. I would have said dip buy, but didn't really give you that 8. 10. I wouldn't chase it up here. It just pulled back. The spread is nasty at times on this stock. It was just at 980, and then one person sold, and it was down to 925. So I'd watch out for that one. Dangerous, dangerous spread.
All right, so we're banking out right now on Square. Obviously, it went up. We talked about getting a bad fill there down there. I don't know what exactly happened, but we did initially go long. Well, we were short, and then we got filled, and for some reason, it pushed us way longer there. Maybe I put a wrong order
Did you
type.
put a market on open?
No, but I have one out for cart now, by the way. You can put that out now.
Oh, nice.
So get that out if you want right now for Instacart. Not open yet, of course.
But it didn't accept orders until.
It just accepted right now. I put it out like 5 minutes or a couple minutes before open. Okay, so we just got a good fill on Square. So we're short at 50.05, all good on that one as we just took some fills down there at 49.70. Here we go. Here comes the pop. So here comes the pain. We'll see if it breaks through. We just want to get out of 51, man. If it breaks 51, I'm going to get out of everything. We're already out of half, believe it or not, down there at the pre-market lows. We're obviously waiting for a big flush in. So anything up here to 50.80, I think we'll probably short it, and then we'll just get out the rest as we continue to go. Nio continues to be the name as well that we'll watch out for, as that's just hovering around 51. Let's put another, 41s.
Oh, it just did SSR bounce.
Yeah, we got filled more than half down here, so hopefully it will continue its move down. And then, of course, the other name that we were going to look at today was ARM, and that's kind of just doing nothing right now. I think we can ease back on that. What is the market doing? Because Google, we were looking at 136.50. That came and went, but it only just bounced off 137. So right now, this is starting to go back up to the upside as well right now. I don't have much on my radar right at this moment.
I just missed it. I wanted to get my order in on cart, but I also keystroked in and out of Square because I did not want to get that one in front of 50. I wanted it in front of 51.25, so I got in and out of that. But the SSR bounce, or if it is one, that could have been it right there on Nio. 928 was 10%. It got to 927 and bounced. So I don't want to chase it that far up, but if I can get like 35s in there just for a bit of a relief rally, that's next for me. CGC just broke 120, so that is working to the upside. That's an SSR day 2 play. Berendo, what's up, buddy?
Mostly neutral ratings here. Just reading through some of the analyst moves here on Stitch Fix, one that we mentioned at the end of the show yesterday with earnings after the close. A few people talking about this. Back through 3 there on a huge volume spike to the upside for SFIX.
Stitch Fix was a nasty whatever.
Talked about that yesterday.
It's a 9% short float. Maybe you get some kind of a relief rally here. The quarter wasn't necessarily all that good, but it doesn't matter for these types of stocks. It's back above $3. I think if you like the fade, I think you fade it at 350. So it's got a long way to go before it gets to that price. CGC, as I mentioned, just broke the 20s. I have an offer sitting here at 23, looking to get this local high, and then once it breaks that, hopefully it's arrows up. Not endorsement of the company. It's just an SSR, short sell restricted bounce play. So Square is starting to head up. ARM. No fills on ARM. Yesterday, ARM was like the first thing I was in and out like multiple times. ARM has moved. It hasn't moved, actually. What am I talking about? ARM is not doing anything. So I'm going to, look, the 55 break, we like it if it happens, but I think that 58 price just not coming into the fold just yet, unfortunately for us. Going back over to the chip names, AMD and our 103. That's starting to come back into play. Look at the other wick bottom. This 103 is starting to come in play. We're at 102.30. Let's wait for it to get up to that 103 level and then work the short on advanced micro devices.
All right, we like AMD, but we're also in a new position right now. It's Mr. Softy is in the building right now. We're in the building with 35 cents, 40 cents. We just took another profit spot on this one. Microsoft been weak the last couple of days, right? And so let's just see if it does want to continue its move down. We're short this name, and hey, man, this could be a very, very big winner for us. And I like it. Let's just see if it can continue to work. We're going to get out at 326.50 as we just took a nice piece out there at 80s or 70s, something like that. So again, the profit's there, the risk to reward is there for Softy. Let's just see if it continues to work out on the downside. Of course, you have to watch out for the market. I mean, right now you are below everything and obviously trending down right now. So I feel pretty safe holding on to this short. But again, we've been wrong on these plays before, and especially early on. You could get run over, but we're short at 17s. So the risk to reward right now is sort of at a 1-to-1 right there, because that fill on Microsoft on the downside was 325.77. So that's 25 cents plus 17. So we're like 40 cents worth of a win. So it's about right, even better than 1-to-1. But just watch out. There's 50 right there. If it breaks it, it breaks it. We're gone. Good job getting some out, but It could turn, I guess if we get stopped out, we'll be slightly negative on it. So here it comes. Nice move back upside right now. Yeah, it's having a little bit of a problem. This is not one that we're going to average into, guys. If it breaks it, it breaks it. We need to watch out for the futures. And then Square right now is really not doing anything. Again, it is making a move higher, but pretty muted considering where we are for Square. There's 50.60. We were waiting at 50.70, so definitely a missed opportunity there. But that is Square, and we're going to have to find out what's going on with Li Auto, Neil.
By the way, just
is that 38?
I'm in CGC to the long side, and that's arrows up, so it's working. But watch out for ACB in the dollar level. ACB's at 96 cents. I might want them both. Let's be real about it. I actually had the order for the dollar break just yesterday at the open. Maybe you take out that dollar. It did fail it the first time through, got to like 106, but I like this one. If it can go arrow up, I don't mind being in both these at the same time. CGC and SSR bounce. It just gave me the 25s, looking for some fills in front of 130, and then looking for the 140 level to the upside. So CGC starting to work, but watch out for ACB here. That could be the next shoe to drop. And I'm going to go long on the dollar break. I'm always careful for a fail break at a level like that. I give it usually about 3 cents there. Tight stops on a $1 even break, because when they fail, you can be 10, 20% down right quick on that type of a play.
All right. We're waiting for something else to happen here. Okay, so AI bear chat gets smarter, so Google's getting smarter. We talked about that already with their AI, a couple different
They
releases.
have a new product.
Yeah, exactly. A couple new releases happening today. Apparently it's better for chat, it's better for Google Docs, and there's going to have some YouTube integration.
And they're releasing they got some new, like Google's partnering with some crazy like microscope thingy that's great for detecting cancer.
Okay, I like that.
Like using AI to help diagnose.
38.
And everyone's like, Google doesn't have anything in AI. Yeah.
What?
I'm sure that. No, the joke, of course, being when ChatGPT came out that everyone's like, what's Google doing? They've all been investing in this for like 15, 20 years, and it's a heck of a lot more than, like answering your questions and making jokes and cheating on papers. Like there's so much more applications, and I love Google for it. So I'm in the block. I keystroke block right at the open off the 50 level. I did want to take it on the pop. Ended up underneath where I didn't want to get 51.25. So that's in. Nio might be too late for that SSR bounce play. It feels like it's already happened, so I'm going to cancel that order. You need to get in on that wick. I did not. That's just a big mistake for me there. I should have been more aggressive with that. ACB still trying to get to $1, not there just yet. AMD gets to 102.65 and reverses. Just not quite close enough, unfortunately. I hate your guts. AMD, it came close, but no cigar to get me into that short. So the weed names are churning. Watch out for Meta. Meta's at yesterday's high as well, as the market is trying to make a bit of a bounce play. I still feel like Meta looks like the strong one. I don't know, you guys tell me what if like Google or something else is making a move, but Meta feels like the strong one here, breaking out from local resistance.
Well, I mean, Microsoft just ripped $1, so I think that's pretty strong.
Well, then that one too, then.
But it's already $3.27, so it's a very expensive stock. But compared to Meta, same price. There we go, man. Microsoft flying to the upside right now. We got out, so that's literally a wash right there. So we'll be down. We're down on Microsoft, so that's fine. I really like that. I mean, this reason why I was talking about Google is because I like it. And we should have just gone long there. What happened? Okay, there it is. Now we're long. We're long at the 200 period right there through. We missed 138 for some reason there, but here it comes pulling back in right there. Don't tell me it's going to hit the 200 and then retrace like this. We'll take a little bit at 93 here because I still like the story. I still like the name, but we did take the long there off that period.
What you got?
The 200 period break. I mean, I guess maybe the break is no good. Not so nice right there, it's a nice.
You know why I like the breakout? Hang on a second.
We're going to have to wait.
Go ahead. Well,
No, I'm just going to wait for it to dip down a little bit more.
Oh, there we go. Can we go to Brendan in a second?
Actually red today.
We'll go to Brendan in a quick second, but the reason I kind of like these breakouts, I just took Meta myself. Look at the NASDAQ, wick the bottom, and then hold. I mean, if you break out from this, I understand we can always pull right back in, but when you get that kind of a liquidity grab underneath and then reclaim the bottoms, that's usually a pretty bullish type of move. So I want to find something and get some exposure to the long side there that isn't CGC, because last time I checked, the weed stocks don't care what the NASDAQ does. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Let's go to Brendo.
U.S. Steel just taking out the highs, aftermarket highs as well. 3.3% here. They increased their forecast and guidance after the close yesterday.
Yeah, we didn't really go over that one, and it's getting a little bit pricey, this stock. Okay, note, if it gets to like 32.5, $1 away from major resistance on U.S. steel. So that's probably the level to be worth watching. And of course, the second I'm like, I want exposure to the long, the first thing that happens is Meta starts to come right back in there. So there is Meta looking for that local break. I think if it can hold on to the close price, it's still pretty good. But if it breaks the local bottom here, I'm going to get out. Look for a long off of 302.5, like an over-under or under-over in this particular case at yesterday's close. For now, it's still in the pocket. I don't want to be adding to it unless I see more strength. We're into block in CGC. Obviously, ACB did not break yet, but block has not broken outside of its opening range either. So let's be a little bit patient with this. Tesla's pulling back, by the way. Tesla's starting to come in a little bit here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's at 265. So I feel if Tesla, which was strong at the open, starts to pull back. I haven't looked at Rivian today, and I feel like I really want to, because that could be failing the 50 period if it does. Yeah, if Tesla breaks down here, watch out for 261, next support down. Tesla flat, kind of teetering back and forth on the day. Anyone here for Instacart? We haven't even had an early look on that. At 10:05, it'll start quoting and giving us like an opening, a conditional opening print or indicated opening print. That is at least 20 minutes away, and we'll let you guys know when it does happen. Yeah, Tesla holding the lows for now. I still like Meta for relative strength. AVGR, Avenger, anyone still looking at that name? I don't think I'd look at it till it settles down, but it did get through the $10 level and then pull right back in here. So a decent look for Avenger, up 50%. It's a reverse split runner, and not much else to look at there. Square just finally got down to 55 again. It was 50 even again.
Yeah, guys, if you're wondering where the chef's at, we're right here. We're cooking it up on Google again. So buy the dips, buy the break, buy it all. There goes Google. Hopefully it can continue to make that move to the upside right now. So there it goes, man. We're gonna be pretty nice right now today to start today. It doesn't matter what we're up or down, but it's been a good day so far. Getting out some Nio here as we understand that it's not really moving, but my last fill was at 44. We'll see if we can get a 41. I am bidding lower, man. I'm bidding still 35s, 20s, things like that. Let's see how low we can go here on NIO. And then it would be, damn Google. Damn, Daniel, damn. Right now, some nice moves. Yes, sir. Let's go. A little bit of banger action right there. Again, another sticky no name. Rings the day right there again. What do you want to say?
No, you had me at a little bit of banger action.
Yeah. Lots of bangers here.
Lots.
You
have to.
I mean, there's bangers every day.
There always are every
That's
single
the point.
day. When I said Square got back to that 50 level block, it just bounced off 50. So if it's going to support the 50 level, you're going to take some out in front of it. The local bottom is 49.5, so I want to get that local bottom as well. Let me get an order in there. Yeah, it looks like Meta gave up that. The NASDAQ just turned around here. So I'm going to revisit Meta at support because it looks for the breakout play, does not hold that local break, continuing to head back in there. Let's look for it to get on the bounce first. I want it bouncing off somewhere, then try and get it on the back end next time. CGC's pulled right back in. Always got to take some profit. I guess ACB couldn't get through $1 either because I never got that fill. But it hit 125. Make sure we got half out there. Now can it hold at 110? It's an SSR day 2 bounce play for CGC. Speaking of SSR plays, that's what Nio was doing, but it's right back into that bottom. So it's now short sell restricted because it hit 10% down. The local bottom, maybe you get a double bottom at 925. Li Auto still nothing. Li Auto has not taken out that 38 level. It actually bounced off that 38 level pretty nicely on Li Auto. So Nio headed back to the lows. Li Auto once again catching a bid. I know that person impersonating Sharif will be happy to see Lee is holding up.
Who the hell is that person anyways?
I don't know who he is.
Okay, so yeah, shout out to
nasty.
Sharif looking dapper as per usual, beard or not. So, okay, all right, Microsoft is looking pretty good, man. It's ripping up to 329. It's a good thing we got out of that short. We were short there at 326.50 or 326.30, got out when it broke 50, so that was a cup of coffee there. Thank God that actually, we were able to get out of that one because that'd be a $3 hit right now, and that's why it's all about capital preservation, baby, and that's exactly what we do here every single day. Is put through the bangers. Oh, whoa. Okay, thanks, Fabian. Yeah, you can join me at 4 o'clock. Why not? It's only 9:47 right now. We'll have lots more to say at 4 o'clock, including talk about the card IPO. Today we have Brian Shannon coming through, so our biggest guest ever yet, 300,000 followers on Twitter. We'll find out about him, of course, written 2 books all about VWAP, and we will talk to him about that as well. But yeah, right now, here we go. Come on, Square. Let's make dreams come true and get back down into 49.50.
So big move. It was on our watch. Rocket Lab was on the watch list. They had a failed launch and were down like a bajillion % in the pre-market. It just made it was like 20 something, 22, 23 at the bottom. I had the short on the 4 break, got some out there in the back at about 370, then reloaded in front of 4. Got out when it broke 4 even, thankfully, because that stock just hit 470 and starting to pull back in here. So that's 100%. It was down over 10%, so it's a bit of an SSR bounce. I always say wait that one out to short, but wow. I want this one multiple times in front of 5. It's bad news. If it goes green today, it's a pure squeeze play. Let me just fire up my trade ideas here so we can show you live. It's not a huge short flow, but it ain't zero. So 7% short float. I think you respect the fact that if it gets through $5, that's a nasty move, but I will take at least 3 swings at the short up here. Failed launch, bad stock, weak stock. I'm going to take the shot to the local high, maybe take another one at the $5 level if it gets there. But yeah, Rocket Labs, all of a sudden, quickly on the radar. Now you're back through 5 on Square, 50 on Square, looking for that local bottom at 49.5, and then see where it goes from there. But Rocket Labs, wow, that was a big move up.
All right, so right now we're still, okay, all right, Square, this is actually a really good one. NIO, look, we're gonna go temporarily 3 for 3 because I don't know, this Google trade is giving me ways right now, though we're flat on it. NIO, obviously a big move down today, and I mean, this was on the radar. It was the #1 name. We have CART. Look what we have on here: CART, Nio, Square, Google, AMD. So we're in the mall, and we're trying to go 3 for 3 right now. As here it comes, I'm bidding more at 30, and then we'll just see how far Nio wants to go down. As far as Square is concerned, my friends. You know, another bid there at 49.60 would make a little bit of sense. Let's just put one there just in case we do get that move back down. Obviously, we want to take a little bit more than this, but I feel that we've already missed that awesome opportunity. We said we wanted to get more short at some point there on Square, but unfortunately, we were waiting at 50.75, and it stopped there at 50.65, right where the 200 period is. So a little bit better due diligence. When we started the show, the 200 period was at 51, so that's why we put our order there. Nice take again on Nio as it just went back down through 30. Look at this thing absolutely puking on itself. That story was about as clean as it could be there for that name. All right, and then Google, I'm still waiting. We'll take a little bit here at 88, but I'm still waiting for 75, which looks like it's going to come in right now. And then just getting out if we take VWAP and the 50-period moving average. I think this is a pretty simple trade. It'll obviously turn us red on the stock, but it's worth the shot here. It's too bad because if we were not
EVs are dying right now.
EVs are dying. If we were not in this trade, I probably would have looked right here for the short on Softy. So boo-hoo, ho-hum. But right now, as Neil said, maybe what is it, Tesla? Or what?
Tesla broke 64.
Really?
Rivian
Okay.
broke 23. Obviously, they're all headed to the downside. Intel just hit 37.5. Now I'm missing data from yesterday on my Intel chart. That's fine. It just bounced off 37.55 here I like that 35.50, but did not get the shares in there on that. If it comes back down again, we know we like that 35.50. The other name I wanted to get to very quickly because Tesla's bleeding is Rivian, which looks actually much, much worse. Rivian down 4%, continuing to tank. I didn't get a fill. I thought I was in front of 49.50 on Square. It must not have filled me, but I didn't get anything on that. But you are bleeding to the downside here on Rivian. I just want to find you the big support level is at 22.5, and it's been holding this for quite some time. There you go, the 15. The more I go back, the more you can see it holding this area down here. So if we do flat bottom break, it's not for another at least 25 cents, if not 75. Rivian headed downside. Rocket Labs still in that one. I want to look for a place to add. Coins bleeding, markets bleeding. ARM is now 4 bottoms on my 3-minute at 55. So ARM it's setting up for the flat bottom break just like it did yesterday at 58. This is almost exactly, I don't even order that aggressive actually now that I'm looking at it. I don't use market orders, but that is a marketable limit order that I do not need to cross that far. So I'm going to take the breakdown on ARM at 55 even. It's bouncing over and over again, but a flat bottom break worked yesterday. I think we do exactly the same thing at 55 breaks here. Remember, that's the IPO low, right around 55.
I mean, I don't know. We just missed We talked about, I mean, I said I was bidding Google 137.75. You know where it went to? 137.75. We were on Arca Gateway and it did not pick us up. So that would have been another 40-cent winner right there on Google on a reloaded spot, but we don't have it. So that really sucks. So I'm going to start to get some out as we come back up to the 200 period, but my price should be like 80s and we don't have that. So that's bugging me a little bit. What's up, B?
Bloomberg with that report yesterday on this one, Unity, with some price changing coming through for Unity products. It just popped up on a volume scanner here, back to the downside again. So we did try to get back to 34, failed hard there for you guys.
That was a nasty mover yesterday. Okay, orders in. ARM still doesn't seem to want to break that level. Unity was nasty because it rinsed some people. If you take profit on the long when it happened, I think you're absolutely fine. But it rinsed some people on the way back on that news midday. So it's putting in the same top at about 34.20. I think that's going to be one. ARM just broke, so I have to get over to that. Unity, yesterday's low was like 32.40. So let's try to respect that. 32.40. If it gets down to that price, look for bounce. Finally got that fill on Square. It gets crazy. Like I moved my order up a little bit on Square. To make sure I got that fill. So I got like 49 in the 49.75 we just got filled. So ARM broke 55. It's doing the same thing it did at the 58 break where it goes $0.50. So yesterday I stopped out when it went $0.50 against me. And I think I don't want to do that here. I think I'll give it a chance to do that over-under. Give it closer to $1 at VWAP. And if it does the over-under, see that as a sign of more weakness and try to add to it. Instacart in 10 minutes, I feel like we're going to get that look. So 10 minutes, we usually get the first indication of where the stock might open up. CGC's pulling right back into support. I'm giving this right to yesterday's low. I might reload it one time, but if it breaks down here, I'm out of CGC. Obviously, ACB did not break $1. So unfortunately, no break of $1 on ACB, but that just means I didn't have to trade it. So ACB headed right back into those lows as another failed opportunity to get above $1 for that name.
I mean, we are feeling real good right now. I mean, NIO just continuously bleeding down right now. We just took another piece out on that name as the short has been paid dividends right there. We took it early on, right into there. And then now you're getting down into here, into 9 and change. So there it is right there. As posted on the sticky note, man, we even actually talked about getting some out once it comes back into the $9 level. So there it is right there. Another good one there for you. We're not gonna do that. We'll just do this. As it is another one, and it's a pretty good trade. So we're pretty happy about it. Right there starting to bleed down to the downside. So we did get Square. Again, that's, okay, you know what, Sharif? Because you're looking so dapper. There it is. We'll go another one on Square right now as well. So we're actually going to go 4 for 4. ARM short, Google long, Nio and Square. So far so good here as we, just be patient. Just be patient. Especially with Square, I want to be a little more patient. We're going to wait for 49s to come through on that one. I'm losing my patience, though, with Google. We have a couple more out. I mean, I don't know. We have a couple more. I'll take an L4 there, or L3. We have a couple outs here, but honestly, it's not moving the way we thought. But look at the market. The market is bleeding to the downside right now. So that's leading me to think like, okay, if Google can hold out on this and the market can turn around, then we should, there we go, we'll take another 9 there. Then we should be able to let this thing float a little bit higher. We're doing quite well today, man. So again, so far so good, man. 4 for 4, waiting to see if we can get a bigger move. And then we're also waiting for Instacart. So as that comes through, I already have my bid in. We're ready to rock and roll on Cart.
Yeah, exactly. Probably not till at least another hour, but like we said, we'll let you guys know when it's going to open up. Last time there was an early indicator that people were throwing out there that ended up being right within 5 minutes. So maybe we'll actually have an idea of the exact time. Rocket Lab still working back in. I think this is a retrace to VWAP. Super strong move. The news bad, but the stock goes to the upside because it's a relief rally. Decent short flow, but not over 10%. So I don't think it's that big and that much of a concern. But I am shorting to the local high, and then we'll see if it gets into VWAP. Square, we already got that fill. ARM still hanging around that 55, not going nuts there. Someone asked me if Moderna was SSR. I don't think it hit. So I see an N on our platform indicating that it is not SSR. I feel like it got within 50 cents of short sell restricted yesterday and then bounced. So it's not SSR today, but it did make a massive relief rally. So yes, it is up and it's making a nice relief rally, but I do not believe it is short sell restricted. That doesn't mean you can't go it's not like you only go long on falling stocks if they hit 10% down, but this one is not SSR. Unfortunately. So ARM's starting to head to the downside, 44.50. Every 50 pennies is de facto something for me. We have no levels to work off of. Until this gets to $51, there are no levels outside of 55 and 58 on ARM. So every 50 cents is a level as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to sit in front of 54.50, see if we can't get that. Oh, and I think somebody yelled out that Coinbase was having a bad day in the chat. You would be correct about that. You're underneath $80 again on coin. All good things come to an end. Here's the 15. I do think if we get down underneath, like into the mid 70s, this could be a bit of a bounce play for Coinbase, just because of what happened last time it bounced off 76. But yeah, another ugly day for Coinbase here. Looks like it just can't get past that. Every time it gets above that 85 level, it's just an easy short.
All right, we're just chilling. Right now, ARM, 30 cents in the money, starting to go down. So that one's really working out for us as there goes ARM. Hopefully it continues to make that move down, you know, shorting 55. We're short 55.15 right now on ARM. So hopefully that'll work out for us a little bit. NIO is just like, basically see you later. We only have 10% left, so I think we did pretty good. We got out, you know, decent amount of the shares at like this sort of this SSR place. There is no SSR bounce whatsoever today, unless maybe that was
it. Bounced to VWAP.
Yeah, that was probably it there for 15 cents. But then there it is, man. It gave it up, gave the rest up, so now we can hold into the close.
It was literally textbook. It went 1 cent under SSR, so your risk was 3 cents, and it went right in there to like 50s. I mean, that's pretty much textbook. Like, it's like you're risking 3 cents and it goes 20, so average out of like 10 cents, 3 to 1. Like that's, but the thing about an SSR bounce that early, remember Palantir that day? Like you've got to be on that stock at that moment to get that wick down. I remember when Palantir did it and you could have risked 2 pennies for a huge win. But again, you've got to be staring at that stock when it happens, so it's one of those types. ARM just hit 54.50 and broke through, so 54.5 and now 54 even come in play. I always put like 11s and 12s, and that was the mistake yesterday. Yesterday on the way downside, you were getting more like 20s. Like it wouldn't bounce off 54, it would bounce off like the 20s and the teens and not give you the fill. Like when it filled you at 10s, it was going through the even. So if it's gonna bounce here, I'm gonna anticipate a 20 bounce. So I'm gonna get an order out there, but ARM working into the downside. Bit of a different approach. Like yesterday, the mistake for me on the break was I just got out when it looked like it was going to wait to stop. This time I gave myself an opportunity. As that continues to flush to the downside, on Instacart day, they're dumping ARM on day 3. Let's go to the desk. We got happening now.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. 10 o'clock, 2 days in a row here. We've had comments from Treasury Secretary Yellen in the first 30 minutes of the day, kind of dragging things to the downside again. This time she's pointing to developing countries, though, saying that monetary policy bringing inflation down in some developing countries, pointing to still short and long-term issues for China to come as well. So just be aware overall the market. There it is. New lows on the day currently for the SPY, the Qs as well, there or thereabouts. If you were with us early on this morning, we discussed a whole bunch of things, including Sharif's beard in the pre-market, or lack thereof now. CART set to come through at some point today on the NASDAQ. NIO with that $1 billion senior note offering. I just saw a whole bunch of buy-side volume alerts going off on XPeng, worth a bounce maybe at this point for XPEV, INTC as well. Innovation event set to come through later this afternoon. There it is, 1.5% new lows for Intel, fading that entire gap. There's XPeng, as I was mentioning. Huge buy-side volume came in down there at 17.5, guys.
XPeng's been riding the 50 period on the daily, and it looks like it's just on a relief bounce. It's one of those three names, it's one of those three names, the Chinese EV names, that has been maintaining higher lows. So the trend to the upside is actually holding here, and it does another bounce. So I guess if you're looking at one of these to be trend up, I suppose it would be XPeng on the day where they're all flushing. But I don't know that I'm in love with that long. I'm going to stay away from that one. But again, like it's just to each your own. If you like one of those for a bounce play, I feel like that one is showing you signs in the daily. So we did get to 54 on ARM. It is going to the downside. I think we hold on to this every even dollar. So I'm going to have an order in front of 53.5 just in case we get that break. CGC, this is another SSR bounce play. So I got the pre-market low, the 112. Let's see if we can't get some out on the way to VWAP. I never think the second bounce is going to be as good as the first one. So first bounce got to 125. If we get to 120 and break it, I want to hold on to something, but not everything on CGC. So that is working for now. Only play I have to the long side is CGC at this particular one. Avenger, AVGR, shout out to everyone that is watching that stock. It broke 10, is now holding 10. So this is still stair-stepping to the upside. Super strong name. I don't know what to tell you. It's one of these reverse split, go ham nonsense plays. So for me, going long up here, that's just a no-fly zone. I know you can maybe structure some trades, have yourself an out, all that good stuff, but that reverse split and is bouncing off $4. Stocks that reverse split, even if they have good news, which I think this did have pretty decent news, it's just a little bit too much to chase that one. I'd be very careful chasing these highs.
All right, so we did flush ourselves on the toilet there on Google because first of all, we have a new position. It's Apple short, which is now 15 cents in the money. We just took some right there. But here's Google, downside play. It broke. I mean, it may eventually hold, but we took our big shares there at 137.75, and then got out on the 60 break. It looks like we got a 57 or a 58. So all good, on that one. And we just take another short here at 177.21 to average in. Our initial position here was 30s. So let's give this one till 50. It's Apple. And the reason is the market is just breaking down. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I still really, really like that Google long, but unfortunately, I'm not going to fight it right now. So we talked about the misposition for me, and it should have been this.
Mullen long?
It should have been, Mullen long, yeah. No, Square short's good. Nio's 50 cents. I mean, Nio, we have 5% in the money already on that stock, so that's good. But Microsoft was the short up there. We actually talked about it when it was there, and I was just feeling better ways about Google, but the market told me no on that one. And so now we'll have to wait to see what the market does now. If you want a bigger look here on the market, why does this say daily? This should say 30 minutes, or actually 60 minutes, forget about 30. Let's go to 60 and have a little bit of a larger look here on the NASDAQ. Yeah, so it's Fade City right now, right? I think we get down to 15.2. Now, whether or not we hit that, I mean, it's already 15.280 right now, so we are starting to drip more and more and more right now, but I still think we could test that, and that might be a bounce spot. So let's watch out for 15.2. I could see something bounce right where we are right now as well, at 15.520. 15.280. So that could be a spot, but I still think we can get back down to 15.2. So let's see what these futures do. We are we're short absolutely everything. And by the way, man, we do have our first dollar, well, we had a couple dollar club winners there, but our first one right now for me on ARM, because there goes ARM into 54. It actually broke 54. I'm just gonna hold this and see if we can get something all day here. All right, Apple's starting to go, watch out for 130. 177.50. I mean, maybe this is going to be that proverbial inside day where everything just hovers around, but hey, if not, let's go. In your face right now for Apple as we have a little bit of a short hitting right here. Let's see if it wants to work, man. Just a couple shares here.
So I am looking, look, obviously I missed AMD at 103, but I was looking for the curl. Anytime you join the trend, I'm always looking for it to like make the move up. Oh, it just, okay, fine. I like it VWAP here on AMD. So I didn't get 103. It did this curl. I probably could have shorted it like there, but it just looked like it was about to break down, retest 101. I'm going to short it, give it to VWAP, give it a couple of chances at that VWAP level before even thinking about that 103 again. Bit of a disappointment, you know, obviously off that top, but you got to respect what's happening. I was joking about Mullen when I said it. Obviously, you know, Mullen we don't really think is a great stock, but it is moving to the upside. It is going up. Another day, another bounce for Mullen. The difference here is it quadunked yesterday, and if it cannot hold above 65 cents, it might be a nice short up here off that 65. It's already failed up there once, so that 65 level looking like it's decent resistance for Mullen. Anybody watching that name knows the deal with that. Like, it's a relief rally trying to get to $1 for obvious reasons. So into AMD for the first time today. I'm not giving this to 103. I'm shorting it and giving it just above VWAP. And then we'll cross the bridge if we get there, but I'll be out and with one loss on AMD if we get to 103 because I want the VWAP short. Market's trending down. I want to join the trend here on advanced micro devices. I haven't really looked back at Intel. We'll check that out at some point. Remember, the event doesn't start till midday.
All right, so it's whatever. It's a decent winner here for Apple, as you know, we put on a position there. We talked about 177.50 as being our out. So right now we're short at 39. We're already about 1-to-1. Let's take out another piece now that we sort of realize that. Our best out down there is 22s, it looks like, or maybe a little bit better than that. Our best out is actually 12, sorry. But on this recent move, it's 22. Let's just see. Here we go. It's starting to get back into the upside. Look at all these ones printing again. So there is some algos over here. And I don't want to.
Apple always does that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, we noticed it earlier, but I don't know it to be true moving forward now. I haven't looked at it the last couple of days, but here it goes. If it takes 177, again, another flat trade, man, for us on this one. We might be down a little bit. We're out of half only of Apple. So hopefully this can come back in. But it looks like the market's trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Let me guess, Google's back to 138? No. Okay, so this, if the market can go, I still do like Google here as well. But obviously we're short right now on Apple. We're short on ARM. We're short on NIO. And then we're short on Square, which Square's been pretty good, man. Square's now trying to break down below even more now. So if this market does give it up, I still do like this Square short here at this level.
Yeah, and just because I said we would check back at 10:05, I don't see any imbalance or information on Instacart just yet. So if we get any kind of an indication on like pricing or timing and the paired volume, we'll let you know. But I don't see anything yet. We'll keep our ears to the ground there. Randy, of course. Oh, we already got one, but thank you.
Rob reloaded, thank you.
Yeah, Rob did reload, but that's fine. This one's certainly.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah,
he makes it better than Rob is what the comment was.
That's
We had that
cool.
live mic there. I could have interviewed Randy.
I know you didn't.
Live.
Randy said he was going to come by for live mic, and he didn't yesterday.
All right. Well, we'll hit Randy
Take a
up
little
for
sit
live.
there. Ooh, getting a bit of a bounce in the market. Got a.
There it is. You see, that was me clean shaven as well. So there it is right there. That's pretty classic right there. There was a better. I'm going to try to.
No, there is a.
Try to search mine because we were in front. There's
the
that
green
room in
screen.
Pulp Fiction where you blast the guy's head.
Yes.
And we did have a picture of that as well. So that was pretty cool. I hope you guys like that.
And
Let us
he will know my name is the Lord
Yeah,
when
that's the line. Yeah, that's
lay
the line.
my
There
vengeance
goes
on
Apple,
me.
by
That
the
was
way.
it. Yeah, it looks like we're headed to the upside. I do want to take multiple shots, and I believe in the short on AMD. But if we don't hold on to VWAP here, I do have to get out of this one if we're going to break if we're going to break that 60 level. I never want to have I don't put stops at VWAP. I don't think VWAP is a level where I want to get out exactly. But if it holds a bit above, 101.5 there, I think I give it to like 6. If it wicks it, then I might jump back in, add some more shares down in here. But you are getting a pretty decent bounce. I'm looking at ARM to see if I don't like a reload. Because remember 55, like we might like a failure at 55. I definitely like ARM short more than I like AMD at these prices. Trend down was much better on that name. Rocket Lab is basically flat. Square is bouncing. Tesla's bouncing. I wanted to get to Rivian because I know this stock was maybe the worst. Rivian's not bouncing. Holy crap.
You just say Rivian's bouncing?
Rivian, no. Rivian is down 7% and absolutely flushing. There wasn't any news on Rivian this morning.
Well, you mentioned that the whole EV space was weak.
Yeah, but not like this is now
You were
getting a little
weak.
bit out of hand. So remember I was talking about that flat bottom? Like look at Rivian has finally broken away from the 50 period. Could this go down 10% today?
It could.
Okay, so all of a sudden I'm looking for SSR bounce would be quick math 21.34. So $21.34, which is also the women's 200-meter record. I don't know why I know that, but it just wicked 22. I'm wondering, do I not just like a bounce play off the 22 level here? If I can get something, maybe not even give it to the 21.95 is a low. Wow, it seems a lot. Like Tesla just bounced to $2. Rivian can't bounce a little bit here. That's a crazy move on Rivian. I'm going to take a shot at this one. I mean, you're risking 15 cents down here. 21.95 is the low. Why not? Okay, let's take a shot at Rivian. Well, I'm taking a shot at Rivian. This is entirely counter trend, man. Rivian's getting its butt kicked today. But yeah, it's hard to ignore that. It's not an SSR bounce. This is a simple liquidity grab. Let me zoom in so you can, sorry guys. I didn't realize that chart looked like that. But so underneath, liquidity grab, big volume, biggest volume candle since the breakdown at 23. and underneath 22. So I'm just looking for a relief rally. If this gets to VWAP, I'd be more than thrilled with that kind of a move. So if it gets to 22.5, for sure we'll take something out there as well. Let me just see if I can't add a little bit. I think the R&R just kind of sets up pretty nicely here on Rivian. So about 25 cents worth of risk, and in the worst case scenario for slippage, it'd be 25 cents worth of risk. I don't even think it'll be that bad. So Rivian, wow. Like I said, not really anything happening here other than the EV names getting beat down, and this one may be the worst of them all. You guys let me know if anything's worse than 7% down. Let's see if we can't get a bounce play. Sometimes it's all about, like, I got lucky to get the front end of that trade. I just happened to be watching it at that moment. So yeah, you get the front end or the back end of that trade. So if it gets into VWAP, great. Gonna get some orders out here. And again, like I said, not much news or anything that I knew of other than the market just tanking.
Cart is lit up right now, by the way.
Sorry, what just happened?
Cart is lit up.
Okay,
right
so
now.
Cart's gonna, we should have a quote.
39.
Oh, nice. I put my limit on open order at 40. I should
Yeah.
get it higher than that. Whatever. It doesn't matter. We don't use market orders. We use limit orders. I'll just probably reprice it. You're going to get the print anyways, but I'll price it well above the indicated open.
Yeah.
I don't want it $1 and then I miss it for some reason, so I'll have to reprice that. But ARM is back to 50. So this is VWAP in here. Local high is about 50, 65, 50, 70. So I think it's still 55, 70. So I think it's still good to that level. But I want to add back into some ARM as we get into VWAP here. But yeah, I'll get my Instacart order adjusted because I would not want to miss that opening print because I was like way too tight to it.
Yeah, I bid $40. This is what it looks like right now. I'm going to keep mine right there for now. I think from 30 to 40 is pretty.
That's a
good.
lot.
I don't know if I'm going to go more than that, and then I'll just trade it off the open.
I just never wanted $1. I want it usually more than $1 from the.
Yeah, so there it is right there. The tap is 39, and now it was grayed out. So grayed out means it's in the halt state. Right now it is in order acceptance state. That's our platform. So maybe yours as well. And just like Neil was saying, I now have a limit on open order for $40 right now, despite the IPO price was 30 or 31. What was it, 30 or 31? I can't remember what it was at this point. But either way, it's tapping at way higher end of the range right now at 39. So we'll wait to see what happens. All right, so we got stopped out. By the way, we got stopped out on Apple right there. Again, we hit the short, came back in. Like, it's just there's really not that much happening. I still actually favor the short. I feel like in this market, but there goes Apple. It was just at 50 and then it levitated up to 85 there again. So I just went with a name that I thought would be stronger than the rest. Google right now. Although let me see, what is Apple up today? I could say, see, so Apple's basically flat on the day with the NASDAQ bleeding pretty decently down 0.8, right? So that's kind of strange. Apple's been sort of leading the other way. You know what? I might just take a piece out here at 69er right now. Google's not trading that well, but we have decent position on, so hopefully it can get back up. I mean, we're looking at, honestly, 138. I mean, the 200 period's right there at 138, so any kind of a move higher would be great. And then we're going to stop out if it breaks through 50, so that's why it's like right now we're 13 cents against a stop. So, I mean, this name to get to 137.75, which it's coming up to. All right, you know what? I mean, I didn't want to do, okay, we're already there at 76, so let's just go to 75 or so. Put an offer there, go 1-to-1 on a little bit, but I really want to be here for a much bigger move. It's just not giving it to me right now. So we have to wait on this one, and maybe we get stopped out on Google and it's not super strong as we thought. Again, barred with some new integrations today. And, with the market kind of being flat, I did like that 136.50 area. Obviously, that's $1 away from here right now. So any kind of a dip down in that, we'll play it. But for right now, I'm just playing the long against 137.50. And honestly, it's not. My bias long is hurting now because you can see it's not going up, right? So this should be getting out of all of these longs. So that's pretty much.
There's some names strong though.
The markets, if you want to find a strong stock, you got to find one. But
I mean, Moderna was a pretty strong stock.
Yeah, Moderna was
rally. I just want to alert to Rocket here. I've just added to it. I'm close to having it all in. Maybe one more push down. Again, I'm going to giving it to that local high. I don't generally like chasing it down here, so getting it all in there doesn't make sense. But now it's back at the 460 level, so that makes some sense to me. I like it to VWAP. If it breaks a high, it's a pretty uncreative stop level for me. You guys know how I do it off those types of highs. So a bit of a start to the move upside on Rivian. It gave me the fill in front of the quarters and pulling right back in here. So trend is your friend till the end when it bends. It's trying to make a bend there on Rivian, down 7% or 6.5%, and still looking relatively weak, even though I'm long off the bottom. I got to fill their 15s on CGC. As I said, second bounce I never anticipate being as good as the first. So the first bounce here on CGC gave you the entire range from yesterday. If we come to my chart, please. Come to the chart for a second. There we go. So it gave you the entire range up to 125 from yesterday. So if it fails that, you could easily be breaking that flat bottom. So I'd look for a little bit less of a move there on CGC the second time through. ARM is starting to get into the pocket for the reload. We just talked about VWAP. Here it is looking like a curl. So wait for it to hit level, hits the level, kind of on a dime. It just hit VWAP there. That's interesting. Always interesting when it does that, right? Like, yeah, like it actually wicked VWAP there on ARM, believe it or not. So crazy, crazy mover that it would do exactly to that level. And let me try and get in. I don't want to chase it too far, but I'm going to get in the offer in front of that 55 area and see if we can't get into some more shorts on ARM. Square holding up pretty nicely. That seems like it's fine. And you're right, cart for now indicating a 39 open on that. That is a pretty hefty bounce. But this was $127 at last valuation, relatively speaking, and that's the last private funding round. So yeah, still looking like it's going to be some people underwater on that one, but rolling back into some ARM until then.
6 or so for ARM there. I don't have a huge position. I'm just letting that thing roll around. We were $1 in the money and we haven't added to it or anything. Maybe 55.50 there for ARM. But I have way bigger fish to fry right now for me, and that's going to be Google, because we did get that long at 57. We just cleaned a bunch out, man, there at 80s. So there it is right here. You can't even see all the fills that we had, and there's so many fills there. So there's the bid and there's the out. As now, now it's just fading out again. Okay, we'll take it 72 or 71 again if we can get it. We'll offer 71s. There it is. We take that fill as well. Right there, back up. So yeah, we're making everything back on Google right now. But let's hold now the rest, see if we can get it going. So we're now out of about half. We're at about 60% out right now, because again, I'm not really feeling the longs until we start to break. But we did do that larger time frame there. And if you guys are watching and paying sort of attention to maybe more swing ideas or something that you could hold for a little bit longer, we talked about possibly if we broke that latest level right there, coming back in at 52.80, then we could go back down. But that didn't happen, 15.280. And then there it is. So that would be the next little area of support, I guess, 200. We did wick down. I think you're going to have to hold that against yourself like 40 handles, which I don't know if you'd want to do that. That's probably going to be a Fed number tomorrow to come through, so on that space. But that's what we're doing so far here, and it's been a pretty good day trying to battle with those demons. We didn't get any good outs on Square. While we did, we got a 70, but we did not get a 60 like we had earlier. So let's put a bid down here somewhere, maybe 80 or so. And then if Square wants to fall down, we're still at 49.50, but that may not be great after all. So we'll wait to see on Square. Hopefully it comes in and gives us this fill. It'll be 30 cents or so. So I don't mind all of that, and right there now as well. As Neil, you said you were hot, but now it's freezing up in here. Google.
No, someone turned the heat up or something.
Yeah, and then Rob set it to 22. So it's anyways, we get the fan blasting on us here, and so I know I'm a fan of Brendan. And right now we got to go back over to the desk.
Good pun.
For an update.
All right, a couple of things moving around here in small cap land. We'll start in penny stock land, if you will, for those who are so inclined. This one, CNXA, 149% on the day. It's already done 162 million shares traded today at 10:20 a.m. So crazy, crazy mover, crazy, crazy volume on CNXA. Nikola wanted to bring that up as well. 80 million approaching here as far as volume is concerned. For Nikola, it was the COO announcement yesterday. For Nikola that had this thing sharply higher, some profit taking. Most likely for NKLA, AVGR, the big one once again. On Monday, they had that FDA note coming through. There was a press release again today for AVGR from the company itself. So it was just doubling down essentially on the same news as yesterday. Alucia off the watch list as well. New product launch for them for ELUT. Guys.
All right, Alicia. All right, so I'm noticing Square getting a little bit excited right here, so we'll take a piece out at 10s as we're waiting for 51. So my stop is going to be 51, so I'm waiting for 50.75 right now, so I just wanted to take off a little piece here as there's no point in me waiting around for this stock to hit lower. So if it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. We're still waiting for a 51 break. I'd like to get more short. Let's put a 50. I mean, I still think it can break this 200 period because if the news came out today, CEO leaving, and you break through the bottom of all of the charts right now, I still feel like there is a more dramatic move to come here on Square, but we could be wrong on that. So let's just wait. I'll take a piece right there at VWAP at the 200 period, then give it to 51, and then if that breaks out, and we L on that one. But we are not losing right now at all as we look to trade our friend. I keep saying our friend, but that's because of Sharif. Shout out to Sharif. Which if anyone sees Sharif, let me know.
We still can't find
There's a guy walking around here, and apparently that's an imposter.
Big dude, looks a little
bit
like him, but
yeah, looks a little bit like him, not much, but there it is. So anyways, all joking aside, we are going to hold on to this Google trade right now. I like it. I like the talk. We had a great bottom there. We're out of it. We're just getting back to flat on the name though, because this, first of all, we took some money off here, but then we averaged it back in right there and put on some shares, and then it broke, and that's when we got out. But it didn't break 50. It just broke the 200 period. The 50 period and VWAP right there. And speak of the devil, we do have Brian Shannon coming on the after show today, so check me out with that.
Devil.
We'll talk all about, just a
I know.
we'll talk all about anchored VWAP and some of his trades. He wants to discuss the market and explain a little bit about how that works. So if you are looking for any VWAP explanations or technical analysis, he's a CMT, written 2 books. Brian Shannon coming on the show. We had him once on this show, and now he's coming back to prime time.
Yes,
4 p.m. Shout out to prime time, by the way.
And I missed him.
All those
I missed him last time. I thought it was in Paris. I was camping. He was on.
Yes.
By the way,
Google.
If you're not into college sports, your prime time and what's happening there is the best story in college sports. I love.
Oh wow, yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Soon to be Marvin Harrison Jr. the best story soon.
Big Ten baby.
He's Ohio, isn't he?
Yeah,
yes. Where did his dad
Ohio
go?
State University.
Must have been the same. No.
I don't know where. I forget where Marvin Harrison
He
seems
just
like
went
his
to
dad
shooting
went to
people
school.
everywhere. That guy was like,
I was
gangbang.
about to say, like, if you don't know, if you know Marvin Harrison from the Colts, and then you start to look up like some of his past, it's like whoa, whoa. It's the only thing I can think about there.
Is that like a Black Rob whoa?
Oh, it's definitely
Like,
that
whoa.
kind of a whoa.
All right.
Like, there's some serious stories with that dude. Like, I don't know if
I like
it's true.
the Colts, man. Anthony Richardson,
Can't
if that guy
never
can
wanna-
come out of concussion protocol.
I don't want to say anything. I'm just saying. Just Nio here, if it gets to $9, that's an obvious place for bounce. This is where it went, short sell restricted, to the penny, like 1 cent underneath it. So it is down that 10%. If it does a bounce off 9, I'm definitely liking that one. Syracuse, apparently Marvin Harrison went to. That's
Our viewers never fault.
You guys are, American fans know their college sports really, obviously better than I do. But I know my Big Ten pretty well. ARM, underneath that VWAP, it just wicked 55, so got to watch out here. So wicked under 55 for a liquidity grab. This could be a potential breakout. So I do want to watch out for that one. Rocket Lab, we already have our stop there. Have not taken any profit on Rocket Lab because I'm really thinking we should get down to VWAP. If we press down from here, maybe I'm being greedy with this. Okay, not maybe, I am being greedy with this. So let's not wait for only VWAP and take whatever the first move is. Beyond Meat, $10 bounce. I just saw that in the chat. T-Money, I don't know if I've seen you in a bit, T-Money, but shout out to you. Have not looked at this one in a hot minute. I like even dollar bounces. That's a $10 bounce on the daily for Beyond Meat. And it's a big support level going back into June. I think you might have sniffed something out. Where's the catalyst, though? So it is bouncing off 10. Where's the carry through? Like if Nio bounces off 9, it's got the news today, it's got the volume today, it's got a lot of reasons why I like it. This, I need something extra to just make that bounce play. But right now, everything's about ARM for me. I only have Rivian and CGC to the long side. I have to think about getting back into Meta. Oh, and watch out for AMD. It's getting close to that 103 again. It's at 102.
Is it?
No, it just broke 102. It's still $1 away, but it's getting close to that 103. Just don't want anyone to miss it. It's a big level for AMD.
Yeah, we're
Oh, FOMC, by the way, is tomorrow, Rob Frame. Tomorrow.
what?
No, he just,
Okay, good. Yeah.
I know, I just don't want anyone thinking that was today.
Yeah, no, nobody. If you wonder what day it is, just wait for we have a big, funky thumbnail.
Yeah, actually, you can always check our thumbnail to know what it is today.
FOMC
Like today it says ARM, so it's ARM. Or not ARM. I keep saying that. Instacart.
Yeah.
Instacart.
Arm cart. Okay, so right now we did get, so again,
Arm cart.
you know, yeah, arm cart, right there, 138 as we go to the upside. There it is right there, 137.87, 137, right up to the 200 period. MA right there. Yeah, so me and Neil just having some inside jokes right now. But yeah, all kidding aside, Google started to fall down. We need to go to something that's weak again, right? We went to Microsoft. Where did she go? 326.50, not good enough, man. We wanted to get up here. Anything that's sort of ripping right now that I'd like to short, the market just faded off of the 50 period moving average, not a good sign right there. And I don't want to be sitting here short everything or long anything really. ARM, we could actually reload this right now. Yeah, okay, why not? That's at VWAP, and this makes a little bit of sense right here. So we'll see. Okay, well, there we go. We'll just punch some 27s right there. So that's what we just did. Got a little bit more short now into ARM. Hopefully that will pay off a little bit right now. Google's come back into these levels. All right, we'll test a little bit more there at 57 here on Google because our out is just sitting here right now. So this is well worth the risk, man. I mean, the potential that this thing goes back to the upside is way greater than 8 cents or 7 cents.
Probably.
Took it. So well, I don't know. Maybe it's not.
I would say it is.
Okay. So
no, you're talking about the opportunity. And no, nothing crazy just happened. I was just cracking up because there's a long inside joke. When we say cart, there was a dude on the floor who managed the office at one time, and his trader ID rhymed with cart, and some of the stuff that would get yelled out on the floor with a certain trader when his orders would get held by the specialist. And every time I hear cart, we make a joke about it. He's holding my order.
And cart, he's holding my order.
He holds my order. Back in the day, the specialists would do crazy things with your orders on the NYSE. It's a bit of an inside joke. Rivian is not strong. Little bounce, got to the quarters, right back into the lows. So this is not an SSR bounce. This is just me going long off that liquidity grab underneath. If it breaks the low of the day, I am out of that bad boy. Let's forget about it. It looks like it's not going to hold on. And Rocket Lab just came to the upside there. So I had that 60 short. It just broke the local high. I still think I want to take another shot at this, but I'll wait it out till $5 here. It closed at 5, so it would be a red to green story. The other thing about Rocket Lab here is $5 is the 200 period moving average. So that's another decent price, but I got to wait for it to get to that price. Oddly enough, I mean, CGC, it's holding, not by much, man. Like, it can't seem to get to VWAP. I got 15, 16 fills. I'll look for 18. I got some to the upside more. I was in it pre-market, reloaded right off the pre-market lows at 112, and now you're just sort of going sideways. So watch out for this. I would not reload this a third time, I don't think, in front of that low on CGC. Not when you have this happen at the open. Like, look at the bigger picture. Here's the bigger picture on CGC. Like, you fail 150, you fail 135, and then it just bounced to 125 today and it's coming back in. I don't think there's a third time that's a charm for me on CGC. I think I just take the money and run. I don't want to say we. It's like a figure of speech when I say we. But that long, for now, looking like it is bunk. ARM still looking okay. Like, it just rolled into VWAP here. Wicked VWAP. If it gets down to 54.5 and then 54 even, I think we take it back out. But the reload looking pretty solid here for ARM as we await Instacart.
And just before we go over to Brendo, just because we did go 1-to-1 there, me and Nio talked a little bit about Google there, and we did buy the 57s there, and we're just, I mean, right here, right? We had 7 cents worth of risk. Now it's 12 cents, 13 cents, hopefully a little bit more than that in the money. We'll try to hold it. Like I said, we've just been getting it out right here, 68, 69, 70s, and we still have, and we have 75%. Let me get it another piece right here if we can of that trade. But without any further ado, let's go over to the desk.
Still 39.10 for those wondering about the Instacart indication at this point. So, yeah, it was priced at 30, remember, so that's very high. Meanwhile, Cryptoland, Citigroup coming out this morning talking about their the latest big bank to join the group of others who have already done this, but unveiling their Token services for money transfers and physical asset transfers. So Citigroup finally joining that crew of others that have done it already. There's Bitcoin, meanwhile, back to, as I mentioned in the pre-market here, yesterday's high. This is a 1 hour chart. So we got that pretty nasty pullback late in the equity session yesterday, back to the highs from last week. And then here we go, starting to get back above 27 and hold nicely here for BTC so far today. It is still red on the day, but there's that 27 number holding nicely as support. 1641 for ETH, down 1%. Bit of a mixed board ahead of the Fed tomorrow, guys, for crypto today.
Yeah, certainly so. And like we said, there's a lot going on this week, and we take it one day at a time when you're day trading, believe it or not. So I don't want to be thinking too much about the Fed. It is in the back of the mind here. And when I say it's in the back of the mind, that's generally in the context of what the market's going to do. So ARM, I'm just showing you that level there. We've broken support from yesterday, but I always think, okay, if it's day before Fed, are we really going to get that far? I'm kind of eyeballing, I haven't drawn a line in here, but I'm eyeballing 15.15 there on the NASDAQ futures. So you still could head to the downside. That's why I'm liking the shorts. I think you can consolidate and make another leg into the downside that gets you down there. It's entirely possible we stall out here, and that would only be like 15.25 is like 30 handles away. So that's kind of the local bottom. I could see a bit of a bounce play off that level as well. So I don't think we get through 15.15 today, and we certainly could bounce 30 handles from here, but that's still room to the downside on the overall market. So we'll continue to look for those shorts. Maybe not so at 103 yet on AMD, because it doesn't seem to want to get to that price. AMD. Come on, AMD. I know, it's like, you like a level, it doesn't want to go to that. Sometimes the best opportunity is when it's like it doesn't even want to get to the level. Like there's so much selling in front of 103 that it can't get to 103. It doesn't necessarily mean I want to get out in front of it though. So I had the bounce on Rivian. It could still go SSR, but I'm getting in here. I'm stopping out there. I'm looking for the move into VWAP. I got one takeout, but I'm not going to fight trend on something like that. Like either I get that bounce and it works, or it doesn't. And it doesn't, so I'm out. CGC is the only long I have. Where's my arm fill? Not getting pretty darn close. I have one in front of 60 because every time I put one at like 51 or 52, I feel like it bounces off that and doesn't pick me up. So I have my bid here in the 60s. I just got the fill there, so I want to say Kincaid spike, but I was pretty sure he was going to score it. He missed a touchdown the other game. Oh, did he? Yeah, I mean, whatever. It was a missed opportunity. I think he's going to have a breakout game at some point, but it's hard to say Kincaid spike when he hasn't really done much in the first 2 weeks. I still think he's going to Canton, by the way, which is a lot to say for a rookie. That's the Hall of Fame in the NFL. So arm to the downside, that continues to work. Square, somehow, and Square's holding on to VWAP to the upside. This doesn't make a lot of sense. Like the market's making another move down. This should be getting back underneath 50 as far as I'm concerned. Let's look for this to get back under. Maybe it's an add down there, but I'm gonna hold for now. It's just a hold. I took profit at the low of the day, had an early stop out and a keystroke, and then kind of got it back here. Now it's a matter of can it hold trend to the downside? And I'd like to believe it can because of what the market is doing. The market's weak. NVIDIA is breaking down. That's Flush City. So if NVIDIA ARM are good, why can't block be good as well? Below NVIDIA, double bottom at 433 here. I have a line drawn. I always like to check in to see why I have that line drawn, probably on my 15-minute.
All right, so we don't have very many shares left, so basically at all. Google just came in and out there at 137.50, so we just decided to hold one last piece for 10 more cents because this whole trade we actually made more than 1-to-1 on that trade, so we can hold a little bit here in case it does go back up, because we want to make sure that the trade actually makes some sense for us. Again, so getting it back and forth there, we're just sort of turning our wheels as we wait for the Instacart IPO when that's about to hit. So for ARM, we did it again right now. So we'll say shout out to Max, who knows where this guy is, somewhere in South America.
I thought he was in never mind.
Exactly, Chile, Peru, who knows where this guy is.
I just knew it was South America.
Argentina, whatever it is. But there it is right now. There's a move down. Right there, it's some Independence Day, Chilean Independence Day. Okay.
Did not know that.
Well, yeah, happy Independence Day to our Chilean viewers. That was yesterday. Okay, so happy belated Independence Day there. Thank you for that, Fabian, for bringing us news
Learn something every single day.
But that's okay. There it is right there. Let's go, man. We just slap our face out a little bit there for ARM because there's the ARM trade. So we'll take 40 cents on it. Now we'll just wait to see if it does continue to go to the downside, right? And so we like ARM here at these levels. Let's just see if we can or cannot grab some of this on ARM. Yes, we can. Should be able to get more lower prints there on ARM. And there it is right there. Like, come on, Google. Honestly, I'm not going to celebrate anything on Google. It's not moving, so nothing to see here, as they say. Great fill on Square. You guys remember what I told you? We're just going to buy some in front of 80. Well, I didn't think it was going to come in, and it did. So there it is right there on Square. So that's going to be a good trade for us as well. Okay, Google, come to the party right now. Hopefully it hits that. What is that? 137.75. Let's put an order there around 69er. We'll see if we can get a fill right there on this trade. So again, we did hold 25% of this trade. Sometimes we'll do that. We'll get out to 75%. And when I'll do that is when I believe in the range and the area of the stock, but I don't want to hold it to be wrong. Does that make any sense? Like, I know I wanted the long in Google. We've talked about all that, but if it does break through 50, then we wanted to make sure that we got out, because a breakthrough 50 could open the door down here to 137.20. And if you have decent amount of shares, it's just we've never been able to get 30 or 40 cents. Only one time there off that last reload, right? So not really worth holding it all the way down, losing your complete morning, and then just basically making all of your trades look silly because you just took a huge hit on a full default of a stock that broke a key level. So we're going to wait on that one. For me, I played that perfectly, got out when it broke, got some more back in. Obviously, we wish we didn't get stopped out, but you have to be some kind of a risk manager at some point, or you are going to be dead in the water. And a perfect example is right here. Like, sure, looking back, oh, Sean, you're such an idiot, yada, yada, yada. Hi, I'm talking about myself right there. Because, look, we got short Microsoft. Well, what a fool, because we were short at 326.50, right? Now it's at 324. So, like, getting out of that was a mistake. But it wasn't, because it went up 250 there against me. So if I have that crystal ball and know this market's going to retrace back down, then fine. But we did not have it, and there goes Google right there. Just, again, creating a much smaller loss. See, there's the break, there's the out, and now we don't have a 40-cent hit or anything as the market's dying. Yeah,
sometimes the best trades you make are the ones that you preserve capital in, right? I always say this, like, taking out shares for a smaller loss than it could be it is every bit a good move. And I find a lot of times they're the most satisfying trades because you look back at like what it could have been, and we are headed to the downside. I was gonna update in Instacart. I'll get there in a second. But Amazon is now it's down 3%. Remember the 50 period on the daily we were talking about yesterday? We're here now. We're at the 50. This has been bouncing off the 50. So I was really hoping this would be a level tomorrow on Fed Day, but it isn't. It's a level today with the market screaming to the downside. If there's any buy support in the market, I'm going to like Amazon in and around 135, 135 and a half, whatever it might be. I just want to see this slow down. I want to join buying, kind of play it like I did Rivian, where you wait for a bounce to happen and then try to catch it on the way up instead of catching a falling knife. Once again, ARM is bouncing off 54 and a half, so I took another leg out there. Just going to try to ring the register. Like, it has been going down, but that is a higher low as the market is making a fresh low. That's usually a sign for me to take more shares out, because why is the stock that I'm in, which has been a good short, why is it making a higher low as the market's making a lower low? I always want to respect that when it happens. As I said, for Rivian, it broke 21.95. There's my out right there. I got 94s. Sometimes you get that's a great fill on a stop if you have a 95 stop and you get 94. But again, like, my stop is at the low of the day. Can we come back to the chart for a second?
What? Where's my fill, dog?
I'm going long, it bounces. It's what I'm looking for on Amazon. Like, it shows me a bounce around the level I like. That's at 22. I get the long. I'm looking to scalp it out into VWAP, but it doesn't go. I'm out on the break of that local bottom. Now, maybe it bounces again and goes to VWAP this time, but it's going to do so without me for now. As we are going to, it's already 10:40. We're going to go to Brendan for Sector Watch.
He goes quick.
Oh, yeah, that's fast. No?
Or not.
At some point. Let's talk about the S&P 500, guys. We're back to the downside. Session lows coming into play right now for both, actually, the NASDAQ and the S&P. That's how things are looking right now as far as the S&P 500 is concerned. Microsoft standing out over here today. full percent lower on the day, whereas Google, Apple, Meta, even Amazon, Amazon a little bit worse off as well, 2.5%. But the rest of big tech, not as bad at this point. Adobe, notably strong, even 0.7 in positive territory. Some of the chip names standing out this morning as well. AMD did start the day in positive territory, now down 0.3%. Intel, 1.2, leads ahead of this event. Remember, gap to the upside in the pre-market this morning, ahead of this event this afternoon. Innovation event down now 1.3% for INTC. Nice day for some of the pharma names, Eli Lilly included. Energy stocks chopping around a little bit today. CVX notably strong, but overall pretty red right across the board, guys.
500.
Okay, so we actually had a little bit of bad luck right there on Apple because we were bidding 30s and it went to 31 there. But again, pretty tight stop. Remember, like this is 50s and 60s right here on Apple. We are going to try to get a little bit more short here. As I feel like right now, although it's been a successful morning, it's just been like meh. Like nothing's really happening, man. AMD's not getting to our levels that we want, 103. I mean, it tried to get there, 102 maybe is the level. It got there early, but that was a little bit of a risk there to take that at that time because we were already looking at Google and we were shorting Apple back into there right now. ARM has been great because we only have one, well, we have one out, but it's never really gone against us. So that's been easy, but I haven't been convinced to load up on shares, so really there's no money there for me here today. The real big bang, yeah, big bangers, okay. That makes sense there, so we'll just have to hit this now. It has been...
Good show.
Good show, yeah. We're actually on Young Sheldon right now into
I've added
season
it to my
5
list.
for the kids. Yeah,
It's on my list.
Your daughter would trust me would like it because I think when Sheldon starts, he is like 6 or 7
Yeah,
in the show. So
that'll be perfect.
it's perfect. And you
And
can see
she's a
him
nerd
aging
like me,
up,
so.
and she's a nerd, so all that kind of stuff. But as you go here, Nio, this was the big trade for me. Because again, we really stuck in front of that $10 level. So when that made that move down, again, a lot of these outs are in the 30s. That's fine. We got these are just like 10% spots, but pretty good outs right there. We got 5% out as it started to bleed down early. Then outs, and bouncing off that 9. So that's been really solid. And then Square has never gone against us either today. It tried right there, and it got me nervous. So we did get out when we broke VWAP for just, again, small piece, and then we got that piece back in right there at 49.80. Other than that, we just wait around. Microsoft ripped my face off, but thank God we got out of there for like a 20-cent hit, something really ridiculous right there at 326.50. I'm just reviewing some of the trades, and then actually the stock that I'm down the most on is Google. The stock that I actually, well, we're flat. They're all about the same, but Google, we did believe in it the most, really, down here. I thought that with their new AI release and everything like that, that we could have had a much bigger move to the upside. So every time we lost, it was really just that loss there that happened at 10 o'clock. After that, we made money back on everything. So I shouldn't say that it's a nightmare to the downside or anything like that, because it's not. All right, so here comes Apple trying to make a move back up. And like I said, patience waning a little bit on some of these plays. So 177.80, I just feel like we got to wait for that. That is, let me just make sure that it's the right level there. I looked at it before, 83, 84, 85. I mean, I don't know. Then I'm going to look back and say, what about that wick? Anyways, Apple right now, I'll try to find an out. I don't know. The market's still below. I still feel like VWAP, if you're going to use VWAP, you might as well use the 200 period. So not a great plan of action for me. I think a break of 80 will stop out of 75% of this trade. Okay, so that's what we'll do. No more averages into this one. If it does come up to 80, we'll get out there for a 30-cent hit, completely doable, and then we'll average it back once we get up here. But again, we'll have to judge the feeling, the temperature of the market at that point, right? If we're still trying to rip through, then Apple will go with it. So the market is much like trading Apple. And yesterday we actually did quite well on the TQQs, and I should have gone back into that. Let me do a little bit of work on that. But for right now, we will watch out for Apple. And then Neil, update. CART is going higher.
I promised you guys I would give an update. I didn't get to
go
it.
ahead. Yeah.
I just come to my chart for, it's not a chart, but it's the imbalance locator. So current 39.50. But this is a number that's a bit weird to me because they're coming out with 22 million shares released.
Right.
The open interest is still less than 1 million shares, which seems incredibly small. The opening print I would not expect to be that small of a fraction. So, and this is 100% a guess. My guess would be that we're not that close to opening if there's that few orders into the auction. if it stays that low, I might not like the long as much. You want there to be tons of activity in there. If it's not that many people taking it on the open, there might not be as much hype, and it's opening up already like, you know, almost $10 higher. So a little bit of cause for concern there. And I did show this before, and I'm just going to show it again. If you look at previous valuations, 30, D1, and Tiger Global back in 2018. The 2020 raises were at 46 and 48. So if it were to open above 40 and get to 46 and 48, those are key levels. That mattered at 58 on ARM. I think it can matter here with Instacart. But yeah, not that big, the open interest. That's a little surprising to me. NVIDIA is still churning to the downside. I kind of feel like when NVIDIA goes down, we can drag the market with it. So I like these shorts still. ARM is back at that 55, so it's back to break even, just scalping 50 cents and seeing if it can flush. CGC is holding up pretty decently. I think it has a chance now to take VWAP. So it's made the bounce play. We grabbed it's the same bottom as yesterday, so it's really not that complicated. It holds 110 there. In the afternoon, it holds 112. So what do we like? We like it to 112 and give it underneath that low. So if it gets through VWAP, fantastic for that name. And we got a poll here. Easy answer for me. Oh, by the way, if you want to be in the chat, ask us questions, engage with the community, it's a subscribers only chat. So take a chance, hit the like, hit the subscribe, most importantly, then you can participate. Are you going to trade Instacart today? 117 votes. I'm going to click obviously yes because I have an order in. 48, it's 50-50 right now, which is fair. We always talk about this as being kind of a day trader's play for those IPOs. Nothing wrong with sitting it out and learning. You'll be right here. We'll be trading it live, whether it's us, whether it's Sharif and Obi in the midday. It opens when it opens, but guess what? We're here all day long. So it can't open without us because that's how we roll. Unless we have a power outage like that.
I guess I'm going to lose that bet.
That would...
I was just hoping that we'd be able to trade
I shouldn't have even joked about that.
Trade it with the people. Yeah, 39.50 right now. And again, we just missed another out on Apple. Like it went right up to 177.45. We were sitting there to try to take a little bit, but we're only short at 49s or at 49. So it's not, this is kind of a muted trade right here, needless to say, on Apple. Let's just hope it does fill out a little bit here and come back down to the downside. We are breaking through the lows here again. We're trying to anyways, breaking back down under the 50 period and trying to go. So there it goes. All right, so we take, that's Apple I wanted to show you. We did take a 46 fill there. We just got it. Again, short at 50, really, really small. This is where I'm really sitting down here on the 30s. So if we can get a fill down there, that would be pretty good for us. And that's what we're going to wait for. It's 10:50 right now, so we are getting excited to have another Money Talks update coming through. We have Frank Caberna on today. Yes. We have Brian Shannon on tonight. It's going to be a good one right now. And yes, I am selecting yes for the CART IPO. It is the #1 name here on the sticky note, and honestly, guys, for good reason, man. I mean, I think it's going to be a pretty hot fire release. So let's see. Come on, Apple, bring the pain as well. Down to the downside, that'd be pretty sweet if that can come back in. Right now on Apple, we are bidding some 40s. Hopefully that'll come through and we'll get that filled. Just a quick check on Google. What's that doing? So still hovering around those levels that we liked. NIO, still 35 cents in the money, but again, kind of muted here and trying to dance around. And there goes Apple again, right back up to the upside. So let's go. Let's stay underneath, man. Maybe the CART, there goes CART is now 39.80 again. So that's coming through. Come on, Apple, man. It's going to be a good day for us here today, especially if Apple continues. We just got a 40 fill, and especially if that continues to fall down here. So AAPL trying to make money here back in. Let's see if we get a 20 fill, so on and so forth. We'll just play this the way we've been saying it. So hopefully to the downside on that. Nio, Square. I'm short everything. Apple, ARM, Square, Nio. N-I-O. Remember we got in trouble for calling it Nio?
Yeah, that's fine.
We were calling it Nio when it first came to market, and everyone was like, it's not Nio, it's Nio.
That's why I love the community, because
Nio.
Look, it was new. We didn't really know. I hadn't heard anyone talk about the stock before, so we're all saying it wrong. You guys corrected us, rightfully so, which is fine. I get company names wrong all the time, like Axela Health or whatever the heck that one is. I was saying that wrong for a bit.
We were saying Zila, weren't we?
I was saying, no, well, XELA.
XELA, yeah. Weren't we calling it Zila for a minute?
It's not.
It's Xela, isn't it?
XELA? It's not Zila?
I don't know.
Okay,
I thought that's what you were saying.
See, now you're just messing with me because I thought we got that one right eventually. Zila. XELA, that's Zila, isn't it? You guys let me know in a second.
I have no idea.
But there was a bit of an issue here on ARM. I don't want to say it's an issue, but look at what's happening at 54.5. Like it just bounced off there. It just liquidity grabbed underneath and then held. So I'm taking another leg out. That's it. Now it's either this or low of the day. I'm done getting out at 54.5, but I do want to respect the fact that it's holding that higher low as I was mentioning before. 8 minutes to go until we go to the midday. Not much of a change. I mean, Instacart, it's still under 1 million shares. I still see 39.50. It's been bouncing a little bit here, the theoretical auction price. It popped up to 80s, back to 39.50. So it does look like it wants to open up close to $40, which is a hefty move to the upside. Nimit asking, do I think CGC will go back to the high of the day? As a famous subboat captain said, one of these in a really good movie, I'll give it 1 chance in 3. And if you know where that's from, then you're as big a nerd as I am. So look, you already had the bounce to 125. I always like to say the bounce to second and third times, I never expect to be as good. That's why I say 1 chance in 3. So it's in the money, and I'm still holding on to some of it because I believe it can go to the upside, but I'm not going to like it as much as I liked it early on in the day because it's not nearly as strong on CGC as it was before.
Money talk.
It is an SSR play as well. It's in the money like 3 cents. I think if I can get 5 to 10, I'd be pretty happy with this in the second half of the day. It was already good once. Let's see what it can do the second time.
So I just want you to hit the like button of unfortunately the individual that no longer works here. So hit that button right now.
Oh, hold on a second. Sorry, I wasn't
Can
the
you
wrong
find it?
page.
There.
I was on the wrong
Subscribe and
page.
share it, the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
All right.
Yeah.
So he does work here, but you're going to see
That's a shame.
a changed man coming up. What? Who is that hack?
What a
Yeah, exactly. See, this guy's got the swagger now, boy. Yeah, we're really happy to again have Sharif and Obi come through in about 7 minutes. But right now, Brendan also. Remember when Brendan I think there was, and he can confirm this. There was a couple, maybe it was probably months ago at this point where he was going. Little beard,
what do they call it?
The shadow or
Some Monday morning shadow. Is that what it's?
who knows? But
What
anyways,
is it called? Sunday night shadow? What is that?
okay, let's just screw this up less and throw to Brendan now.
No, what's it called? It's
5 o'clock somewhere. Let's talk about the currencies as we head towards the Fed coming up tomorrow. Both the 2-year, it's notable, both the 2-year and the 10-year downside in a big way today ahead of what is to come tomorrow. And yeah, they've been more than, let's say, melting to the upside for the past few weeks and months, even breaking, as I mentioned yesterday, for both the 2-year and the 10-year, August highs as of the start of equity trading yesterday. And then we got that huge reversal candle. So more downside today, again, ahead of what Mr. Powell is going to talk about tomorrow. Here's how the DXY, meanwhile, we did get a bit of a flush this morning. But back to the upside today, trying to hold on to that 105 level, which was that high before we broke out last week. So still in the uptrend, big time, guys, ahead of Fed decision day tomorrow.
Yes, sir. It's the 5 o'clock shadow.
Yes.
There you go. I wouldn't know that because I don't have one at 5 o'clock. My brother's I don't know why you know it, Ramin, but my brother is the one that can actually grow facial hair in the family. It does. It just takes a ridiculously long time. That's why you don't see it on me. For anyone that was trying to guess, 1 chance in 3 comes from Sean Connery in Hunt for Red October, which is a very, very good movie if you've never seen it and you happen to like Tom Clancy. I just want to shout out to AMD for not being fair. So thank you very much, AMD. I know. No, it's just, we liked one thing here. This is the 103. I could have drawn a nice, pretty line here. Maybe I'll do that for the afternoon. It doesn't get there. Lower high, lower high. This whole time at 102, I'm thinking, oh, it's relatively strong. We're going to get to 103. Let's be patient with it. I tried the VWAP short. That didn't work. It also happened to be afternoon support levels at that price level. Really liked it down there. Didn't work out, but it's at the same price now. So afternoon support, pre-market low, underneath VWAP. That's basically my way of saying I want this AMD off this level one more time. It is looking a little bit more of a rejection here. So 101.5 it's at. I think I got to get out of this one if it gets to 101.60 again. But I'm rolling right back into you, rolling into the deep, hopefully. And that is 100 on AMD. Respect the fact that it bounced off 100. If it gets anywhere near that, I think it's an out on AM Dizzle. 3 minutes to go here. Not a heck of a lot changed with CARD. It's just barely over 1 million indicated on the open in terms of interest on the open, and now it's saying 39.97. So it's been 39.5 to 40 this entire time. I mean, I felt as if ARM was still flying around in terms of the imbalance at this time of day, and this is a lot of stability. It's just not moving around a ton. Sometimes that indicates it's early. It just feels like it's way too small of a number for the opening print. I was expecting 3 times that. Okay. AMD wasn't a flat bottom break, but hey, you know what could still be a flat bottom break if you're going to throw that out there? Li Auto never broke yet. So Li Auto double bottomed off the 38 level. That's the flat bottom break. If you guys are going to hit that key. I mean,
That was Sharif that hit the key.
oh, you hit the key.
Yeah, yeah. He created the flat bottom break, remember?
Did he, though?
I don't know, but right
Did he
now,
really?
guys, thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolutely fantastic show, and let's just do this because.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
All right, here we go. Wait, right? So it's going to be a green morning for us. Hopefully, it's a green morning for you as well as we wait. Here comes Apple. Let's go. Bring the pain down to the downside right now for Apple. And here it comes now. We still have half of this trade on board, baby. So let's get a little bit more aggressive here as we wait to make a trade here on Apple through the bottom. 50 cents on ARM, 50 cents on Nio, 36 cents on Square. I hope everyone enjoying everything. There it is, another one. There it is right there. Spin it one more time. 40 cents now in the money on Apple. And not only was this a trade that we have on board right now for you, we talked all the way through this trade, man. Our stop was at 80, so we're short here at 60. We're taking 35 cents on this, so that's already almost a 2-to-1 trade rate there. But it's a nice. What's on the menu today? Unfortunately, I don't have it, hamster one yet, but I will pass it over to the boys on the midday. And by the way, people wondering, they said that they're going to lose their mind if Obi shaved. So get ready for a big party on that. I'm not going to spoil it. You got to stay tuned for another couple minutes to see about Obi. And hey, man, I didn't know that they planned this. Did you?
What?
Let's leave it for the people there in just a couple seconds.
Oh,
we'll
we'll
see what exactly is going down on my left side.
By the way, I'm telling you right now, there's a perfect character that Obi really needs to dress up for his Halloween. So I think there's pressure for him to participate.
I think someone said it on the show a couple of
Someone said it on the show. I don't want to spoil it, but I'm going to put the pressure for that. For the person that made the suggestion, I'm going to strongly nudge Obi in that direction if I can. We still have, we have less than a minute to go. It looks like it's been a fun morning. I mean,
great morning.
Cart's not open.
It's tapping 440.
It's tapping 40 now. We don't know what time.
That's where my order is.
I mean, ARM opened at 12:05, 12:08, something like that. So hopefully before noon we'll get it. The midday guys will be all over it. I think it's going to be an exciting open, but we don't really know exactly what time that's going to be. So 40s, I move mine to like 42.
Go Apple.
But let's see what happens. The market's headed to the downside. The shorts had been winning all morning long.
Cha-ching.
We'll see what happens in the afternoon. But for now, one last, there was a halt trade. Oh, there you go. You just put it in there, DH. My halt indicator just came up for one of these randos. Literally right now, it just popped up. So I will acknowledge this DTCK. I just pulled up my trade ideas, and this halted like literally 1 minute ago, and it looks really, really nasty.
We should have shorted the triple.
I stay away from these ones that open up for the first time and instantly halt to the downside, but you've seen these low float names come to market and then make some big moves. I personally don't like these when they do it, but yeah, that DTCK, if it makes a bounce, I suppose it could be one of those. But you guys are headed on over to the professor, or actually, is it the professor? It looks like the professor. It might be the professor, but it's Obi-Wan Kenobi and whomever happens to be with them.
Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi. I'm whoever you want me to be. And we are brought to you by Search Trader. Count funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks at Surge Trader. Obi, you're giving me that look. That's funny. Okay. A little bit, yeah. So here's the deal. I don't know if I mentioned this to you in the back. 10 years to the day yesterday. Started growing out the beard.
Wow.
September 18th, 2013. And I randomly decided to cut it. September 18th, 2023. So All right, let's get to some trading, brother.
It's a good look, man. How's your morning been?
It's been uneventful. I haven't traded. So
Right.
how is it going well?
Definitely. I think the sellers are still here. I think that's pretty clear. Yeah. So I had a couple plans today. Nothing too crazy, right? Cart IPO was one of the main ones on the list today. On the sticky note there, I got some Amazon, I got some ARM, I got some Microsoft as well. And as you can see, I did try a couple of shots at the Amazon idea. Patiently waited for some change to happen in and around a key level. When we talked about 137, got a little long there. Didn't really work out. 137 acts as resistance. Try it again a little bit here. Might be a little aggressive trying it again right away after I stop out, but you know what? The sellers kind of show themselves. There's no follow through on the bounce on top of 136. So I guess we're going to continue to the downside, that key level acting as a resistance, and I kind of took it as a potential dip off the support. But you know what? It is what it is. The shorts are definitely in play. We talked about how the sellers have been kind of stepping down from that 141.50, and yesterday was 140.50s. So I guess the plan today for me was I wanted to short the 140 area and potentially take it into the 137. But as you can see, that 140 comes in the pre-market. Now this is something I'm I guess thinking about more, where it's like if there are stronger, like bigger picture players on the board, and we're kind of looking to sell off, and I've observed sellers kind of step down, some of those prices, we talk about this, are going to get exhausted in the pre-market, right? The price will run away from these great prices. We saw that, look at this teeter in and around 140, 140.30s, 140.50s was kind of the area yesterday where there was resistance on Amazon. Here, if I just pull this in, you can see that from yesterday, right here on the 5-minute chart, right here, that 140, the 140.50s-ish resistance, and then from the day before, sellers kind of stepped down into here, and then now we're getting that follow through the 137. So you know what? That swing short off of some of those levels, we saw the wick off of this, which was kind of distinct here, and then yeah, this 143 kind of sells off, and now we're getting that continuation into the week. 135 incoming, no signs of any relief as of right now. I was looking for the long, but I guess the shorts are definitely in play as we broke that 15.4, and then we tested that 15.3, and then now we broke that 15.3 as well, 45 on the ES. So nothing too crazy right now. I guess I should be looking for pops to get short into, but here's the thing: it's 11 o'clock. We could potentially see a turn as some of these futures, both of these futures, a little heavy on the downside. So let's see if we can get a little bit of relief in the afternoon, where things kind of start to get a little sideways, a little choppy, maybe slowing down this very strong trend from the morning. Amazon here has done about a 1.5-ish ATR on the day, and not really doing too much volume here. So let's see where we can go going forward. There on Amazon, I know there are a few tickers that people are watching today. I know that Nio is definitely on people's watch now. I don't know if this had I think this had some sort of catalyst there. What was it here? 1 billion convertible debt financing. So, okay, that's definitely a little bit of a catalyst, and we can see how much of a significant R-vol it's doing out the open. It's doing over 5 R-vol on the day, and then a clean fade off that $10 level from I guess that quadruped that happened in the after hours yesterday, and today we're getting that continuation on Nio there. Tesla as well. I had Tesla kind of marked as an idea to continue the fade in, but it kind of does a sideways chop here. So again, continuing to observe. Another ticker in play right now is AVGR. I know you guys have been all over this, especially as of yesterday, another post-split runner. People talking about this may have the potential for being the next HKD. But let's see. I think I don't know if people are stuck in shorts here. I know the story behind HKD was a little bit different. How that move was concocted to kind of push into the 2000s there. A bit of a liquidity trap, as well as some brokers dropping the ball there on their split share issues there. So like I don't know if you guys know what happened with HKD, but a lot of players getting stuck with original sizes that they had pre-split, but now it's post-split, and they're thinking they're selling their thousands of shares when in reality they may only have a few hundred, and then they actually get short instead of just selling their long position, and that becomes the fuel to the fire, which adds to the squeeze. So I don't know if that's happening on AVGR. But as it is seeming a little bit more tame, yeah, we got definitely people getting caught on the swing short here, getting slapped in the after hours. Classic moves there. You can almost expect that when on a first green day on a run up, right? Swing shorting on a first day green. Not really maybe not the smartest thing to do, but yeah, definitely some players get tested off of that rip there, and now we're kind of consolidating and melting back up. So maybe potentially shorts are a little tilted as we have stepped above yesterday's highs right here, 850 on AVGR. Let's see if we can keep above 850 going forward in the week, Sharif. But what else do you got on watch? I'm looking for the bounce.
Dude, I got to tell you, I don't have a whole lot here, but I'm looking at Meta right now. It's at that 300 level. It just dipped into 299.81. It's fighting at 300. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not jumping into this one. We're down. What are we down on the NQ right now? We are down almost 1%, 0.95. The ES 0.71. So I mean, I don't want to step into a long here and look quite foolish. But yeah, the 300 level, it's been interesting. It's been interesting as a support level going back weeks. Every time we get around there, there's a fight between buyers and sellers. I'm not confident jumping into it at the moment. So I'm going to hold off, and I may miss the trade, and that's the work. So let's look at the movers board here that I always have up. You mentioned AVGR. You also talked about Nio. CCL is another one that I'm interested in. This one had an upgrade from Truist Securities. The look here was that demand was starting to increase again. I gave you guys an anecdotal story this morning with respect to my sister and her being on a cruise lately, and it was just absolutely rammed. So much so that she didn't enjoy her time. There were lineups every which way. Things were expensive. That's good for these cruise lines. They've been reeling lately. In any event, it made a green. It's not red, but it looks like it wants to go red. The closing price and the price that I'm trying to eye here is this 1504. That is yesterday's close, and I'm looking at that area as a level of support off which to buy. That's my move. We're still up 0.4% on the name. However, it is a Christmas tree retracement. Look at that. Right up on the bell and then right back down, stair-stepping with only like 10 minutes here worth of reprieve, where they just kind of pop right back up into that 1535, only to make a newer low, breaking that 1520, the area that it had found support prior to that. We're at 1511, 1512 right now. We haven't quite made it down into that 1504 area, which is yesterday's close. The low on the day, though, is 1506. So I'm probably going to front run. If it gets down there, I'm probably going to front run the previous day's close and rather take the low of day on CCL. The idea here is buyers are going to step in to keep this name green. We'll see. We'll see. Tight stop. It'll be just a smidge below that 1498, which was yesterday's low, right at that 10:45, 11 o'clock time slot. That's my look on CCL, and I'm going to add my alert. We're going to activate that bad boy. You saw the Neil in this one earlier. Square, Jack Dorsey taking over from the CEO that they had put in at Square, like not the Block company, the Square division of Block. She was all there for all of 6 or 9 months or whatever. It hasn't done much. I mean, it sold off yesterday on that news. There you go. You get the big spike down. and we just made a lower low below that 49.75. There's really not much for me here. I kept an eye on it. Couldn't do anything with that. But ARM is looking interesting here as it just created a higher low. So we dipped into that 54 area, 53.88, I believe. Yes, the low on the day. And we dipped back into 54.40. My mom, who is in France, just texted me, I like it. I mean, she's watching the show. She always watches the show. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, I didn't tell her that I shaved, by the way. Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks, Mom. I appreciate that. But yeah, here we go. Going back to what I'm talking about, 54.40 was this trough, so a higher low. And look at this. Now we're about to break that 55.50. That's an interesting area of resistance. It's also the 50 period on the 5, one that I really like using. So we'll see here. This one might be interesting to go long on our friend ARM. And today is ARM day, OB. Yesterday was legs, but today is arms. So yeah, I'm thinking about this one. I just don't want to jump into anything here. The market really taking me for a surprise today as we basically 1% red here on the NQ. I wonder if this has anything to do with, I know, Canadian CPI not watched, but, I know that market participants keep an eye on other Western countries. Let's put it that way. I know that we had sold off overnight on some comments from the Australian Central Bank. In any event, I don't know if you saw Canadian CPI today. No,
I know that it was released, but okay.
Bad.
Lower than expected?
No, higher than expected.
Okay,
That's why
all
I'm giving
right. So
the thumbs down.
So you think that we might be catching a sell here a little bit? It's happened in the past where, like, I forget what, I think it might have been the CPI, it might have been a different number as well, might have been the Canadian jobs number or something. Certain numbers, Canadian numbers, did affect the market in the past year or so. A little bit of a jitter on that move there. Maybe a forward look at what the coming CPI for the states may hold for us could be seen there. Maybe that's what certain participants are looking at. You know what I mean? Like just using that Canadian number as like a forward-looking type of instrument to kind of guess and estimate
Just a guess. I mean,
what the American one will be, right? Yeah, I think you might be spot on that one. But yeah, a bit of a heavy sell kind of coming in. I'm watching the tape here. It hasn't really, like, you got a few instances of bidders kind of stepping back in, and then they get kind of I guess muted by sellers kind of stepping in front of their face. Not more than a 50-cent relief, right? So nothing more than a 50-cent pop at most on some of these bounces. That's if you're able to catch like the Pico bottom there, but that's obviously not ideal. But let's see.
Have you looked at Carvana today, dude?
Carvana? No, I have not. We can take a look at Carvana.
I mean, here's what's going on here. Let's look at this, guys. 9 2/3%. I looked for a headline. Best I could find, OB, was something that didn't surprise me. Car financing delinquencies on the rise. Yep. We knew that was going to happen. The consumer's getting squeezed. CarMax is the one reporting that. It's KMAX, but you know that Carvana is going to move in sympathy. Here's the look, guys. CarMax fell 2.3% Tuesday morning. I don't even know what it's at right now. As Wedbush pointed to increasing delinquencies, the firm, which has a neutral rating on the stock, increased its loss expectations in Canadian speak loss provisions and provisions balance estimates in future quarters, reducing its full year 2023 CarMax Auto Finance income statement by 526 versus the consensus 534, with more downside than upside risk. So, I mean, I've been hearing this on the Canadian side that the banks, you know that BMO, Bank of Montreal,
yeah, I've heard some news about them.
Shuttered their auto financing yesterday, man. They are no longer providing auto financing for whatever amount of time because of the delinquencies going. And, you know, BMO is more commercial anyway, so that shouldn't really speak to too much, but it gives you an idea of where we are in the cycle. So very interesting. 10 1/4 as I was talking. I just said 9 2/3. Now we're 10 1/4 here on my friend Vana. The Lambo trade I guess, was the short today on this one. Mad Max probably reeling that he didn't have this one short. Shout out to him and Chile. And he's posting food as usual. But yeah, 48 break looked good. I mean, if you didn't get it initially, you had to pop back up into about 49.5. And then if you took that 48 break, or even 48 and a quarter, mind you, because that's where the closing prints were mostly at, that was a real good look. And now you're $1.50 in the money. I'm still nowhere near into entering a trade here. I don't have anything that I like, guys. Full disclosure on that. But Carvana looking real good to the sell side. It's just, is it extended at this point? That's my... Eddie, any special reason for killing your beard? It's not a living organism, my man. But yeah, no, I just wanted to cut it because it was like 10 years after the time I initially grew it. 10 years to the day, by the way. And I know that because of an Instagram picture that I had. Neil asked me that question today. He's like, how do you know it was 10 years to the day? What are you, nuts? I'm like, well, yeah, I have these mnemonic devices.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're involved in the Amazon long, and I just want to ask you about that. I mean, what are you seeing there, Ob?
So I guess we kind of hold this 135.5 and push back into 136. Now again, I know this is a little bit of a counter trend, but I like the way it kind of it is holding, and we kind of are making some I guess relatively higher lows, or a bit of a consolidation that's a little longer than before on the futures. So just a quick little test of whether we're setting up for a potential turn here. Now, seeing a few signs, and I haven't seen all the signs yet, so we could still be wrong on this position here. But yeah, the confirmation hasn't necessarily come in, but it does seem like we are testing near the top of the trend there. So a bit of a curl there potentially incoming. So what I am watching here is like we respected this 8 moving average on the 5-minute, and then we finally start to kind of base off. So like we've been repeating over and over again, the trend is your friend until the end where it bends. And then take a look at that. A little bit of a bend there, a little bit of a consolidation that's a little longer than usual on the futes. So yeah, starting the idea of a long there, and exercising that thesis with positions in the market there, just off of that 136 hold, 135.50 held as well. So let's see if we can make a curl back up, and maybe we can negate some of these levels here. 137 being a key as well. Let's see if we can get some recycling of some of these key prices. But that 137 was definitely a key area on my chart, and it's acting as resistance as of right now. I was looking for the support there, didn't really come in, but yeah. So let's see what that 137 holds, if we can even get back there. On a little bit of a reversion, maybe we get that 15.3 test. We weren't able to make it all the way down to 15.2. This sell-off on the NQ pretty heavy. 15.4 gets clocked, 15.3 gets clocked, and then we start to consolidate a little bit on top of the 15.2 there, and then similar story here with the ES. So let's see going forward whether we kind of continue. The sellers are still strong, or we catch a little bit of a relief, and maybe the sellers go out to lunch for a bit there.
You ever watch Chappelle's show?
I've seen bits and pieces, clips, but like I've never really sat down and watched episode after episode. What's up?
You know Tyrone Biggums?
Yeah, I've heard the name.
His feet are strong, baby. You know, Neil knows exactly what I'm talking about. My feet are strong. When you said the bottom was strong, so that came to mind. Anyway, all right, guys. I got the alert here on CCL. So look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a long here on CCL, and we're going to have an out of a break of 15. I know it's a counter trend trade, but I'm basically trying it at the yesterday's close, and I'm only going to risk about 6. Where did I get filled? I'm going to risk about 9 pennies. If it breaks 15, I'm out. That's the end of that trade. It's got a positive catalyst. Yes, it has retraced, big boy, on the way back. But we're gonna give this one a try here, Ob. So long CCL counter trend. Sadly, because the market is down. And where are we at now? We were 1% here on the NQ. We'll have to wait and see if we get any more south. 15,250 is a level I'm keeping my eye on the NQ. But anyway, long CCL. a few pennies in the money here. First profit target will likely be this resistance level in the 20s, right? I mean, it was a previous support level and then acted as a resistance level when we curled back up here. So I'm looking 20-ish, 25-ish. We'll start taking some profits around there if we get up there, but looking for a possible CCL bounce here if we can get it. The other one that I was looking at was ARM. Let's see how ARM is doing. Oh, I flipped to Meta because Meta had that 300. Meta's holding 300, by the way. Let's flip to ARM. Where did I put ARM? Okay, well, we can just switch this one. CCL, no, we need that one. Oh, so we're going to switch to ARM over here, area RM. Sorry, while I fumble my stuff over here. Yeah, so look, we got into that ceiling. So this could be a flat top break here if we get some, yeah, but it's down 5%. That's the thing. What I'm looking at is this trough with a higher low, and we are testing that same level, that 54.5, 55.5, 55.40. Rejected off the 200 period here on the 1. This is a dangerous trade for me, to be honest, because I'd have to give it to this newer low, meaning that if I get in here at 55.40, I literally will have to give it $1 or thereabouts. So that makes it a bit more risky because I don't know if I see this one moving all the way up. At least a half 2 to 1. So this one I'm going to have to hold off on unless it really gets going here. 55.50, a decided break of that level will definitely get me interested, but we're going to have to wait and see. The one that I'm going to have to nurse here is the CCL and hope that it holds the support level, yesterday's close, and the low of day made on the opening range break down. So we'll see if this one gets going. Again, looking to take profits in the 20s. Opie.
Yeah, so I was just looking, kind of doing some, I guess, continued prep for this card IPO, and I guess you guys can join in on that as well. So it seems like this 136 wants to stay a little heavy, so I'm just gonna hop out of that one for now and see if it kind of continues to consolidate there. Yeah, let's take a look at the Instacart I have here. They're a little bit of a S1 filing, so we can take a look at quick who some of these underwriters are. And yeah, so right here, so take a look at these underwriters. So you have Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Barclays, and JP Morgan, Citigroup as well. And then some smaller securities here, or smaller banks or underwriters here as well. We got some JPM, got some Oppenheimer. Okay, cool, nice. All right, so pretty strong underwriters there, Sharif.
Yeah,
so
well, I mean, these guys were, they hurt real bad. I mean, especially Goldman, who relies a lot on deal making, right? JPM has more of an investment bank kind of pitch, but Goldman, I mean, I've given this story anecdotally before with Max. Goldman bankers never took calls from any other spots that wanted to bring them on. He just didn't take the call. You got Goldman, and you were happy at Goldman, and Goldman was the, pardon the pun, the gold standard.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, these bankers in 2022 started picking up the phone because deal making was dead. No one was making money. So they really want this to come back. This is where they make the majority of their money, and that's kind of their business model. We'll see. We'll see how we do the rest of the year. But
we're expecting $30
Tech
a
IPO.
share.
Tech IPO, first one in 2 years.
Yeah, I mean ARM. There was obviously ARM as well.
ARM is a microprocessor. I don't think it didn't get classified as tech. Okay. I don't know. I read today that it was the first one.
The thing is, ARM technology is like pretty I guess deeply used by a lot of these tech names as well. So
right.
Yeah, so $30 a share. I'm seeing as the IPO. This article is from last night. And I see the tap right here at 41.50 on the IPO. So definitely poised to open about 11 points above what the IPO is. So that's definitely a good look. What's that?
You got an LOC in place?
The market on open,
limit on open. LOO. I mean.
Yeah. So no, I don't have that. I'm not. I don't want to rush in as soon as it opens. But yeah, I'm gonna let it consolidate, see what it does, and then yeah, let it simmer for a couple of minutes. And if the momentum's there right out the open, then maybe we can take a hit at it. But
I like
to let it kind of do its thing for a little bit, and then when it kind of picks a direction, then maybe we can look to get involved there on cart. So yeah, strong underwriters poised to open above its IPO price at 30. I see the tap hitting 41.50 here as we are looking to open up sometime today, right? If anybody has some sources or some sort of estimate as to when the CART IPO will IPO,
Usually after
is
lunch,
yeah, it's
when
it's
did
around
ARM
lunch.
come out last
I think
time?
ARM came out. I think I was on the show here with
Yeah,
Max.
see
It
how
was
it
around
was-
like
yeah, that's a big
around 12, I think, around
Okay.
12 to 1. Roughly, I think that's around the time that it came out as. Actually, we can check right here what time ARM came out
yeah,
as.
good call.
Yeah, let me just pull that up right here. And the first opening candle was at
12:08 that
12:06.
Neil says.
12:06.
12:08,
Okay, yeah, 12:06.
whatever.
So around just past 12, right? So yeah, that's when it IPO'd. Okay, so I'm watching this as well. A little bit of a consolidation pick back up here. We have made a higher low roughly into this trend. So going a little sideways here. Let's take a look at the across the board just to see what some of our friends are doing here. Oh wow, take a look at that, Sharif. That 177 on Apple, man. Okay, you know what? I didn't write it down here, but so 177 on Apple definitely staying
Absolutely.
key right now as it
Cold
can't
warm.
necessarily break below that 177. We saw the crazy strength that Apple had yesterday, and as of right now, with what's being printed on the chart, the data is showing that we're holding and consolidating above this low off that drive out the open, where we kind of continue to bid up off of this. What is this? 176.50 ish to 177. So just on top of that, we're consolidating and holding. So I like that, and yeah, I was kind of using this as well as a sort of confluence to get long on Amazon and maybe some other names as well. But 177 holding for now. Let's see if some Amazon can hold above previous lows there as well. So softy, I know we had that 327 marked, and take a look at what 327 does out the open there. A little bit of exhaustion into that 330 that was also key from yesterday. So 330 kind of rejects yesterday, and today we're getting that continuation through this sort of support level. So maybe we are poised for a sell-off if we cannot get above this 327 on Microsoft. That definitely is going to have a little bit of a weight to the downside on some of these futures there. We're already looking at Amazon, so let's take a look at Google.
Did you
real
see
quick.
Meta, man? That 300 level? I should have
is
just
it-
put
is
my
it
money
there
where my
yet?
dang mouth was, Bert,
Yeah.
because that was an absolute beauty
Wow.
off that. Look at
Wow.
that,
Yeah,
man.
okay,
I
that
mean,
300
so,
comes in and
show their
holds
screen if
right
you're able
there.
to.
That was the low yesterday evening as well. So end of day, kind of 300 bounce come in, quadruple down to 300, and getting a little bit of a bounce there. So yeah, definitely good look on Meta.
Also,
Google
I want to
looking pretty
mention
good,
one
too.
quick thing before you go on with
137.
Google. Nio is at $9. So
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
it might be an interesting level.
Nio is one of the volume leaders in the market today. So yeah, definitely catching a bit of a sell-off off of that news in the morning. Bit of continuation on what was it? What was the news on this again?
An offering
an
of
offering,
1 billion.
yeah, it's,
I mean,
what was
you know,
it, 1
and
billion
the thing is, they're paying
convertible
old debt
debt
with new
financing.
debt.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate
It's got to
that.
roll it forward or something, right? What are they trying to do there?
See, look, they're a premium brand in China.
Yeah.
The consumer is not strong in China. So right off the bat, you have to worry premium brands during tougher times, already suspect. Second thing, I'm not a big fan of the replaceable or the swappable battery. Third, they focus more on sedans and SUVs. Finally, they're going to bring a new SUV into market. This should have been done way long ago, bro. All of Lee's cars, and it's the best selling of the three, all SUV style. And then you had XPEV come in with the G6, looking real good with the G6. I don't know, bro. I'm not a big fan of Nio. I'm a little bit biased, but you know, anyway, and they deliver the least of the three. We're not even comparing them to BYD. BYD is an absolute monster. It's the leader in Chinese
I haven't
EVs.
taken a look at that ticker. in a
Yeah,
while.
it's BYDDY or BYDDF on the OTC. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. All right, we're nicely in the money here on our friend Carnival Cruise Line. We got in at 08s. Now we're printing 17s. I've got an offer out at 18s here. If we can get filled, we're bouncing off that clear support level. We're not out of the clear. VWAP is on this chart. Let me just make sure they're the same here, OB1 Canob. Yeah, 28, 27, give or take. This one is saying 28. My chart is saying 27, 15, 28, 15, 27 is what I'm talking about. That will be another major area target for profit taking. So we'll see if we get that move. It's one of those ones where I'm not as confident in just because of the weakness in the market. Michael Lloyd says it'll take some time for him to get used to it, but good luck. I appreciate you, Michael. Always active in the chat and killing it as always. Appreciate you, Michael Lloyd. But that 901 is staring at me in the face, and I'm talking about our friend Nio over here as it is getting that bounce off 9. And when it was at 9, I actually saw more size. There's a plethora of size here at that $9 level, which is good. I mean, if you're looking for a bounce here, but it's just down 12.25. Do we get a mean reversion? Yeah, I mean, do we get a mean reversion pullback up to the top? That's really the question here. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, 12.25 on bad news. So that's those are my looks there. OB1 Canob. Let me just look quickly. Yeah, Meta's popping up 301.50 now. Where is our Meta? 301.50 it's at. 301.25 is where is at right now. It's looking to target that 301.50, and you definitely do have a bit of resistance around there. Look at these troughs, all of which were bought up. So former area of support becomes resistance. Watch out for this level if you are long this name. And if you are long this name off 300, you are better than me because I wussed out. I didn't take it. So should have. Should have, could have, would have, though, right, Ob?
Yeah. I did a little bit of a fat finger there. Tried the long there, and then go into throwing my stop. And instead of throwing in the stop, I kind of exit the position there on Amazon. But it seems like we are kind of catching a bit of a bid here. We see the futures kind of turning as well. So you know what? I like that. I'm going to get back into that potentially just to see if it works. I like the 80s though. I had the entry at the 80s, and then I have to punch in 20 pennies above because of a fat finger mistake. That's all good though. The idea is still potentially there, and yeah, 20 pennies away. Definitely not the same size there, but. Yeah, so let's see if we kind of start to curl that 15.3 incoming, and then the consolidation on the ES as well, kind of starting to curl. We got Apple here as well. We hold that 177 back above. Oh yeah, so I see the tap here. Tap's at 40 now. Thank you, Sean. The tap, the tap. 41.80. Okay, it popped back up. Yeah, it was right there. So a bit of a fugaze on the tap there. Yeah, a little bit of a shake and bake on the tap there. So definitely gonna watch it when it comes out. Yes. So let's see if 136 holds here. A bit of a curl, right? We're getting that and continuation. I'm looking for the consolidation break to kind of get longer into this. I see Fonzie saying the NQIB is at 15.373 to 15.273. So okay, all right. So about 100 point there. Range, and then the median being 15.323. So okay, going to be watching out for some of those levels to see if they kind of come in there. But yeah, definitely hitting that or trying to push for that 15.3 right there. Lone Sophos saying that okay. What did you trade, Lone Sophos? It's all good. You know, tomorrow's another day. What's the next trade? But yeah, let me know what you traded today, and what was the cause for a potential red day? Were you trying some longs? I know the market has been pretty heavy there. I'm red as well, kind of trying that long a couple times in a row, and yeah, 3 strikes is almost. I'm almost at my 3rd strike there on for a potential long try. But again, considering the time. The ES, yeah, man. ES, definitely. Alonso was saying he was long the ES. Damn. Okay, well, you know what? We tried it. broke levels pretty strongly. Sellers were definitely there. We saw how the ES and the NQ were kind of wicking their tops yesterday, and we see that today that selling kind of comes in, really accelerated to the downside. So, yep. Yeah, definitely standing in front of those sellers. I got a little rocked as well, trying to look for that long and being a little greedy there. 50 pennies was not enough for me here, as I had the 136.50s long, goes to 137, and I'm like, all right, we're in the money. I'm looking to add way more on this, and no, the sellers are definitely in charge today. But or they were in the morning, but let's see if we get a little bit of relief here.
Important note here, Pat
going on?
Gelsinger just took the stage at the Intel event. So, I mean, you know, anything can happen here. There can be made pronouncements. We're not saying that there will be, but keep your eye out. The Neil just sent me the link here. Let me open it up and share it with everybody. Here it is. Pat Gelsinger, Patty G. All right, this is the stream. Well, we can open it up there. It's live. I don't even know what Pat Gelsinger looks like, guys. Is this him? Is that the little man on the right there? If you had to guess, the guy on the right. Yeah, neither do I. We'll Google a picture of Pat Gelsinger. Pat. Yeah, that is this man. Okay, there he is. He looks like a. So there, it's this gentleman right here, Patty G, Big Patty. We'll see what Big Patty. He does have a blue jacket. That's navy blue, Sean.
Yeah, the background is blue. That might be a little.
Sean's like he's not wearing a blue jacket. I mean, he's no Lisa Sue. Okay, so some AI coming there. Obviously, they're going to talk about some AI. No question about that. I mean, everybody and their mother's third cousin is talking about AI. So. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that, guys, and keep your eye on the stock because things can move in a heartbeat here.
So what are some of the tickers that we should be watching when during this conference?
Sympathy.
Intel, obviously,
Yeah,
right?
AMD.
I'm looking at AI as well, AMD,
Sure.
NVIDIA perhaps, but Intel for sure, and maybe a little bit of ARM too, right?
Sure.
Okay,
Absolutely.
yeah, good one,
the
Sean.
Katina man saying
Dell.
Dell makes sense. Absolutely. So we'll keep this one on the side chart
Yeah,
here.
make a quick watch list.
All right, and then I want to look at what CCL is doing. Look at that flush right back down into my, well, a little bit above my entry. We get that rejection at 15.17. I was sitting at 18s for a print. We don't get a print, but we also don't have a higher low. This one breaks 15, I'm out. So that's just, you know, I'm not changing my trade on that. We don't have a newer low either, but it doesn't look good. I didn't want it to flush like that. I wanted it to curl back up, but the trade is valid. Let's let this one play out. But now I have to put Intel on the side chart here, OB1 Knob, because we have to keep our eye to see what is happening with Intel. And we already have an interesting level off which to work. And there's kind of, I don't want to call this a double bottom because that's a bit of misnomer. It's not a double bottom. Put in the ticker here, OB, INTC. We have this 37.25 area. We had a bit of a higher double bottom, 37.35. It makes a low of 25. Then it breaks the crest here at 37.55, and then we get a move up into the 2/3 area, 37.67. So we'll see if this one gets going. To go green on the day on Intel, we got to break that $38 level. Actually closed exactly at 37.99 yesterday. The look on Intel has been decent lately, up 40% on the year. I mean, that's no NVIDIA, obviously, but here's the hourly on Intel. You can see that there's a clear uptrend with higher highs and higher lows all throughout this. This chart goes all the way back to July 2nd. The best we could do since that time is that $40 area. Couldn't break through there, but, you know, we haven't made a newer low. So keep your eye on Intel and anything possible from there. Card is at $42 now, Sean says.
Watching that tap closely there. Yeah, so people talking about, a lot of people got eyes on CART. Yeah, still hasn't IPO'd yet. Could be any second, could be any minute. But let's see. Maybe similar to ARM, we get that first print after 12. It's 11:40 right now, so maybe about 20, 25 more minutes if it's going to be similarly timed there. in and around lunchtime. So we got it up here. You guys will be first to see.
Is it?
No. Yeah, so we're gonna stay vigilant there. Where is CART ticker on TD? Yeah, it's just CART on the Nasdaq. So that's the ticker there. Not open yet. Barclays maintains a buy on Nvidia. Okay, well, yeah, I'm watching some of the chips. Let's do a quick look at the chips here. I just added some of those names we talked about to the watch list real quick here. So let's see what Nvidia is doing. We know the conference and the presentation is on right now. But yeah, Nvidia kind of still consolidating. Dell really nowhere. ARM is still teetering and recycling that 55 level. So maybe if you want to hit the recycle there on the 55, ARM is giving that to you. But yeah, Intel hasn't really moved too much. Bit of a sell-off there. What time did it start there, Sharif? Just about 5 minutes ago, I'm assuming? 11:35. Yeah, okay. So right there. So as soon as it kind of started, we're getting that kind of selling. We talked about a potential sell on the news type of event, and let's see if that kind of comes into fruition here on Intel, as it already has started to sell off a little bit on the initiation of the event. Similar thing with AMD. So here's the thing, AMD, bit of a triple top, lower highs happening here. So it maybe a range trade here. Maybe I can hit the range here if we can hit the edges, but price does look like it is compressing here. We might have missed the short off the 102 right there. Now 103, definitely I was waiting for this as well. I think I heard Neil was waiting for the same level. Yesterday's high, right? Yesterday's high as well as consolidation high. A little bit of an interest definitely there at that 103. And yeah, we kind of reject off of that. Can't even get there this morning on a quick pop off the 101. Rips into 102.60s, can't get all the way there, and makes a lower high relative to pre-market and yesterday's high. And then we start to consolidate and chop in between that 100, 101, and 102.
Nio at 9 even. This is exactly what I was looking at here. And there's the size. Come to the screen here if we can able to look at this. Big size here to defend the 9 level. We'll have to wait. I mean, I worry about taking this one long, especially with this lower high. And this is a flat bottom that's setting up. We touched this level again at what time? 11:22 all through. We touched it for about 8 or 9 minutes. Sure, it could turn into a double bottom. Absolutely. It could, and it could head higher, breaking through the 50 period at 9.10, maybe moving into VWAP at 9.25. To me, it's a counter trend trade, and 12 and 2/3% down. By the way, anybody looking to follow Sean's CART trade, what he's doing is once it opens up, he will put a stop 50 pennies below the open price, or the open price or your fill price? Both.
Well, I'm getting long the open.
He's going to get long the open price. You got a limit on open? He's got a limit on open, guys. If you want to know what that kind of order that is, do a quick Google search, limit on open order. You get a full explanation. Probably Investopedia has a whole explanation on that. And you should be apprised of that. These market on open, market on close, limit on open, limit on close, they're important things to be aware of. I'm keeping my eye on the event here with Patty G. He's got some sort of shirt on there with some computer writing on it, probably Python. Yes, it is.
Computer writing.
Computer code, right? You know I can write HTML and I can write CSS as well. Can't write Java, can't write Python or anything, but I can read and write HTML and CSS. So.
Yeah, it's been a while since I guess we did learn some Python on the floor here. Shout out to Greg.
Yep.
But the last time I programmed anything before that was I think it was in high school there.
What did you learn in high school?
I think we did HTML, JavaScript. I think I made a calculator, like a scientific calculator for one of the projects there. Pretty easy though, because all the formatting and the formulas for all the mathematical functions are already there. So you just have to make it look like a calculator and make sure everything works. But yeah, that was my last experience there. But yeah, definitely indulging in some Python.
Indulging, my man,
when it comes to trading.
Deep. All right, Nio's still doing the dance here at $9, so be alert to that. What I would do is what Neil kind of would do here, getting it on the backside. If this starts curling up and showing you propensity to defend that 9 level, I don't want to be first to market here at 9. You know, it could flush, or you could get bamboozled. It hits 898, then shoots right back up. I'd rather just wait for this one to show that, look, you know, we're going to mean revert, and then I'll get involved. So holding off on the Nio trade, I'm well aware of it though. The $9 level, very interesting. ARM also continuing to catch my attention. This top here at 55, I want to say 55 and a third, it's about 55 and a half, is very interesting, especially in light of the fact higher low, higher low, higher low. So we have a bit of an ascending wedge going on here. Again, it's a counter trend trade though, because we are south 5 1/4. And so, you know, taking it here is a little risky for me. So I'm going to be patient. I want to see it break that level, and then we'll get involved. Then we could look to days high here at 56.80-ish or so. That was the high of the opening range break. We're definitely getting that pop back up through that 54 2/3, now breaking 55 again. It's spready at times, though, I got to tell you. Even though it's done some volume on the day, I've seen spreads as wide as 12, 15 pennies, which is not what you want to see here. Just let me check Intel here quickly. Nio's still doing the dance at 9. Look at this. It's still doing it. There's probably an iceberg here at 9. Intel, yeah, coming right back down. 37 and a third now. They don't like what Patty G has to say, apparently. Come on, Patty G. No, bro. The man, he's a smaller stature man. I didn't anticipate that. That's interesting. All right.
Yeah, why you got to speak on the man's height?
Whatever, man.
What does that have to do with what kind of man he is?
Whatever, man. Why can't I make observations?
Hey, man, just because you're tall.
I'm not tall. You and I are the same height.
Oh, are we?
I believe so. What's up, Neil?
HDMH.
HDMH says the Neil. We'll have a look at that one real quick here.
No. It's what small people.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, I thought it was a
I love that. Yeah.
If
If anybody gives me a 4-letter acronym, the first thing I'm doing is I'm hitting up a chart and being like, is that a trade? Is that a ticker? Does that trade?
Yeah. I mean, it sounded like a ticker. You could.
I mean, given the
my
setting and the environment, it's
Height doesn't
understandable
measure
that that would be your
I
first
gotta agree
thought.
with that. Anyway, let's keep going here, baby. Let's not digress. But here we go. ARM coming right back into that 55 1/4, 55 1/3. ARM is looking good to me here, man. I gotta tell you the truth. All these higher lows with this flat top, this is very interesting to me. Once it gets above that level, I just hope I don't get bamboozled if I end up getting involved in that one. Let's check our friend CCL, where we're at. We're still flat on the trade. We're still holding that level. We haven't broken down below the low, so trade for me is still valid, even though we're not in the money or out of the money on it. But yeah, that's all I'm looking for here, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm looking for this ARM flat top break, and yeah, I'll keep my eye on this Nio 9.
For sure, yeah. Nice. So getting along here incrementally, kind of a chop, kind of a turn on the futures as well. So we tried it a couple times, we got out, and then now it seems like we are kind of making consecutively higher lows there. So potential for a range break here on Amazon as the market looks to kind of consolidate and potentially turn. There, I'm seeing again, we talked about trend is your friend until the end, where it bends. Now this has literally gone flat.
I like that.
Right? So the trend to the downside has definitely slowed down, and we'll probably be able to observe that on a higher time limit there. Take a look at the 30-minute chart there. Take a look at that, the second consecutive green on the 30 after 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive reds, and this one kind of being 9 o'clock out the open, where there was a bit of a front run on the sell in the pre-market off that 140, right? So let's see if that comes into fruition there. Potential for a turn, right? 136 is holding. We're looking for that 137 to kind of come in, and like we said, or like we've been kind of doing for the past couple of days, let's see if we can kind of do this bit of a range, and then see if that range kind of continues, or either way, right, up or down. We'll figure that out when we kind of get there. But a bit of consecutive highs there, potentially coming in as the market is looking to turn. Let's see what Apple kind of did with that 177, as that could be kind of key as well. Let me just take a look at a shorter time frame, take the spaghetti off the chart, and yeah, okay, so a little bit of a topping action there on Apple. Let's check Microsoft real quick. Okay, so a bit of sideways there, nothing too crazy. Let's check some of these tickers here. Let's see if that Intel news is going to do us anything. All right, so I get stopped out of the Amazon long there. Kind of pulls back into the 80s, or breaks a previous low, which is a good thing, because take a look at Nvidia here as we speak. It's cracking the lows, pushing back towards that 420 test from yesterday. Let's see if we can actually get a 420 test today, as this 440 doesn't seem like it really wants it that much. But yesterday I was looking for the 420 long, didn't really quite get there. 422 holds, 423, and then kind of bids back all the way to 440, and that 440 acts as resistance coming in today. So let's see what that Nvidia low has in store for us, whether we break it convincingly. Take a look at that Intel. We talked about it being sell on the news. I should be involved in this right now. You know what? I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to pull it up right here. But yeah, definitely a sell on the news type of thing going on here, as this strong selling kind of shows up post-event. And take a look at this confirmation, the expanding volume into that selling. So volume is getting larger as Intel sells off, as their I guess the Intel Innovation Conference, or whatever you want to call it, is going on there. So we got a bit of a sell-off on that. So that's I guess that's good to see that come into fruition. AMD not really looking that similar there, making consecutively higher lows, almost setting up for a flat top break there. And take a look at that. Amazon kind of wicks kind of that low there, and stops me out, rebids back onto the 136. So you know what? I'm going to stay a little patient here. We've been clocked out 3 times on the long, so 3 strikes. I'm definitely out for that, or taking a little bit more precaution for getting in on the long. But maybe the stop is set a little too tight there, because the 60s are actually the low, and we get stopped out in the 80s. And I guess it was a low relative to this wick here, but this consolidation relative to this one down in the 70s, we did make a little bit of a higher low there in the 80s. So maybe my stop placement again. Something I'm working on is keeping a proper range on the stop relative to the volatility that we're experiencing on the day there. So that one might have been a little too close there. Sure, the wider, better stop would have been here, 135.50s underneath the low of day there, above and then getting into the consolidation above low of day. But you know what? We'll reassess that and continue, again, trying to save as much risk as possible for the IPO, the card IPO being definitely the #1 trade on the day that I have in store. So let's see how we kind of execute on that as it comes out. Didn't really execute the way I wanted to on the ARM IPO, getting a second chance at this IPO trade today. So let's see how we do when it potentially comes out. But that 136 seems like it's holding. We could potentially look for a long here, but I'm going to wait for this consolidation to kind of pan out, let it do its thing, and maybe actually get involved on the break itself now, as I'm getting in on the edges, but then as it works, I'm kind of adding and chasing into the move, and then it kind of consolidates, drops back in, and then I get stopped out. So maybe still getting involved at the edges, but maybe not diddling in the middle too much with those ads and messing up that average. Is something I gotta focus on as well. So let's see what this does going forward.
All right, Ob, I'm looking at the book here on Nio. And by book, I mean level 2. When I say book, I mean this area over here, which shows all the orders at the different
Wow,
prices
damn,
from
that's
the different.
thick.
Yeah, it's very thick, and we have that $9 area here is, and it's just growing, Obi. Like when I went to the bathroom right now, I came back and the size was a bit bigger. So this $9 looking real interesting. It's not going to change my thesis on it. I need it to start curling and showing its propensity to make higher highs. And if it wants to double bottom, fantastic. We'll take that mean reversion trade any day. Down 12 3/4, 12 2/3, give or take, depending on whether it's at 01s or double O's. So keeping my eye on that. I'm also keeping my eye on Intel. The show is continuing. And as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. Meta is right back into that 350 area. So if it comes back down in a 300, Obi,
What's the plan? What's the plan?
the plan
Talk to me.
is to look for a double bottom. But I think like I'm wishfully thinking, because I missed it initially and I could have had $1.80 on it, but is to see whether we get that continuation, right? Anyway, we'll have to wait and see. Meta is at that $300.50 area, 2/3, 66 area at the moment, 3/4 now. The spread's opening up a little bit. We'll keep an eye on this one. I like it. See if we can get anything around that 300 area. I'll have to be a bit patient. All right, back to CCL. This one's really slowing down now, man. It's not, this one's not showing me a whole lot that I like here. In fact, I think we're about to make a newer low, so looks like I may lose on this one. It's gonna break that 15 area. We'll see what the size is at 15. I'm looking at the book right now. There's really nothing to kind of excite me in terms of support at that 15 level, but we'll have to wait. I'm not gonna cut this trade. We'll see if we can get that hold or not. We're risking about 10 pennies or so. Right, we got in at 08, and we're gonna see. We're gonna see. All right, the other one I'm looking at is this progressively higher low, higher low, higher low, flat top on ARM. I'm looking for this break again through that 55 1/3, 55 1/2. If we get that break, I'm gonna be all over this trade. In fact, I'll probably set a stop script order to take the break of the $0.50. I do like how it's setting up. This one could mean revert. And again, right, like we've got, it's IPO craze right now. We got the card IPO coming out any minute, so that, they have nothing to do with each other, cart and ARM, but you could have some sympathy coming back into this one as well. It could be influenced by the Intel event. If Intel starts getting going, ARM could move. We'll have to wait and see. It's down 5% on the day, so it's a riskier trade, and therefore I need confirmation. So that's my look on that one. CCL is continuing to hold that 15-ish level for now. Nothing for me to do on this one. Someone was asking, living large, what happened to trading small caps? That's been your thing midday. I mean, there's really not much going on. Obi talked to you guys about that AVGR earlier. It was good. It's a continuation from yesterday. It's not doing a whole lot, though. As I look over here, I think I had Nio instead of it. No. Whoa, Nio's about to break 9. Okay, so I got to, yeah, there it goes. Nio just broke 9. There we go, into 94s. We get a bit of a bounce back up into the 96 area, but there you go, flat bottom break on Nio. This is why I don't want to take it long. I mean, I just didn't believe a whole lot in it, to be honest with you. There you go. Sorry, Nio. I don't like the company, and as long as Li Auto doesn't continue to move in sympathy with this one, I really won't care. And there it goes, Obi. It is flushing 92s now, down into, oh. All right, Sean's hitting the bangs there. Into 92s we go. No size that I really can see here to support it. Maybe at that 90 level, it looks like there's a bit of size at that 10-cent level at 8.90, but really nothing nothing that we saw like at the 9 level OB where there was several thousand lots at that level. Maybe going to about 10,000 lots or so. I see a few thousand lots here, if anything, at that 90 level. But yeah, there you go. Now down 13 1/3, OB 1 Canob on Nio, whatever you want to call it. I had to do that. Yeah, to get a stir out of everybody. Living large, I answered that question already. And yeah, that's basically it. That's my look there. Meta bouncing back into 301 can hope. So possible double bottom here on this one. Maybe go green at 302, but I think it's really going to take the market to bounce up here.
Oh, down.
Still down 0.83 on the NQ.
I accidentally hit the long instead of hitting the short there on this Amazon trade there. Just wanted to take a quick cheeky little scalp off of that range that we're building up into here. But yeah, not the best there. Gonna get out of this real quick. And yeah, that was definitely a mistake on my part. I was seeing that there were sellers kind of involved here and here, and I just wanted to take a quick 15, 20 pennies back down into the bottom of the range, but I had queued up for a long instead of a short there, and a bit of a misclick on my part, losing what is that? Losing 13 pennies for no reason. Thank you. But yeah, you know what? Looking, oh wow, take a look at that. It's ripping back up to the upside there, getting a little sauced on this move here, this volatility as we test the top of this consolidation range here. But yeah, I guess yeah, definitely got to get out of that because that was not the intention to begin with. But yeah, take a look at Apple. Apple's screaming back to the upside. 178 test. We talked about that 177 holding. We made a 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 3, like a triple bottom here, consolidation on top of the 177, and then you get a full point off of that hold back to 178. So yeah, let's see what that has in store. I'm still kind of looking to get in short now. We tried a long a bunch of times, and sellers are definitely a little bit still in charge, even as we kind of build up here, that 15.3 kind of rejecting as well. So yeah, you know what? I kind of want to get involved in the short here right above this 136 to potentially take it down, even though we are starting to go a little sideways and curl. I want to look for some of these pops to get into. But again, still waiting for that IPO that may potentially be coming up in the next few minutes there.
All right, guys, we got a new look today. It's the same bullies. They're going to take your lunch money. It's time for lunch money.
Once again, lunch money is not bullies taking your money. It's looking for opportunities during lunch and for the rest of the day that we can dig ourselves into. We're doing it at the desk just like we did for the ARM IPO because I haven't ordered to go long at the open, so same thing as last week. We want to be prepared for. We haven't gotten any early look on it, but I want to start there. Obviously, you can't go anywhere without talking about Instacart today. The current auction price is still saying 42. The open interest is almost 2 million shares. It's now double to the upside what it was when we left the morning show. So it is growing the open interest, but 44 million shares and an open print of 2 million seems a little bit small. I want to remind everybody of one thing. Some previous prices, just in case it goes crazy. If you're looking at previous raises, it's not getting Sequoia's price up there and Fidelity up at 125. But you've got 46, you've got 48, that 30 level D1 Capital was from 2018, and in the 40s, a couple of raises were done in the mid 40s, 46 even, 46.30, 48.09 there in 2020. So those could be actionable levels, 46 and 48, just in case it goes absolutely insane. If it breaks above those prices, I would look to see if it has any support above, but they're also resistance until it gets there. So the idea is take opening print. I always love to have an even dollar stop, but if it opens at 42, I'm not going to stop out at 42. That's nonsensical. So I would look at that 41 and a half level. Every 50 cents we're going to have. So the Intel event is on. That's the other thing. There's no getting around this. It is look, unless you're listening to this, then you don't necessarily want to be going ham trading it. And my focus is going to be on Instacart, so I am not paying attention to the presentation. But the 37.5 level has been a big line in the sand. It is giving up a monster level on the daily. I think underneath that, it's a potential trend down with the 50 period resting at $35. So it's obviously a big event happening for them. It's a 2-day event. 35 is a big level. I think you got to look at every even dollar level when it comes to something like an Intel. I don't know if your relief rally back into 37.5, but that would be the normal line in the sand. So Intel absolutely tanking. While we're there, why don't we just go over some of the other chip names, because AMD, that 103 AMD, now it looks like 102, and it's starting to carry into the downside. Do not forget AMD held 100 like an absolute champion yesterday. So we might look for that to happen again. Triple bottom on the daily at 100 because we did get there at the end of August. So actionable dip buy opportunity on AMD if Intel can make any kind of a turn. And I don't think we ever talk about the chip names without at least mentioning NVIDIA down 2% today. Hey, it's not 420, but it is 430. It's at the lows. If it could break that, remember the monster wick bottom at 420 yesterday. Liquidity grab underneath. That is a huge liquidity grab on the breakdown yesterday at the open. If it sniffs those levels, if there was buying there once, I usually like to think they'll be buying there again. Liquidity vacuums yield interesting and key price areas to work off of. I heard Sharif mention this one. I want to go back to the well with Carnival Cruise Lines. It's at that $15 level. This is it on the daily, $14.90. There is your support for CCL at the $14.90 level. 15 even can be a little something, but it has broken. I don't think the long is done until you broke in $14.90. So I'm looking to wick underneath 15, like break 15 even, don't break $14.90, and then try and get a long on the way back up, and then you're risking 10 cents. A clean break of $14.90 I think is just a short, because that is a flat bottom break if I've ever seen one on CCL. Going right to some names that are making pullbacks. Maybe one of the strongest names out in the market the last little bit has been Affirm. Not today. Affirm down 7.5% and getting its you-know-what kicked. So it's a monster retracement level it's getting back to at 23. There is once, twice, OB thrice until it broke out that level on the daily. We're going right back into that previous breakout price. So Affirm coming into major support. It goes SSR at 22.50. So I don't think you have to worry about 10% down until it gets to 22.5 with that 23 level. I'd look for a false break of that low, but the market's trending to the downside. So again, if the market's trending down, I usually want to see it trap longs at the bottom and then get a relief as opposed to standing in front of a moving freight train. Never want to do that. I promised Nimit I would go over the cannabis name. So I think it's more or less the same thing that we were talking about in the morning, only slight difference in here because I was never really talking about the short. I was simply going over the long in CGC. SSR bounced this morning, got up to 125, so it was a good 10% move off the bottom. Now we're grinding into that low. If this gets taken out, we could test the $1 even level. I do like a $1 bounce play, risk 2 or 3 cents on that, but that's a separate trade from the long here on CGC. And if we do break that low and it fails, worth noting ACB on the other hand has support at 85 for a flat bottom break. This already failed $1. So watch out below here on ACB. If you do get a break of CGC at $1 and you miss out on what you think is a good short, 85, big support level for ACB. I do have that one on the radar as well. I feel like we always try to end off with a couple big tech names that deserve a little bit of our love. One of those is, I don't know, it's not the biggest and the baddest, but it is the biggest and the baddest. Apple, it's basically flat into a market that is down 1%, 177. That's it. 177 on Apple. It's relatively stronger than the market and the NASDAQ right now. I do feel like it looks pretty good. Yesterday, it had a bit of a breakout at about 11 o'clock to run into 179. So I think 77 is your line in the sand. Unless you're looking for a flat bottom break on this, I think you can look for the short as well if it were to fail that level. But the first trade is going to be testing 177 on the bid, and also looking for a little something. Consolidation here on Amazon down 3%, getting its butt kicked. This daily chart's going to show you it's been riding the 50-period moving average to the upside. Today it sits just underneath 136. Call it 135.5. It's close enough. And that is where we are bottoming out here on Amazon. This is set up for a decent relief rally. I think you look at a consolidation like this, and you might not care which direction it breaks. You just want the breakout. If it gets through 136.5, as long as the market's not facing fresh lows, I kind of like that into the long side. If it breaks the bottom, that's that 50 period getting taken out. And if we close beneath that 50 period, I think the trend might head into the downside. I do want to end things where we started because everybody cares about Instacart today. IPOs are where it's at. No change just yet on Instacart. Still 2 million shares, still 42 even, still looking for the opening print, and still going to have that stop out at 41.50. The other way I want to play it is if I see monster size, let's just say size shows up, it opens at 42 change, and then monster size shows up at 42, I might add to the position, but have the exact same stop out. So I might like it better if I see some size. But what's giving me a reason not to be all in at the open is the fact that it's only 2 million shares when they issued 44. I feel as if percentage-wise, much more interest in the ARM IPO on a volume basis, less here, yet it's still going to be opening 40% up from the IPO issue price. So I think, relatively speaking, I will have less notional risk on Instacart at the open than I did on ARM. And a lot of that has to do with this 2 million as opposed to 4 or 5 million off the open. Just was expecting a little bit more than that. Doesn't mean I don't think it'll still go up. We're looking to make that bounce play. But you've got to always manage what's in front of you and the information. If something doesn't make sense, at least a little bit of sense to me, I'm going to back off just a little bit. You can always limit your risk. Still going to take that print. Good luck to everybody that is intending on trading this. Our poll this morning was about 50-50 as to who was going to trade the IPO. So good luck to all of you that are. Make sure, take your profits. You know when everyone broke taking profits, and always have yourself an out before you get into a trade. That is lunch money. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, and by then you'll know all about how Instacart went. Back to the midday. You hear anything?
Thanks very much, Neil. Insightful as always. Shout out to the Neil. All right, guys, let's see what ARM is doing. I'm keeping my eye on this one. I'm still keeping my eye on the Intel. They call it, what do they call this? Innovation? Intel Innovation. Okay. Live from San Jose. What was that, Ramin? Intel Innovation Summit. There you go.
What was that? What was that word that they used yesterday? Was it something? Was it siliconomics? Siliconomics or something?
Siliconomics.
Siliconomics.
Yes.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they did. All right. Yeah, because there's like Bidenomics, right? Everyone's throwing that term around there. And yeah, by the way, DTCK, small cap gapper de jour. Is this an IPO or something, guys, or a SPAC? Because I don't have any information on here. This Davis Commodities Limited. Let me bring it in here. Let's pull it up on the side chart, actually. All right, here is the ARM DTCK on the NASDAQ. Here we go. It's an interesting mover. It's not showing up on my gap scanner, which typically means that it hasn't traded previously. Guys, let me know what's going on with this. Is this an IPO? It is an IPO. Okay. All right. Hourly, yeah, I don't have data prior to this. So this is an IPO, and it's not at $10, so it means it didn't de-SPAC. All right. So that's the look here. It's quite volatile. Okay. Make a long story short, we've had 2 up halts and 1 down halt. We had the first up halt at 585, second up halt at 715, first down halt at 647-ish, 650-ish. We're below that now. We're trading at 621. I don't know what the float is. I'm probably not going to have the accurate data, and I don't on the day, but it's doing decent volume, 5 2/3 million shares at the moment. You know what? I'm going to steer clear of this one, but here's how I see this. I like the halt levels as areas of support and resistance right here. So if you're looking for that dip trade, I mean, look at this. This was a halt level, 583, and then look where this candle came down to. Lo and behold, surprise, surprise, it's something that I see repeated often. So we'll have to wait and look to see if this becomes a little bit more stable so that we can trade it. CCL still holding at my entry, or like plus or minus a penny. Meta curling back up above 301. And while Neil was talking, I got involved in this Intel trade and looking for a break at 37. I got on the curl back up, made a 5-minute candle new high. We'll see if this one pans out. Got in at 87. Guys, the position board's still on the big kahunas if you want to switch it to the smaller kahunas over here. So, oh, it gets switched automatically. Sorry, Neil, I guess didn't. Yeah. So we'll wait. It gets switched automatically, guys, at the quarter hour there, Old-One Canadian.
Oh, okay, all right. So it's I guess it's time there for.
Well, yeah, we don't have control over that.
So I guess I got stopped out again on the short that I was trying to take, as the market kind of looks like it is breaking. So we broke that range, got out of that position right there. I guess the idea for getting in longs here was not wrong. I got to reassess this consolidation here, and kind of I got some notes down there to kind of fix up what mistakes I made here. A little bit of a punch the wrong way, and then being a little aggressive as we kind of build into that 136. And then finally, we do eventually get that break of that consolidation back to the upside, headed towards that 137 there. And I'm not really involved right now, as I kind of use that break to get out of the short. When yeah, sure, reason to long, reason to cover, reason to buy, right? So that off of that consolidation break there, giving you about 10 pennies from there. But we were long earlier, 135.80s and 135.90s for this potential move, and yeah, it didn't really come in. Getting a little chopped on both sides there. I gotta stay focused here. You know what? The next trade will potentially be the CART IPO, as I'm gonna patiently wait for that one to open now. As Amazon, clearly I'm not in sync with the trade on Amazon here. I am being a little antsy there, trying to protect my risk and kind of trading my P&L, catching myself trading my P&L rather than the move itself, where clearly the move was you sell off pretty heavily, you start to go sideways. So sure, initial reasons to get long, you start to make higher lows. Another reason to get long, and then you break the high of consolidation, another reason to get long. So yeah, definitely kind of botched that thesis there, as clearly this thesis for these longs down here and maybe up here, I got to reassess getting in at the right places, widening up the stop a little bit, and then giving it room to actually breathe and make the move that we're actually looking for here. As look at this, the ES kind of wick bottoms that consolidation and then steps right back into that previous consolidation as well. We were talking about Intel earlier as well. So Intel sells off. Take a look at this hard quadrunk on that volume. We talked about how this sell-off into 137 had expanding volume, and we were looking at it over here. And then something happens where you pop like 30, 40 pennies, and then you slap a full point to the downside there into 36.60s there, with the highest volume candle kind of being on off of that sell-off there. So let's see where that will bring us on Intel here. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. NVIDIA was breaking its lows. So yeah, okay, consecutive lows, a bit of a range trend here happening on NVIDIA, as this seems like this is what's happening here. So let me just, I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect, but you know what I mean. It's a little bit of a range trend to the downside here on NVIDIA, pretty tight. Let's see if we see some of that as well on some of these other chip names. AMD doing a bit of a range, but more sideways as well, right? We talked about this range kind of compressing, the price compression happening on AMD. 101 seems like a good place to buy. 102 seems like a good place to sell as of right now on AMD. So let's see if it just tries to chop and churn and consolidate in and around above this 100 mark. Let's see where AMD goes in the coming week. Okay, so we got to push all the way to 136.40s. We're getting a bit of a sell-off here. Let's see what that consolidation holds. So take a look at where we get that rejection on that initial. Okay, so we had a bit of consolidation here, but some real buying initially shows up right here after a wick low at 136.30s-ish, 136.40, and then this consolidation breaks out, accelerates, and is hit with some resistance right at that 136.40. So that's an interesting look there on Amazon. And yeah, let's see what. Let me know what you guys are trading. Oh yeah, AI as well. Let's take a look at AI, see if that's doing any significant moves off of this conference that's going on. AI being being a little bit strong here, broken its range since 10 o'clock, and catching a bit of a bid there, maybe some expanding volume as well there. But definitely Intel is a star of the show right now, as they are the ones who are conducting this conference there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. And I'm involved in this Intel at 88. See if we can get that print around 37. We'll see. Yeah, a bit of a stalling out, sub 37 here. Seeing some 96s come in on the ask. Still not much happening here. Midday, it's kind of slowing down, but the Nio short, though, one Canobe, continues to print for whoever had it. The Katina Man's got this one. Where did you take it, Katina Man? Nio. 960. He's still holding that from there, so getting close to $1 in the money. That 9 break was absolute beauty. Even you had another opportunity. I wasn't around for this one. Retraced off that 879 right back into 895, and then Huadunk goes the dynamite again on that one. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Still holding CCL, doing bupkis, involved in Meta, looking for that continuation into around that VWAP area around 302. We'll see if we get something to print on there, but the futures are going to have to, cooperate with this, because I think as the futures go, as Meta goes, I don't see an independent catalyst for this one today. So we'll have to wait and see on that. Flipping back to Intel, still hanging out south of my profit taker around there. Not really, it's not crossing, even though the spread is about a penny. Down 2.7%, but Pat Gelsinger still on the mic. He's quite an animated fellow, speaking with his hands, his feet, everything there. There we go. We get the fill at I believe 88s or 98s, pardon me. So nice little fill. Yeah, not much of a profit taker there. We'll wait to see if we can get a break through 37, but there we go. Now up into 37. So let's go ahead and set up another little profit taker, about 10 pennies higher from there. So wait on that. CCL still doing its thing around my entry, not much happening there. Meta kind of finding a bit of a flat top, but consolidating sideways here. The reason I got into Meta was a couple of fold. One, you had the defend off 300. Then you had a bit of a test here into VWAP. I mean, this is an incorrect VWAP. On my chart, VWAP's a little bit different. Here's the look on Meta. There's the VWAP there. So it was quite close to VWAP, about 20 pennies off it or so. And then you had a higher low, right? You dipped into that 300, got it to about 300 and a quarter. And I'm looking for continuation trend up, possibly maybe to touch break even, maybe to touch VWAP at 302-ish area. That was the thinking behind that trade. We'll see how it pans out. So far, a bit of flat on the trade, 10 pennies out of the money or so. So that's the look there, and those are my two. Now, Intel's doing well here, recovering. We're about to get our second print on this one. If we touch 8s, I've got a resting order at 8s. We've broken through 37. Nice move back for Intel. I expect probably more resistance if we make it up at that 37.30 level. I mean, that's kind of the bottom that we had initially. 37 and a quarter, probably the better level there. We'll see how that one does. Again, mostly counter trend trades today, as we are red on mostly everything in the market. Saving except for crypto. Crypto is one of the only green standouts on my watch list. I haven't looked at everything though, but we'll have to wait and see. All right, CCL still doing the same thing. Meta still doing the same thing. There we go with Meta. We get one fill through the break of the $0.50. Now we're sitting at the 2/3 dollar. If we can get continuity through that, sitting at around 63s or so, so 65s. Definitely looking for a touch in and around 302. That's what. That's where VWAP is, and that's where we crested out last time too. This crest in and around the 3/4 to 2/3 of dollar. Meta, typically spready though, has to be said. You're gonna always encounter like a 5, 6, 7 penny spread on Meta. So you will have to cross in order to get filled. Otherwise, you're gonna have to get on the bid, and that ain't the look. So those are my trades. One Cano took a couple of profit takers here on Intel and Meta.
Nice. Good trades, man.
We'll see.
So I've done a little bit of a reassessment. Stepped away took a quick break there. But yeah, a bit of trying to see what this trend is kind of up to here. So we kind of broke this trend here, 1106, and start to go sideways, right? So let's see how I kind of executed in and around that level, in and around that time, as I'm kind of going to go over my executions on Amazon today. Not the best here, but I guess you guys will see it live. A little bit of a self-review of this trading that I'm doing here. Obviously, kind of okay. So here's the thing. Early morning, I had the idea right here. I don't know if you guys can see. Top idea, Amazon 140.
What is this, Sticky Note Nation?
Sticky Note, yeah.
What's
Shout out
happening
to Sean. So you see right there, 140.30, and then I want to take it into 137, which is a key level, right? And that 140 comes in the pre-market. So I'm like, well, okay, a little bit of a front run there off the key level, selling off heavy with volume in the pre-market. That 140 is long gone, and I'm like, well, okay, I missed that trade that could have been potentially big. Now I have to consider if a significant level is being tested and held either way in the pre-market with some volume, and I can understand that it's a multi-time frame, multi-day type of level of interest. I might want to get a little involved in the pre-market, right?
Get involved, baby.
And then get even, if it starts to go in my direction out the open, that's when I really can push into that trade for the continuation. But that would mean that I'm still involved here. Sharif has
Sorry,
got
I have to mention something.
Yes, sir.
Hawaiian Electric is moving here, Obi. You'll recall this one absolutely. You know what, the bed. A little while ago, $13 hold today, got to $12.95. Now it just went up to $13.85. It's trading at $13.60 at the moment. Here it is. Shareholder alert. Potential recovery for Hawaiian Electric Industries. Investors affected. Apparently there's some lawsuit. Is that it? I don't think that's it. Hold on. When did it start moving? 12:23. Okay, here it is. Dow Jones. While Maui firefighters broke for lunch, the wildfire that destroyed Lahaina grew. What? This ain't it. Anyway, I don't really know. I thought that was it, but not sure why Hawaiian Electric is moving. It's up 4.25%. This is the look on Hawaiian Electric here. Show you, yeah, there's the pop. A whole lot of volume, about 600,000 shares in one minute candle, and it's moving right back up here into that 13.75. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I don't think that's the headline that's going to do it. So, yeah, as soon as I find out what it is, I will let you know. Shout out to the Hayes Records. I know you, brother. You had a super chat earlier, $1.99 super chat for the Hayes. Shout out to you, my friend, good friend of the shows, and an avid viewer. No question about that. Meta, Huadunking here below my entry. We'll have to be patient on this one. Nothing doing on CCL, 1 penny out of the money. And DTCK going again. Here we go. New high a day. There we go. Right back into that 7 3/4. We're at 7 2/3, 750 a little bit now. The volatility is wild. It's a 90% mover. I don't know what the float is. I don't have the deets. It's an IPO. Davis Commodities, I don't even know what this company does. So new that I don't have data, I don't have information on it, but there it is. Be careful with this one, guys, because it can do anything. All right, back to Intel. We get the fill on Intel. There we go. Intel's moving up, baby. Nice move up here. Shout out to Patty G and his boys. Now we're down 2 1/3. We got in at 88, waited for the backside there, and the 37 break. We'll wet our beak a little bit more at that $0.25 level. But it's the dead weight here, Obwen Kenob, on CCL. Holding 15 quite well, but doing absolute bupkis at this level. You know, it doesn't even look like it's setting up for a flat bottom break, because that's how slow this one is today. It's technically positive on the day, 0.17 to the high side, but doing absolutely nothing at this level. So we'll have to either exercise some patience or just cut this trade for a 2 penny loser. But the one that is a winning is our friend Intel here.
Nice, yeah, nice breaking news there on Hawaiian Electric. Thanks, Sharif.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no worries, man. Okay, so back to this this trade review that we're doing here. So initially, right here, the idea was to get a little long on the initial tape change and a bit of confluence with the markets as well, looking for a bounce on the markets. We got that. 50 pennies in the money, didn't have all the size that I kind of wanted, kind of clipped that local intermediate bottom there, 50 pennies in the money, stopped out right there. I think the first stop out was about for 15, 20 pennies, not bad. Might want to keep it a little tighter here into this low right here after where I did get in, and then maybe reattempt there. A little hasty to get back into the long right after getting stopped out at the same price there. Got to give it some more time to kind of consolidate, let it do its thing, but then finally catches a bit of a bid here in the 135.80s, 135.60s, and then kind of curls up off of this consolidation here as we are seeing on the chart. So when this consolidation kind of happens, I had the initial bias for the short, and then I'm like, well, now that that's gone, I'm looking for the long. Now it's that type of mentality I might need to work on a little bit. If we're breaking key levels, maybe I should continue to stick with that bias and look for any other reasons to get short or get long or reasons to sell. And I think the rejection of that 137 kind of coming in like that after you bid up about 50 pennies, which was a little bit different than some of the other consolidations here. Like, take a look at this. This consolidation bids up 50 pennies, but it's not. It's distinctly different from this consolidation here, where you do have a distinct push up, a grind, hold of highs, and then you push that 137. And when that doesn't work, yeah, definitely I shouldn't be trying more longs right away, and definitely be looking for a bit on the short side, as that 140 key level did break down, and we broke the 137, which I was looking for as the target for the 140 short. So we've broken two levels, almost a level move on heavy selling on these markets here. But yeah, when it starts to consolidate and chop around, I did go back to it with the long here, not really getting involved here, but you can see this rip right back up and that consolidation about on top of 135.50. Getting a little lost in the sauce here in the chop, chasing in and around, like we said. If I can observe that we've made a low here and we're holding kind of I guess that head and shoulders or whatever, that price that negates that level and then holds above it, was that 135.80s. So getting long in and around this level, which we did, was not a bad idea. But the fact that I kind of chased into the top of the range there with the longs, and then also added where I should have been longing right at the bottom of the range, kind of gets me stopped out as we messed up the average there on literally a lower high. So not the best executions there, a bit of a trade review, but yeah, bit of a curl as well. We're getting that strength back up to the upside here as that consolidation high holds above that 136, and the market's curling as well. Let's see if we can push past this 15.3 on the NQs. That's what I'm watching. ES looking a little bit weaker than that. CART, you got the tap at 42.50. Nothing yet. No first prints, but we are going to stay vigilant here. Let's take a look at Intel. I know Sharif was in an Intel trade. Bit of a retracement, retracing almost about 50% of that sell-off that we've had. Sharif, do you know if they're still talking there?
There, I've got it right here, my friend.
Okay, all right.
Patty G's got some glasses in his hand. Let's look at what Patty G's looking at the moment. I don't know what this is. Enhanced PC capabilities. I've got the closed captions on by Patty G there. What else we got? I don't know what these glasses are, but it's an interesting look. But look at this, guys. Come to the screen if you're able to. Champions League is back today. Yes, first game of 2023. Milan versus Newcastle. Newcastle not to be messed with. They're a good team this year. That's starting in 10 minutes. And then this name for this club, I know it's a storied club, but it always throws me off. Young Boys, I don't know why anyone would name a club Young Boys. It just seems like very pedophilic. But yeah, there we go. Young Boys versus RB Leipzig, right there. They're also playing at 12:45. Then you got a nice game here, PSG and Dortmund. I like that. Shakhtar Donetsk and Porto, interesting. And you also have my most hated and most rivaled. No, they're not my most hated. I'm just joking. Man City. I don't even know how to say that name. I'll leave that for whoever knows how to say it. Then you have Lazio and Atletico Madrid, Barca and Antwerp, Feyenoord and Celtic. That's all today. And then my boys, oh baby, we play tomorrow. Arsenal versus PSV Eindhoven at 3 p.m. I will be watching that. Pumped about that. 10 minutes for cart, says the Katina man. So alert, alert, alert. Get your orders set. Whatever you need to do, load it up on that side chart. Whatever, get prepared because it is about to go. Just like DTCK is going, oh baby. 837 HOD. It's up a measly 104%. The spread is wild on this. Oh, there we go. 840 top now. This one's going, and gone. Be careful. Again, spready, low float, IPO. There's no levels off which to work. So, these are inherently dangerous stocks, and they are, if you can trade them, fantastic. Go for it. I typically can't. So I typically stay away. Meta, we're about 10 pennies out of the money as we do a bit of a consolidative dance. We're going to have to see whether this one's going to break 301 because that's where my out is, or whether we're going to continue here with the higher lows and make a new higher high at that 302, 302-ish area. Out of the money on it at the moment. CCL, the same thing, about 3 pennies out of the money here. We're along 08s and where it's at 05s. It's flat on the day and doing nothing, but the trade that is paying is this Intel trade. Consolidating a little bit for the last 7 minutes or so. I've got a profit taker at 15s, showing 13s here on the ask. We'll see if we can get filled. Otherwise, we're going to have to hang tight. Feyenoord or Feyenoord. Thank you. I don't know how to say it, man. There's always new teams that join the Champions League every year, depending on how they do in their domestic league. And a lot of these teams I don't know about, right? I mean, there's only so many leagues that you can follow at one time, and they're from languages that I don't typically know how to pronounce. So I'm sorry if I mispronounced it, but yeah, I'll get better. I'll do my best to get better, and that's the look there. All right, let's flip back before we send it to Old-One Knob and look how Nio's doing. Ooh, another flat bottom break coming in here at 875, question mark. Because look at this. Look how many touches we're getting at 875. Not in the exact same way we did at 9.0, but look, a touch here at 875, another touch here at 875, and now we're coming right back down. We're at 76 here on the bid. So possible another move down for a stock that I don't believe in whatsoever, and that is Nio. Have you ever seen the Nio house?
No.
Yeah,
they have homes.
Talk about spreading yourself thin, my friend. Let's have a look and show the viewers the Nio house. Here it is, baby. Images. There it is. Look at this. They make houses, Obi. These prefabbed houses that you can buy. Yeah.
Is it like a smart home?
Dude.
Is it like...
I don't know if people buy it, but they make them. Anyway, so here it is. The Nio house, guys, and they don't just make swappable battery cars, but they are involved in the real estate game now. Let's have a look. They look pretty good, I'm not going to lie. I mean, let's go to the screen, guys. Here's the look. Here's another Nio house over here. That's the presentation center, I think, for the Nio house. Here's an interior look at the Nio house. If you want to park your car in your living room, this may be the look for you. Right? Neil is not a... No, to be honest with you, Neil, this looks like a business because, look, that's a monster dining table right there. I got to tell you the truth. Yeah. Is that a garage for
If
me?
that was a garage, that would be...
I don't know.
Be
That's a weird,
garage.
you know what, garage. Anyway, shout out to Nio and their choice of designs here. The Nio house staying undefeated, baby. All right, we're going to shut that one down, and we're going to look back here at Nio. It's still doing the dance with at 875, so nothing doing there. We got the print there through, pardon me, the break of 15s on my friend Intel. It is headed to the high side in the exact same way that Meta is not. We're still out of the money about 10 pennies here on my very good friend from earlier in the year, Meta. We kind of parted ways since that time, but you know, I still have strong feelings for this stock, and you know, we'll remain friends, no question about it. Going into the future, Meta and I, down about 0.42% on the day, but here doing that dance sideways right now, Obi.
Yeah, I got my eyes on ARM there, as ARM just had a pop like crazy. We talked about that 55 being a recycle, a little over under, and it's been giving you that that recycle price compression into that 55 mark, and then you see that compression kind of release its pressure, and 55 just slaps up to the top of the range there. That's an interesting look. Not really involved in ARM. Still waiting for that cart, man. That cart, 42. So, oh, is it coming out at 12.42 or it's at 42? Okay, right. The tap is at 42. I see here, but yeah, a few more minutes potentially for the cart IPO to come out. We're getting some volatility here on ARM as well. Let's take a quick look at Intel. Not really doing more of the same, bit of a reversion there. Dell hasn't really had a move off of this. AMD, let's check as well. AMD still kind of doing that chop, that range price compression there between that 102 and 101 that we talked about. So if you're looking to farm a range, it seems like AMD is definitely one of them that's stuck in a range today. People saying cart opening, huh? Maybe very, very soon there, Sharif. What's going on?
I got it on the side chart. By the way, I got into ARM through a stop order there through the break of the high, and I'm kind of regretting it. So I think I'm going to give this one a very short leash through the 10s, 55.10, and I'm out of this one because I literally have top wick on the entry, and that's not a good look. So the idea here was a compression pattern, right? Higher low, higher low, higher low with a flat top, and I'm getting bamboozled. So unless this one goes, breaks 10s, I'm out. No, cart has not started trading. Do you guys have cart? Is it trading? No, it's not. Yeah. We'll hear it. He'll be yelling, and there'll be all sorts of commotions in the background. So, yeah, I've got cart on my side chart too, and it's doing bupkis over here. This is cart over here. Maybe I can put in a thing already. Oh, look at that, Obi. I can do it already. Oh, no, I can't.
Nice.
I got excited for no reason. Oh. All right, we're gonna have to wait on this ARM trade. Oh, look at ARM's bouncing back.
Yeah,
all right.
ARM is a bit
so
of
I'm gonna leave that for a minute. I'm keeping my eye on Intel here because we're nicely in the money on this one. And let's go back into my friend Meta, flat on Meta as it continues to dance sub that $0.50. But we are waiting for the 2/3 break. The problem with my friend Meta here is it's quite spready. Here we go. Into the high 50s we go. Do we get continuity, or are we just going to continue to consolidate sideways and not make newer highs? We're going to have to wait and see. There it is, and we get that breakthrough, but we're going to have to cross. There is the fill on my very good friend Meta. We are in each other's good books again. I'm going to take a little profit there to de-risk as, yeah, well, you know, had to wait for this one. So we're going to wait for Meta. Meta doing okay for the moment. CCL is dead weight. It's been doing nothing. ARM's okay as well. We're like 5 pennies out of the money on that. But Intel continues to go, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, people in the chat saying, Unmaster saying Amazon having a great time. Yeah, a bit of a volatility there. I'm watching it close. We rip right back up off that 136 where we got stopped out. You hold above that consolidation. Now you're getting a bit of a volatile chop here. I've been watching this price action, about 20 pennies to the upside, 15 down, 15 back up. So yeah, bit of a testing this previous low here that we talked about, this 136.50 acting as a little bit of resistance. Let's see if we can get above it. This is what I have kind of marked on the chart here. We kind of broke this trend, and now we're respecting this uptrend after that downtrend kind of broke here in and around 11 o'clock. So yeah, definitely the long was not wrong if you kind of observed this break in trend and the sideways and you started getting in long, which we did, but the execution definitely got botched up a little bit as we chased some of these pops into the top of the range. I gotta be more patient and let and kind of accumulate the bottom of the range if I am convicted that we're setting up for a potential breakout of the range itself based off of based off of the break of trend, kind of the price action, maybe a little bit of discretion as well. But yeah. And that card IPO, still waiting for that. That's definitely going to be my next trade here. Maybe I got to see the right things after it does open up, and I think the probability of seeing the right things is pretty high. Now, execution in and around those we have yet to be seen whether or not will be effective, but it definitely prepared for said opportunities today there. Here's Sean kind of counting it down there.
Trying to will cart into existence at the moment. He's sitting there counting down, and you never know, it might happen. Wouldn't that be awesome if you actually got it? You'd have to.
I mean, you do that enough times, you'll catch it, right?
Yeah. All right, guys. Wow, Meta. Just like I was in the money, out of the money like that. Man, Meta's a monster. I shouldn't be trading too many names. I'm not really good at trading multiple names like this, but here we go back to the high side on ARM. So the bamboozlement came in, and there it is. Yes. Okay, good. Finally, decent trade here on my friend ARM. We're gonna have to cross very spready though. There it is. There it goes. So we do get the compression break on my friend ARM. All right, good ARM. Maybe we'll do ARM day today, Obi. Oh, I said we were going to do ARM. So, yeah, good move here, but the bamboozlement can come in fast, and it can come in furious. So be careful with this one. That's the whole point of delevering here. Look, this was a stop order. I wasn't even looking at it, okay? I put a script order out for the top break, and there we go again, right through the top there. Look at that. I put in I'm too old, bro. I can't hang. I'm too slow on this. I got to use like hotkeys, these flatten keys. Otherwise, Obi, I can't hang. So, yeah, we're letting this one go. I'm like getting convoluted in my thoughts. But anyway, leave that one for now. Intel coming a little bit down, rejecting that $0.25 level. Let's just make sure we don't get railroaded here on ARM as we have not de-risked enough. Quickly with Meta. I already have a stop order for, so if it breaks the 301 level, that'll be the end of my trade on that. But it looks like the futures are headed back down here, coming down into about 1% again, 0.94. That 15,270 is where we're at now, so we could see a move down on some of these big tech names. And Meta, chief among them. There we go, right into 301.06. So I'm going to have to keep my eye here on Meta, Obi.
Yeah, people saying that that Uber is definitely better than Cart. Now, me personally, I've used, there's some volume there, right there, that just came in, as you guys can see off the sell-off there. The ESNQ really headed to the downside there. ES accelerating that consolidation, through that consolidation break that we were kind of doing, and that's being reflected here on Amazon as well. Let me check, let me take a look at Apple real quick, Apple and Microsoft as well. Yeah, maybe not as much, but definitely catching a bit of a sell-off there with volume on Amazon as the NQ reaches for its lows. ES making brand new lows there, that 136 coming back in. So clearly what this is showing to me right now is that, okay, so I can show you where VWAP is. VWAP's right there, and we've been having the similar kind of story day after day where Amazon kind of does its run in the morning or a flush or whatever, kind of gets below VWAP, and then kind of there are sellers that kind of show up in and around underneath VWAP, and we've been seeing that happen almost day after day. The last day where it didn't happen was last Thursday, where we actually had a nice hold of VWAP and consolidation above of it. But what is it, Friday, you reject right out the open. Monday, yesterday, you reject off the same places where we consolidated off of. And then today, we stepped down even harder into this 135 area, past this 137, past the 140. But yeah, a little bit of volatility happening. The ES and NQ kind of quadunking to the downside. Seems like sellers are still on the table, and we're going to be continuing further down here. So let's see. I have my ES and NQ properly charted back at my desk, but that usually gives me a better perspective of some of the levels I might be interested in. But here we can take a quick look here at look left at the futures, and just to see where previous recent levels of interest may have been. So right here we got this. We had that rollover of the contract. Oh, arm is it's open. Card is open. Sharif, you want to take it over?
1 second. What am I doing here? Where's my?
So the IPO is open right now.
Yeah.
It's holding
Okay.
42.
I
We
don't
opened at
have
42
it loaded.
right there.
Give me a sec. Okay, so we're gonna have to switch from Meta CART. Let's go. All right, here we go. Let's see what's happening with this one. I'm not going to get involved, but here we go. What do we? Where do we open? We opened at $42 exactly, and here we go. We're at 41. There's some size here at 41 to be expected, so 41 getting defended. Yeah, all the smoke. I mean, it's going to be quite volatile. You're going to have to take some levels. Up 30. It says 38%. Not sure what the hell that means, but anyway, here we go. 41 1/3, 41.60. I mean, I feel like a sports play caller here. Do we get above? I think we got to 42.92. That was the high there. 42.90. Right? We're at 42. There we go. Here comes the high. 43 incoming possibly. We're doing that dance. 42.87 3/4. It's. I mean, I'm not trading this OP. What are you doing over there?
I'm waiting for the consolidation. So I saw the chop come in, and we kind of tested 43. We pushed down to 41, kind of held that 42. Now it seems like we're recycling that 42. So kind of a bit of a chop expected right out the open. I'm going to wait for this to kind of range, consolidate, and then take it from there. That initial reaction kind of being of interest to me right here. So again, we saw how ARM did previously last week. It had a crazy chop, crazy volatility right out the open, and kind of consolidated. And end of day, we got a nice move, and then maybe even after the consolidation kind of sorts itself out, and we define some initial range, initial reaction levels, then we can potentially take a higher probability trade off of that. But in and around right here, right now, it seems like 42 is a little bit of a churn here. So that's what I'll be watching for there on this IPO trade. You guys will see it happen live if and when it does come through. But yeah, we are watching this tape very adamantly right here, Sharif.
Adamant. I like.
Yes, sir.
You're watching tape adamant. I've never heard that before. Watching adamantly, baby. I like that, Obi-Wan Kenobi. All right, we wet our beak here on ARM again. And I'm sitting here at 95s for a next fill. That'll put us 50 pennies in the money. Good trade so far on this ARM. Let's see, high 80s now we go. We're going to have to be patient on this one. I'm looking for some sympathy here. You know, everybody knows that ARM made the IPO debut last week. People in CART tanking at the moment. Let's just leave ARM for a second and look at CART. Oh my goodness, look at the wildness. I mean, wow. If you can get filled at 41, it's an interesting look because it's defending 41. And there is size here on the book at 41. There's no question about it. It's just, do you get the fill there and does it hold? Yeah, I mean, this isn't my type of trade, and I got to tell you the truth. This is not my style. It's too quick for me. It's levelless. Is that a word, Obi? Levelless?
Levelless?
Without levels.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there we go. Anyway, it's doing a dance here. If you're able to, it looks to me like if you can get it off 41, you can get at least 50 pennies quite quickly. It's just how many times does that level recycle until it breaks or possibly goes. And by the way, the second 5-minute candle there presented a 95 high. The first 5-minute candle was a 90 high. If I'm talking about 42.90. Second was 42.95. So about 5 pennies higher, but we are definitely within a $2 range. 41 to the south side, ooh. 43 to the high. Did you see that?
Yeah.
To the high side. Anyway,
that big
I'm not
break?
involved in that.
Yeah.
Staying away from that. But Intel is absolutely printing here as we move up again. Shout out to Patty G and his boys over there at Intel. It is retracing to the high side. We just took out some, what was that? 27s or 26s there, 27s, as we move up back in INTC. By the way, got out of Meta for a loser, by the way. No question about that. Didn't de-risk enough through the break of the the 301 and 2/3. So we'll take the hit on Meta. But doing well in Intel, doing well on ARM, flat on CCL as it comes right back into my my entry. All right, back to cart here. Old one Knob, about 41 to 43. Here we go. I saw a lot of blue coming in on the tape. We're at 41 and a third. Here we go, 41 and a half again. It's quite spready, especially given the amount of volume being done. You think it'd tighten up a little bit, but no, 10 pennies now. It opens up to 15 at times. Here we go back into that 41 and a third again. But as I say that, as I finish my words, it goes back down sub 50, Obi.
Yeah.
It's volatile, oh plenty.
Yeah, man. Like, okay, so we saw some size get taken out at the 42. We're holding that initial reaction low at 41. 43 seems to have sold off twice there on the 5-minute there, so a bit of a rejection off the 43. So yeah, we're still consolidating within that initial reaction range, right? So I guess that's part of one of the if-thens that kind of happened. 41 kind of coming in. You see about 1,000 lots at the 41, cracks right away. So let's see what we do. Rebids into the 41. So a lot of chop, right? So I don't want to get involved when there's a lot of chop like that necessarily, right? But yeah, very, very distinctly different price action than ARM right now. But as of right now, with what we see on the chart, I have a little bit pulled up here. We can take a look at the 1 minute. Bit of a rejection of that 43. Now the reaction lows are being violated right now at that 41. So as it is a chop fest right out the open, I think it makes a little bit more sense to kind of let it consolidate, let players get chopped up, let others pay for the information before I really get involved. Here, that 41 kind of cracked, but we're still holding. 40-50 is coming in. Okay, all right. So that initial reaction low was broken for now. Let's see how far we get. I'm gonna give this some room to kind of consolidate. The NQ kind of blasting back up through that 15.3 right there. So some strength coming in on the NQ. Let's see if the ES follows in there. The long idea was definitely not wrong on that Amazon kind of break of that heavy downtrend there. We are pushing back up into VWAP right now, so I'm going to be concerned as to what price action does in and around this VWAP here. 40-50 still holding here on cart, so yeah, still going to be waiting for this one.
Yeah, let me show you this. Look how frustrating this is. I mean, that's just frustrating right there. Look at this.
Damn.
Look at the
We talked about that 300 hold, right? Earlier.
I had to cut it though. Right? Like, this was the level it had to hold, support, resist, and breaks it by a couple pennies, and then it goes $1.50. So it's quite frustrating. That's trading for you, though. Meta doing real well here, man. Breaking through that 302 3/4, looking to take 303. The higher lows and higher highs ends up paying off. I just didn't have the patience to hold it, so too bad for me. I suck. Here we go. It's going to touch 303 probably real soon as the NQ, as Obi said, reclaiming 15.302. So now it's only down 3/4 of a point on the day. Again, guys, volatile day in anticipation for the Fed rate decision tomorrow. It's all but guaranteed that we're going to get a hold. It's just really going to come down to the comments that come at 2:30. So if you're into that kind of stuff, which I really am, I'm going to be listening intently tomorrow. I want to hear what Papa says on the mic, and by Papa I mean Jerome Powell, Fed Chair President. He is likely going to say, in my opinion, that we're going to be higher for longer. Can you take this for a sec, Obi?
Yeah, no worries, man. It's Jerome Powell's actually calling. Oh, no, I thought he was actually talking to Jerome there. But, yeah, okay, so a bit of a bid back up. 15.3s got broken there on the NQ. So consolidation high break as 40 kind of holds and teeters on cart IPO there. So haven't really seen any significant size. We were looking at thousands of lots at levels on ARM. Here, the biggest lot size I saw was at 42, for about 400 lots, and it got slapped like that. So
Dang.
not really very similar. Like, take a look at this. 40's coming up, and there's only about 800 lots there at 40. So definitely not as big or as interesting as the ARM IPO. Take a look at that stack, kind of grinding at the 40. So that's definitely interesting. A bit of that 40 level, a little bit of ice there, a little bit of front running on in front of that. Okay, wow, it cracks and gives you 50 pennies off of that crack off the 40. So yeah, that short definitely coming in. That reserve breaks on the 40 real quick and gives you 50 pennies in the money right away. So definitely the selling is on cart, as that 41 initial reaction break was definitely a nice place to get short, and we are testing some of these lows
Okay,
here.
something's happened
What's
with
going on?
interest here, and I don't know what it is because I'm not getting it on my blotter. Brendo's not at the big desk, so I don't know what to tell you guys, but here's a look on pins. It was doing absolutely nothing all day at that 24.60, and then it shot up to 26.80. That's like $2 in about 10 minutes or so. So I don't know what to account for it. Maybe we'll get a news headline later. I don't know if it was in sympathy with anything. I got the alert here at 12:50 about 10 minutes ago that it was spiking up. The previous entry on my blotter, what's that? He says, the Nio says it's their investor day. So that's the look there. And do what you will there. I don't know if they're having an Intel style event. I don't know if you're able to kind of secure that on your platform, but I don't have anything on mine. All right, back to Intel here as we move up quite nicely through the third of a dollar. Now we're looking at the half dollar here. I think we wicked up into about 44s. Last out on Intel was at 39, so we're going to let this one run as the market does a bit of a dance here at 15.3. We'll have to wait and see if we get continuity. With respect to ARM, got out more here through the break of the 2/3 as it comes back into my entry at 55.45. Looking awfully dangerous. Well, yeah, the dark pool print is going to mess everything up there. I don't know if I want to hold this one for much longer as it comes down now into the 55 1/3. I'm going to cut it here. I'm going to leave that one there. CCL also bouncing into my entry again, really defending that 15 quite well. Look at that dip into 15. It was bought up aggressively, and here we go. We're about to touch 10s as we come into that local high that we haven't been able to break since about 11:45 or so. So going about an hour and 15 minutes, we'll see if we get a retracement above there. But yeah, that 15 level has proven itself over and over again on CCL. Meta's doing meta things here. Yeah, there we go. I'm sorry, I'm just jumping between different things here, but there's a lot to look at. The NQ looks like it's taking 15.3 quite decisively here. We were dancing a little bit below it, but there we go. Now just 0.7 down at the moment. So let's have a look at Intel. Intel still at VWAP, is that VWAP? No, we're above VWAP. So Intel's VWAP on my chart was 37 1/3. Now we are at about 37.42, about to get into that half dollar area, about 1.5% south on that still, but a good mean reversion trade on Intel. And I don't really know to account for the sell-off on this. We know Pat Gelsinger was on the stage when this happened, obviously, but the move getting bought back up. So that's the end of that. ARM below my entry, and I'm happy I got out of it where I did. CCL is still doing nothing. But Meta, the rocket ship that is Meta, is now $2.25 out. Higher than my my stop out there, as I stopped out at 390. That's very frustrating. What a rocket ship Meta turned in.
That's pretty crazy, man.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Where's sorry, let me just get to cart because everybody wants to know about the cart trade.
39.
See what cart is doing here. Okay, so the new levels are in cart as follows. The low that we printed there was 38.62. We are now back above 39. I see a bit of maybe a hammer candle if it can close like this. Well, we're going to have to wait and see what cart does here. But the high of this 5-minute candle is 39.57. So right here, I wouldn't take anything long until you can print a 5-minute candle to make a new high. But it looks like we're headed south. So newer lows, definitely the direction of the 1-minute chart is to the south side. We have all 2 green candles on this 1-minute chart. the second 1 minute candle, and then this one over here, which is kind of a doji candle, which means nothing. It's a candle of indecision. That's the one that printed at 12.57. Everything else, or sorry, this one as well, the doji. Everything else has been red. And we just made a newer low. So where are we at now? 38.42, that's a new low. As it continues to go down and to the right, this one now technically up 30% because the IPO price was 30 bucks, but yeah, who got that? Nobody. The open price, I should tell you, was exactly 41.39. Let me just tell you exactly. Is that green or red, man? No, hold on. The open price, yes, 41.98, pardon me. 41.99, 41.98, 42 flat, says Sean. Yeah. That's what he got. Essentially the same thing. So we'll see. Cart, I'm not going to get involved in this at all. I'll just keep my eye on Intel. There we go. Intel continuing to head to the high side. I'll just pack my patience with that one, and I'll start crying a little bit here and there about Meta.
Wow, you know what is a little bit frustrating, man. We talked about this trend kind of holding there, and it steps up with the market breaking through that 15.3, and the ES now kind of pushing back towards the top of its range there. So we did get a bit of a chop around that 15.3, drops into 15.250. And then bids right back above the 15.3, and then we get this kind of consolidation range break and acceleration through VWAP back to the upside there as the trend broke, and then this new trend kind of supports and holds, sends us back in. Now again, 137 is definitely a level of key there on Amazon as the sellers kind of came in heavy there off of that on the initial kind of pullback up. So I'll definitely be watching the 137 very closely for any signs of size or anything like that on the tape here. The card is still holding in and around this 139, selling still pretty predominant on the short term there. I have a little bit of a trend going on here, so you see that right out the open. You kind of break that initial range and you start to trend to the downside here as well. So let's see what we do in and around this 39 level. If we can kind of, we break right through it right away. That's pretty crazy, man. Yeah, okay, so that trend is being negated pretty instantly there on Instacart. So pretty crazy there. Yeah,
getting the news headline here. We know that Pins has their whatever investor day or event or whatever, but this is what got the market moving, at least according to Benzinga here, a good friend of the show. Wow. Pinterest outlining mid to high teen revenue over 3.5 years and low 30s adjusted EBITDA margins in the 3 to 5 years. So I guess investors liking that look, and Pins is doing well. I mean, it's about time we load up Pins here. I'm going to switch out Cart. Pins is on the New York, right? Yes, it is. Okay. Pins doing D's 4 1/3 up into the right, baby, and you give you an opportunity there at 26 to get back in if you miss the initial move. But how long does this one go? Pins has been, you need only look at the daily chart on Pins to know how poorly it's done. It's been a tough one. Let's look. There we go. Let's bring that down. And that's the look there on Pins, right? And we can look at the weekly. You can get a better look there. So we're not at all-time lows by any means, by any stretch. The all-time lows at 10 1/3, it looks like there. But we are definitely, look. I mean, there is a bit of an upward channel here, right? After all the irrational exuberance of COVID and the overpriced stocks that we had around that time, a bit of an upward channel, give or take. We're at the lower end of that upward channel, but we made a higher low, right? So here's the low at 17.5, and then we troughed out here about 21 or 20.5 or so. So not a bad look. We'll see how Pins finishes on the day. Where did we get here? July high on Pins was 32 bucks. So good upside potential from there, but who knows how many people are holding the bag from these highs here at 90 bucks. Yeah, $90 in February of 2021. So, all right, we'll keep an eye on Pins. Definitely having a good little move on the day. Look for a possible 27 break here, but above 3%. It was above 4, but 3%. All right, Intel selling off a little bit. We were able to get some out here at 40s. Now we're back into 31, so we'll see if this is just a healthy pullback. It definitely hasn't made a lower high, a higher low, a lower low. Get it together, bro. A lower low would come vis-a-vis a break of 37.05. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And CCL just dead money right at my entry 15.08. That's what's showing. And Meta is rocket shipping here. It's about to break 3.04. I can't believe this. Meta doing real well here as the 15.320 now on the NQ, down only 2/3 of a percent. It was below 1% at times. So lifting up these big tech names. How's my friend Apple doing? Ooh, Apple's up a 1/4 point on the day, and this pleases me greatly.
Nice.
Yeah.
What are you in a position?
In the long term, yes.
Right. Okay.
Personal.
Yeah. What's the price on Apple there?
I don't remember what my cost base is.
No,
but I was
not your
adding
cost
a
base.
lot.
What's the current price? There?
Oh, 178 now.
Okay, nice.
0.4,
Yeah. I managed to have some. So I'm watching this $40 level on cart there. Can't really get past that 40 mark on cart. I was looking for a potential long on that 40 break, but kind of reserves and holds that 40 before kind of bidding back down in towards that 39.5. So let's see where that 40 will take us. Still waiting for any distinct type of action to kind of execute on there on cart. But yeah, no, a little lucky enough to grab some Apple off the 100 bounce there, Sharif, in the personal, and then maybe some more at 130s as well. But yeah, definitely.
You're buying up your friend Amazon in the personal?
No, I'm talking about Apple. Just the positioning on Apple. The 100 was nice. I was like, yeah, we're never gonna get back here. Potentially, that was the idea. Right? Yeah. So what was that?
135 or 125 we got this year.
For what? Oh, I don't know. Let's take a
I think we were around 125
there.
like earlier in the year, right?
Yeah, we started off pretty low here. We can take a look at the weekly here on Apple. Let's get that VWAP out of the way. Okay, all right, and we don't need that as well. But yeah, take a look at this. So January we were in the 130s there. So yeah, definitely some great places to buy Apple there in the 130s. After I think when was the split on this again? I'm forgetting when that exactly was, but yeah. Okay, so right here. So August of 2020. So that's right there. So we teeter on top of the 100 there. So those were definitely decent buys there, and then some on the 130s as well. And now we push for that 200, and then we're churning around that 175. So I think that's a decent look there. That 137 comes back in. A little bit of selling coming in off that 137. We might have missed that one there while talking. But yeah, that 137 showing up again. I think I saw someone in the chat asking me if Amazon's going to break out right now. Well, I have no idea, but clearly that 137 seller is showing up again as we kind of grind all the way back up to 137 and then slap back down another 40 pennies off of that level there on Amazon. So off that 137 might have been a decent look there. Futures kind of curling, breaking the NQ has already broken this range here that we kind of made off of the selling out the open. ES has a little bit more to go, maybe into the 4475, and maybe if we can get a distinct push past that 4480, that would be a little nicer for the longs there. But yeah, they're gonna stay observant for that right there. So 140 still acting, 40 acting as resistance as of right now here on cart. Gonna be watching this kind of tight consolidation. This is what I was kind of looking for there. Didn't really get much of a consolidation right out the open as that initial reaction kind of broke right away. But the fact that we are getting a little bit of a consolidation here in and around this 39 may give us some levels to work with, as the 40 stayed a little is staying a little heavy, and the 38.50 I guess we bid up. This is the first sign of any sort of a bid kind of on cart after the open there at the 38.5. So let's see if the sellers are still there or they're not. No levels being defended from one way or another. Maybe the 40 there, but yeah, definitely gonna stay vigilant on that. Let's see if Amazon kind of curls back into this, still respecting that uptrend, right?
Pins is going, man.
Respecting that uptrend right there. Yeah, Pinterest is still going, eh? What's going on? What's going on with Pinterest there?
Man. 5% now.
You
here,
involved?
No, man, I'm not.
Yeah. What was the news again?
Apparently, they reported here mid to high teens revenue over 3.5 years and low 30s adjusted EBITDA and margins in about 3 to 5 years. That's a look on there. Come to the screen if you're able to, guys. There. This is the headline that came in at 1 o'clock, but I got an alert about the spike up, and that was at 12:50. So, yeah, we missed the crux of the move, but a bull flag forming here in a continuation. You have a high of, I believe, 78 or 79. Trading at 66s now, but making definitely higher lows. I don't know if this was going to huadunk or not. I can't believe CCL is finally moving. Oh my God. All right, here we can see if we make a higher high, which will come vis-a-vis a $15.16 break. We're showing 11s and 12s now. I think we got, 11s. So we'll have to wait and see if this one can get going, but it definitely held 15. I should have probably added at 15, but did not. Intel still dancing at that 37 1/3. Not much to report on there. Gonna wait to see if this one continues. Let me just see if the event's still going on. So it looks like it's done for now, and it's a couple of ladies here having a chat at the front. So shout out to them. I don't think anything is on stage. This is more of like an analysis and stuff. So keep your eye on that, guys. This is Intel's website, by the way, if you'd like to watch on your own. Let's see if we can get pins. Pinterest. What is it called? Media Day, Neil, or Event Day, or Investor? Thanks for that, Ramin. Investor. There we go. Let's see if we can pull that bad boy up. Pinterest. Okay. Bring that in. Pinterest Incorporated. All right. Is there anything here? View all press releases. The newsroom. So they say. Nothing happening. Nothing doing here. News. Yeah. Maybe I'll look while Obi's talking, but can't immediately find their investor video or whatever is being done there. So we'll see. The other one I wanted to look at was ARM. Because we were involved in that. I just wanted to see if it huadunked or whether we got continuation. No, we were at basically my price. So happy to have gotten out with a winner on that one and cut it flat. Actually, I think I lost 10 pennies on the remaining amount, but that wasn't that bad of a trade. Still positive on it. And Intel, that's it. Ooh, look at CCL go, baby. Patience pays. All right, we need that 16 break, though. CCL going here. That 15 hold was absolute dynamite. If you added at 15, if you had a resting order at 15.01, you have been very well rewarded now, up 2/3%. But in order for the trend to continue here, we definitely need that higher high. What?
No, you just ripped through the 40 there, cart.
Ooh.
On cart.
Cart? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Look at that. No, it's cool, bro. That's more important than me yapping about my 5-penny winner here on CCL. But in all seriousness, though, Obi, we do need a higher high here vis-a-vis this crest break. If we can get that, I'm sitting here at 18s, and it looks like we are going to get that break. I mean, I don't know where all this buying is coming from, but it's coming in. Ramin just sent me the Pinterest day thing majig here. Okay, here we go. Pinterest Investor Day 2023, and that's today, Tuesday, September 19th. Do I need to sign up for this, Ramin, in order to watch? Oh, that's some pretty bogus stuff. So I have to sign up and do this whole thing for me to watch. But that's it, guys. Ramin, come to the screen if you're able to. Thank you. There you go, guys. If you guys want to keep you want to keep tabs on what's happening with pins, because it is doing a nice move there, and it's like I'm looking at the chart on the top. It's looking real good. Yeah, you got to sign up for that one, but there's only so many that I'll be able to watch. And bang, we get that fill at 15.18 on my friend Pinterest, but we're looking for more, baby. We're looking for that VWAP retracement. And someone was asking me in the chat earlier, what's up with pins? Any headlines? Yes, there was. We did get an upgrade from our dear friends Truist. They upgraded this bad boy. In fact, they upgraded Norwegian as well. Here's a look. There it is. Carnival. CCL. Yeah, there we go. Carnival. What was up earlier in the chat? I mean, earlier in the day, it was up 1.93. Definitely retracing now. Price target by Truist, 17 bucks. So that and Carnival and not Royal Caribbean, Norwegian. Was it Norwegian? No, it was Royal Caribbean. I got it right here. Why am I even bothering? Here's the look. Here we go. So we have an upgrade. Where is CCL? What is going on here, man? Where is it?
What's going on?
I don't know. I think they removed it. Maybe it's somewhere else. Maybe I found it somewhere else. I have a different site that I go to. But anyway, there were two upgrades today. There was Carnival and Royal Caribbean, or Norwegian, pardon me, and then Royal Caribbean got shafted. They didn't upgrade it. So that's look there. Well, I feel like
What's going on?
mentally
like,
drained. I don't know why.
I mean, I can take over if you feel like
Yeah,
you're talking
really
too much,
sure
man.
what
But yeah, so I'm watching closely this 40 mark, right? This 40 keeps on getting chopped up both ways on cart here. So whether you're taking longs or you're taking shorts, this chop is about 50 pennies almost to each side there, in and around that 40 level. So again, I don't necessarily want to get involved with that kind of chop. Like I said, I'm going to let it kind of consolidate, let it do its thing there. And sure, kind of retrospect, what did we miss? We talked about that initial reaction break. That 41 breakdown was pretty clean. We had 43 and 41 kind of interest. And when that 41 came in, oh boy, that came in real hot. And then you could have definitely added on the 40 there. But you know what? That's all retrospect. On to the next trade, which will be a bit of a consolidation break here if we kind of manage to consolidate in and around some of these lows here. Maybe this is the low for now, this 38.5, and then we're kind of pushing in and around this 40 level, which seems to be of interest as we keep on chopping pretty in a volatile manner in and around this $40 level there. So I took a cheeky little long there on Amazon, just back into the 37. The idea being a hold of VWAP, right? We saw this kind of trend change. The trend kind of pushed back to the upside. It gave you almost a point back up to the upside, and then now you slam back into VWAP. And when I see that VWAP kind of holding, I get long, and then yeah, kind of almost never out of the money there on that VWAP entry. Pops up another 20 pennies. Get a little aggressive in the 80s. Again, we talk about kind of messing up the average there. Can't really follow through into the 90s. Holds 85, so I'm like, all right, peace out. Don't want to be in this right underneath that 137. If the sellers kind of show up at 137, I want to stay very wary, as that 137 short is definitely looking like it could follow through, but that would require us to kind of make lower highs, consolidate maybe on top of VWAP, and then finally break below VWAP for those sellers to kind of really truly show themselves, and maybe we come back down into 136, 135s. But yeah, 137 definitely a level, definitely a key level, which we talked about it being earlier on, even yesterday before we even got down here, and then coming in today, lo and behold, it shows up not once but twice as a little bit of sellers firm up at that 137. These guys have been stepping down by a few points since last week. That's what I'm observing. Some strong selling, some unusually strong selling there on Amazon once we did reject that 145-ish area last week. So maybe we are retesting the lower end of that range on that trend on Amazon here. Take a look at cart. I got cart here. We got the presence of the 21 and a bit of the 8 as well here. Just looking for that range to hold, and that VWAP being right here at that 40.5. So I like this consolidation, this chop that's happening right underneath VWAP as well. VWAP confluence with that 40 and a half. We saw the selling that came in initially on that 40 break, and now we've reclaimed that $40 level. So yeah, definitely no trades there for me as of yet. But if and when we can make a distinct move in and around some of these, this low or some of these highs, and maybe even this 41, this initial reaction low, that could very well be a potential trade to get involved with here. But yeah, good thing I got out of that long on the Amazon there as we were kind of pushing back right back into VWAP there. So yeah, getting aggressive too fast can definitely mess up the average, and then that skews where you kind of might want to trail that stop, and you might be getting stopped out a little earlier than expected on the trade where you're trying to take a bigger picture move. That's kind of what I learned today here as I'm trying to figure out where and how tightly or loosely I want to keep my stops for taking a bigger picture move while I'm getting involved in a consolidation, right? So again, it's a work in progress. We'll get there. But we've got a long ways to go there. 15.3 broke above, and we're pushing back into this 15.350 area. Bit of a slowdown there we kind of had earlier, but yeah, nothing too crazy, nothing too serious. The real level here kind of being this 15.380, this pre-market kind of low before we popped back up and then finally cracked that 15.4. So that's the level of interest I have here on the NQs. Can we even make it back up to 15.380? Who knows? I'm not the futures whisperer here, but yeah, let's just observe what some of this price action is giving us. For now, what I'm observing is we consolidated and slowed down that sell-off in and around underneath that 15.3, and now we've broken above that 15.3 and are holding a little bit here in this zone. So that's definitely an interesting look here. This is still trending to the upside there. Our friend Apple kind of pushed all the way back to its highs. That's very interesting. So we said that 177 area is definitely key. We saw that it's a step up from yesterday's consolidation on the rip right back up. And we are testing or pushing back towards some of these opening highs here at 178.70, pre-market highs being right at 179. So Apple looking pretty strong on the day, bit of a volume confirmation as well as we break through some of this consolidation from earlier and we rip up on some strong volume there and hold the bid as we were creeping back up in towards its highs. So let's take a look at SPY as well. I know I had some levels mapped out on SPYs. We had 443 as kind of a level of interest, and yeah, kind of missed that trade there. 443 shows up as a VWAP and as resistance, a little bit of a confluence there into the closing prices of yesterday's yesterday on the SPY, right? So we kind of reject yesterday's close as well as that 443, which is kind of a multi-time frame level there, and then we quadrunk down to 440 before catching a little bit of a bid back into VWAP there. So let's see where we do SPY. Let's see where we go and what we do, and as SPY kind of rejects a little bit off of VWAP there on the chart. So let's see what we're going to be doing from there. A bit of a wick there on the NQs as well. The question I'm asking right now is how much time is left for this 15-minute candle to draw out. We only have about 3 minutes here for this candle to draw out, and we start to wick some of this strength here. So maybe that's all she wrote as we start to kind of wick off there. CART also pulling back off of that 40, cannot get past that 40. So yeah, take a look at that. As we pull it up, we kind of quadrunk back down to the downside. Strong selling into the 39. So right now we're a bit of a range in between that 40 and that 39. If we can define a distinct range over and over again, the probability for taking that range break becomes higher, in my opinion, if that action really shows itself there. So that's what I'll be waiting for there. We saw what happened with the ARM IPO, right? It does that consolidation, does a craziness out the open, and then end of day, maybe some shorts are trapped as it slaps to the upside and kind of revisits that whole range. Maybe that's the case here as well today. But yeah, definitely shorts are definitely winning today on ARM. If you took that opening print, if you took that 43 sells, if you took that 41, if you took any piece of that range short out the open on cart, you're laughing a little bit straight to the bank there, as 38.50s are the lows now and 39s are holding, but 40s seem like they might be a little bit of trouble here, as we can't really distinctly get past 40s. Take a look at that 137, those sellers coming back in. Why am I not involved? Who knows? I got to get better at my executions in and around the levels I'm interested in. 137 sellers showing up again. ES and the NQ kind of wicking their 15-minute. Got about a minute left to print on this candle, and it seems like we went green to red on that 15-minute candle.
Yes, sir. Good call there, Obe. All right, wet my beak a little bit out on the $0.25 level on Intel, so we'll leave that one be for now. My out on Intel, oh, gotta turn on that, will be the break of that 37.05. That will be a newer low, and that will be the end of the trade for me. But Brendo bring this to my attention. He's like, did you cover pins? And yeah, I did. 4 1/4, it's doing well, 26 1/3. It got up to 26.90-ish area. It's slowing down a little bit now. I'm getting all sorts of alerts about it. They have their investor day right now. You got to go to their website and sign up to watch that. Not a free one like the Intel. So up, yeah, about 4% at the moment. Let's see the CCL trade. I got top wick here at 18s. That was a resting order, and then right back down into 14s again. This one is a bit of a dud. I'll tell you the truth, not worth the effort I put into it. The other trade that really has paid off and that I didn't participate in because that's where I got out, my stop, was Meta. What a move Meta did here through the break of 304 1/3, and now it's just a smidge below 304, but definitely holding that level, looking to retake 304. I think as goes the market, as goes Meta. Now we're only 0.56 south on the NQ, half a point essentially. The ES, much the same thing. They're very much in line today, 0.58 in the red on the ES. But they are looking like they are maybe poised to go north here. Like look how the NQ is setting up higher low, higher low, higher low. You had a flat top break here through that 15.294. You took that, and there you go. You get 15.3, no problem. 15.3 wasn't even a level. It just got blown through. And then VWAP, you know, you had a couple of dips into VWAP here at that 15.320, and then look, we're about to print more local highs if we're able to get up above 15.3 1/3. And here we go, man. The NQ getting going here, and my spidey sense tells me big tech is likely going. Look at Apple go, baby, 178.75. Go Apple, go. I'm pleased about this, Obi, very pleased. And so is Meta. Apple and Meta look to be the strongest kids on the block today. I don't know if they're up the highest percentage-wise, but look at this, 304.44, the high for Meta. We're about to touch that high. That was the opening range break. We're about to get there again real soon. I think we're at 304.39 high. That's a local high. And then Apple, the pre-market high was what? Like just a smidge below 179, 178.90-ish. We're at 178.76 right now, so been very good here. Apple strong. Now, I read a very interesting article today about Huawei's ability to make these 5G chips, which kind of took everybody by surprise and was threatening Apple's kind of dominance in China with respect to having like higher end phones. Apparently, they were able to repurpose older machinery to make these 7 nanometer chips that you need for 5G because ASML is banned by the Dutch government from selling their machines, which make these higher end chips, these low nanometer chips, to China. Obviously, Netherlands and the United States being partners. I'm sure they're part of NATO and they're both Western countries, this and that and the other. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So they, you know, and the United States has a concerted effort to block technology to prevent China from gaining dominance in that sphere. But apparently, they were able to repurpose older machinery to make these 7 nanometer chips. Now the question just becomes, can they do it in scale?
Right.
Because that's where it ends up being an issue. You can do it, but you just can't do it.
Yeah. Like what's the cost there, right? Is it?
Yeah, we'll have to see.
You know?
I mean, there was all sorts of questions about that. So that puts Apple's, you know, dominance in the higher end phone market, especially with respect to 5G technology in China, in question, because Huawei had all but died, you know, until recently. Mm-hmm. I mean, their smartphone sales went down the tube when they got banned from the United States, or you know, they weren't able to participate in the 5G, the building of the 5G network. This and that, and they weren't able to do it in Canada either. So very interesting article. I'm going to put it in the chat because it did interest me. And I think it is a required reading for people, market participants, essentially. I'm going to try and find it here. It's from CNBC. It's a good written article. If I can find it here, I can put it. Let me just look here. I might have to type in Apple AAPL. Get that for you guys in a second. Apple buyer, notable interest, analyst receives rating. No, I'll have to find that, and then I'll put it in the chat after. But very interesting read today. Is this the one? No, that's not the one. About how they were able to kind of bamboozle their way, you know, to success, essentially. Anyway, back to trading here. Let's look at what Intel is doing. We're still hovering around that 37 1/3. Not much doing there. Don't really want to take any more profit. Just want either this to get stopped out or to head higher. CCL, geez Louise, man, this one's giving me headaches. Coming back down into 15.12. It's not the look I was going for here. We got top wick, but that's not what we're looking for. I mean, I didn't take out much here, so it looks like we're headed right back down into my entry. So this one looks like it's going to be a flat trade at the end of the day unless I take everything out here. So we'll have to wait and see. Meta continues to go, as does Apple. I got to tell you, they look like the strongest of the bunch. I know I mentioned that earlier, but the NQ now only 0.5% down.
Yeah, man, we made a decent amount of retracement here on the NQ from that quadunk out the open, right? I think that's a decent look there. ES kind of made its way back up. It broke that consolidation finally in the past 30 minutes there, and now we're pushing back to the upside there. So let's see if we can kind of catch a sell in and around some of these previous levels where sellers have shown up, or we kind of respect that this little bit of a bid here, and we potentially go for a full-on wipe. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? I'm just an observer in this market, and I'm just trying to exercise some of these theses that I have, and trying to get better at doing said execution. So. Bit of a counter trend here. 137 was a little heavy there, so got a little short underneath there. We were lucky enough to get a little bit of a pop back into the level, and just making lower highs roughly, relatively as well. But yeah, again, could be wrong, could be right on this trade here. This 137. Let's see if it continues to stay heavy. Or not there as it kind of comes into play here. ES and NQ, we're pushing for this, not quite there yet, but again, to reiterate, this is the level that I'm interested in, this 15.378-ish level, and of course, the 15.4 as well, but a little bit more interesting, this level on the way into the 15.4 potentially, if we can even get there, or we find some resistance here where we got some a little bit of a chop there, maybe a little bit better observed on a 3-minute chart here. Look at this 15.340-ish area, and you can see this consolidation that happened right out the open. 15.360, 15.370-ish area. So yeah, we're kind of back in there. testing some of these lows as they are potentially acting as resistance as of right now. This consolidation low right out the open seems to be a bit of a problem for us to get above as of right now, right? So if that does follow through, maybe we get that continuation sell, maybe a recycle of that 15.3 once again. But yeah, that's what I'll be waiting for. Let's see what the futures have in store with us going forward today.
All right, so here's the article. I'm putting it in the chat right now. So whoever wants to read it, I've put it in the chat. And this is the look here. So essentially, the latest chip made by, this is the company SMIC, and it trades on, I believe, I added it earlier. I don't think it's the OTC. I think it's a value, SMIC. This is the Chinese company, SMIC.Y. Yeah, it's on the value. It's an ADR, obviously. It has to be. This is the one. I'm going to add it to this list because this, agree. There we go. SMCI. Jay Lee in the chat says the story got debunked, and they opened up the Mac Pro, whatever, 60, and they found it was an old TSMC chip. I disagree. This story is from this morning, Tuesday, September 19th, and it got updated 3 hours ago. So if there's a story debunking this, please send it to me or tag me in the chat and show me exactly where that is. So have a read through this because it's very interesting. There's a lot of posturing, let's call it that, with respect to the different technologies of the two countries. So it's just good to be informed. And so I think this is an important one to read through, guys. I'm not going to obviously go through now. It's quite lengthy. So have that is a required reading, though, if you guys are going to be in the microchip space. So you want to trade some of these semis or Apple even, you need to know about this kind of stuff. So anyway, CCL bouncing back up after retracing into 15.12. Looks like we're moving back into 15.15. But the real star of the show is Meta and Apple, and we have neither. Apple, nice here, half a point to the high side as it continues to retrace off the bottoms. Obi mentioned this earlier in the show, that 177-ish area. Look how many times we touched around this, 177.10, 177.13. Essentially, if you were front running 177, you were rewarded today because you got $1 plus. You're about to get $2 here if we break 179, and we are printing high a day. 87s just came in. Now we have yesterday's high of day with which to contend. That comes vis-a-vis a 179 and a third. And Apple's just printing higher highs here, bro. 178.90. Oh, baby, the Katina. You got that long, Katina man? The Katina man? Say again? Sorry. No, he doesn't. But he's excited, as am I. We both have it in the long-term account. And I was adding hand over fist last week when it was, in the sub 175 category, got as low as 173.50-ish. So that was I knew September was going to be poop. I mean, September's been poop for the last 100 years. And to me, it's, this is the time to add if you're a bull on these names. I didn't add at 172 over here. I wish I did. That was end of mid-August. Anyway, Apple, apparently there is a good amount of demand coming in for their iPhone 15. And that is surprising a little bit because, we watched that event, the Apple, what did they call it? What did they call it last time? Wonderlust. And I was tell you the truth, I was a little underwhelmed. The phone looked the same. And the upgrades seem to be, more software-ish with iOS 17 than hardware-ish. I know I'm simplifying it a little bit here. Obviously, there were hardware upgrades. But anyway, Apple doing real well on the day, as is Meta. Meta just made another new high, 308.48. It is rocketing up. I don't see a catalyst here, though, on Meta. Let me have a look, make sure that I'm not incorrect. Zuckerberg's philanthropist project plans AI system for life sciences research. That ain't gonna move Meta. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Maybe just, some exhaustion down plots here. Jay Lee, by the way, man, send me that article. I know you're there. I really want to see what that article has to say, whether it contradicts the one I put earlier. I need to have as much information as I can, buddy. All right, we got another high a day there on Apple, 178.91. This one continues to go. CCL, we're still 5 pennies in the money on this, nothing to write home about. And Intel now kind of giving up a little bit of the profit as we do a dance at that 37 1/3. Are we going to break that 37 1/4? And if we do I cut this trade or do I wait to 37 break? So that's the question for me. We're still holding a decent amount of shares, but it looks like the exuberance on this one has come and gone, and now we are moving down into 37 1/4 here, Obi. So I'm going to have to make some decisions.
Yeah, so we kind of broke that 39 there on CART, pushing for those lows, 38.50s potentially incoming right now. 137 got stopped out as I was risking kind of like this lower high there, but we come back into 137. It stays a little heavy, so I guess, again, got to give it a little bit more room there, maybe get involved right at the level instead of kind of chasing the third lower high there. But you know what, that's fine. Let's see if this 137 continues to stay heavy or not, right? So let's see. I guess if it's going to take a while, it might chop and consolidate this range. Here comes a low on on CART, that 38.50 incoming. No real size on the book there. Maybe 142 lots right there, if you guys can see it. But yeah, definitely holding as of right now. Let's see if it can distinctly kind of break there. 137 short is the idea that I have. I'm going to let it consolidate, wait for it to kind of sort itself out before taking a position there. Now, Sharif, something else that's been running today is Palantir. Ooh. If you have eyes on Palantir, with some of these, wow, take a look at that Quadunk right there. That was some heavy
Amazon?
selling. No, that's CART on the side of the
CART,
screen.
yeah.
So, yeah. So I just saw a huge sell right there, kind of come in, day lows being tested. But yeah, Palantir, an AI name, potentially an AI name, getting a bit of a bid here through VWAP today, doing relative volume for sure. Maybe not here. It says under 1, but it's on the volume gainers list. So
your friend Amazon, by the way.
Yes.
Is hiring 250,000 seasonal workers for Christmas.
Wow.
That's quite a bit of hiring.
Yeah.
They are seasonal nonetheless.
Right.
I like to keep an eye on that because it gives an indication as to what the company is expecting with respect to sales. Macy's announced a very similar thing, 50,000 some odd workers, obviously nationwide. Macy's not in Canada, so it's America only. Which is interesting when you compare that to the previous year. It should give you some sort of guide, and I haven't done the comparison as to what we're expecting, but 250,000. And the thing is, there's been so much, labor activism that these starting salaries, I don't know if they're going to be higher or not, right? That's the thing. So I really want to see how much they're going to have to pay all these new workers, because that's, that eats into margins, into profits, etc. So that's something to keep an eye out for there, guys. If you guys are in this Amazon swing, long, whatever, you're thinking about getting into it. A nice pop on my friend Intel there, but still definitely within the range. Wow, Meta just broke 305. I'm digressing, but I'm looking at the side view here. So nice pop up on Intel. It's time to wet our beak with some more profits here. We're going to take that profits, and then we're going to show you Meta and the trade that could have been but wasn't. And yeah, that's as a result of some bad luck getting bottom wick there, and then boom goes the dynamite. Look at Meta go, bro. 305 1/4. The rocket ship known as Meta is about to go 1% on a day where we were almost certain we were going to close in the red. That 300 hold was absolute money. The low of the day was $299.81. You had to give yourself about 20 pennies worth of risk, and it has been up and to the right ever since. Apple's going. Wow. Apple just took 179. Microsoft is about to take 328. Even your friend Amazon is waking up there, even though it's 2% down on the day. It broke 137. Stressla is dancing a little bit below that 267 area. And the trade that the Katina man had on this morning, Google 137 3/4. That one's going. Look at Meta go, bro. It's about to take a percentage here. Wow, here 305.5. I hate everybody.
Yeah, some crazy strength there. We talked about a bit of acceleration there, maybe a potential bid back up, and we start pushing accelerating back into towards that 15.4 on the NQ, that 15.380 right there. As I said, that's definitely a level of potential interest. We kind of rip right into that area, so I'll be watching to see if we get some interesting price action in and around this 15.380, which kind of showed up in the pre-market, and that 15.4 as well, kind of being a level of interest also. So let's see if ES can kind of follow in step there. Very, very strong. That 137 got out of the short, as the short was definitely wrong, and the long was in on top of the 137, and it gives you about 20 pennies off of that break. But what I'm looking at here is Microsoft right there. We talked about that 237 level kind of being a level of interest, and you kind of come in, consolidate, and then you blast off back towards these highs. These highs now, again, this wick is pretty significant. This 945 wick on Microsoft. This is on a 5-minute chart here. Take a look at what it looks like on the 15. Pretty strong wick off of pre-market low, pre-market consolidation low, as well as after-hours consolidation low. A little bit of rejection of yesterday's closing price as well on Softy, but this strength kind of bringing us right back into those levels. Let's see what we do with some of those levels there. CART pushing back to the downside, 38 incoming there, 160 lots on the bid there at 38, kind of pops back into 39 and then flushes back into 38. So we might be getting a nice sell-off of this IPO here today on CART as the market rips to the upside.
Yeah, bro, I'm looking at my news blotter here, just trying to see anything. Whoa, okay, Stellantis hopes to reach deal with UAW super quickly, says CEO. Oh, that's nothing. We're back at the table. Great. Call me when you actually read something. I mean, these two were really far apart. I thought maybe this was a reason that we started moving up. We know that the economy in general was going to take a big hit if the strikes continue to expand. I mean, I mentioned this on the big desk yesterday in the morning that the UAW didn't go for the throat kill right away. For example, the plants at which they're striking for Ford make the Ranger and the Bronco. They don't make the F-150. They haven't gone for the F-150 yet, but that one was going to become next. So it was going to be progressive, right? And so, you know, we haven't seen the worst of what could happen if this thing continues to expand and spiral out of control. So it looks like, you know, Stellantis here, which is the owner of Chrysler, I guess they're optimistic about something because, I mean, you don't just turn around so quickly in the market. But, hey, we've seen more unusual things in the past. One Knob, no doubt about it. But anyway, now we're only a quarter of a point red on the NQ. We were past the full point on the day. No doubt about that. Let's have a look at our friend CART over here because that's all the excitement. CART on the NQ. Oh, wow. Down and to the right. One Knob. Now we're doing that dance here in front of 37 3/4. Still technically up 26% on the day because the technical IPO price was $30. That was announced yesterday. Their initial range was between 28 and 30, but because of the exuberance we saw on the ARM IPO, they chose to launch at 30 anyway. So I'd have no part in this trade to the long side unless we could retake 40 with some decisiveness. Like, look at this kind of top that we have here at that 40 level. You get above there, you're looking good. But right now, you have lower highs and lower lows. The short's in play here. So if you've got a short on this bad boy, it looks like it's headed south. And there it goes. It's going to break the 2/3 level, 37 2/3, making newer lows as we talk. 38's come and gone on this bad boy. And there goes the 2/3 level. We're below that now. A lot of weakness coming in this name. And I talked to Raj back there. I'm like, brother, did you have the shorts on that? He's like, I wasn't going to touch that with a 10-foot pole, man. So my man was wise to the whole thing. Shout out to Uncle Roger back there, baby. All right, let's go back into our friend CCL here because we're back up into that high teens area. We're about to touch 20s. I wet my beak there at 19s, but it did get up into that 20 area. We'll see if we get continuity. The good news about this one is when you look at, we have higher highs and higher lows, so it's about being patient with this one. Now 1%, we were flat, mind you, off that 15 bottom, but 15 held to an absolute T. Shout out to whoever had this at 15. You're better than me. No doubt about that. As we move into 21s, oh baby, the Katina man is pumped, and as am I, as the market is blasting, he says. And yes, I couldn't agree more, but here we go with CCL. On my chart, we are now getting into VWAP here on CCL. So this could be an interesting area of resistance. Look at this happy face. Oh, the smiley face. Michael Noss would be very disappointed in me if I was to sell this stock now. Look at this happy face, smiley face here. We could get a cup and handle move, but in general, and nothing is hard and fast in this game, you know that. In general, you want to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. What? No, go with it. Go with it. Come on, you can't do that. You can't get us excited. Hey? Inappropriate, he says. All right. Okay. We got a seat to Neil now. See, Neil had something to say, and then he's like, it might be a little inappropriate for the show. All good. I'm gonna get him to tell me off camera. All right.
Yeah. Maybe I can. Probably on the comment of hard and fast there. The only thing, that's not the only thing that's going hard and fast. Take a look at some of these level breaks as they break real hard and real fast on cart there. I was watching that 38 break. That 38 break slaps into that 3750s, 3760s-ish and kind of rebids right back up. So that's the kind of chop that I don't know. You got to be real fast if you're trying to get involved, or you got to have some of these key levels off the initial break there. But a bit of a sell-off coming in there. Still blasting to the upside here on the NQ and the ES there. All our names, all our large cap friends here are looking pretty strong as Apple has already broken its high of day. Now, level of interest from yesterday, this 179.40 and potentially that 180 as well. Take a look at that hold and consolidation above VWAP before it starts to accelerate and grind to the upside, breaking some significant areas where we sold off of back into that 177. So it seems like, although the market may seem heavy out the open, Apple kind of held its own, especially above yesterday's kind of consolidation. Some of these other names not necessarily looking similar to that, as Microsoft cracked its yesterday's low, but now we are kind of bidding right back up into that level. That 330 going to be of interest, and Google as well. We talked about how that 137 was kind of interesting as well, and we've held above that. VWAP being right at 137.40. We're holding that, and now we're pushing back towards the high side. So let's see if we can even get a full-on V-shaped recovery on these markets here, as we've gone a little bit past the 50% retracement, especially here on the NQ here. I have the high here, or relative highs roughly at 15,440, and then the lows here at 15,250, and we've done about what is this? About a little over 130 point push off the lows there on the NQ. So yeah, looking at a bit of more than a 50% retracement of that sell-off, which is definitely interesting. 137, I said sellers are potentially there. I was pretty confident on that, and then we come right back in, and the 137 kind of gets negated and bids back above and holding right now on top of that 137. So
offense
going to be interesting going forward for the rest of the day. Let's see where some of these names can go. But as of right now, we are seeing a little bit of resistance right at that 15,380. So I'm going to use that as a strong level of confluence for where this market can potentially go forward from here, especially some of these large caps here as we push back towards some of these highs on the day. Now, I am looking at some of these volume leaders on the day. And before we let you guys go, let's take a quick look at what some of the largest volume gainers on the day have done so far. Right, about 2 hours left in the open trading session. So Nio has been a straight sell off the open. We saw how that crack of that 9 kind of came in pretty heavy all the way about 20 pennies to the downside, and now we're getting a bit of continuation of that trend there. Tesla wiped the whole move. We were looking at for a potential short there, but take a look at this. This consolidation, these highs here, is what I'm going to be interested in. If that does come in later on in the day, this high of day, and then kind of corresponding with some of these highs in and around this 268.50 on Tesla, yesterday's consolidation highs as well. So you do most of the move right out the open. You sell off as much as you're going to sell off right out the open, and kind of catch a bid yesterday by about 9:50. So not even a full half hour of action, and you start to catch a bid and define a range and start to chop within that range for the rest of the day. And today we come in and we're testing those highs again. I think that's definitely going to be an interesting look there. Vail, I haven't really taken a look at here. I don't know whether it has news or anything, or what they do for the matter, but it seems like Vail has just been a little bit of a chop in and around this $14 area, not really moving too much. But if you're taking that chop, or you're doing a bit of that making of the markets there, this tight chop might be a decent look for you on Vail. But yeah, the fourth name being Amazon, we've been all over this name. Definitely not in sync with the price action, as we've been fighting it pretty much all day there. After our original idea to take the short gets negated, I really need to work on that, Sharif, of not getting tilted on that psychology where I'm like, oh, 140 was a great level to short. Now that I've missed it, I have to look for the long on a potential bounce, because how much lower can this go? The idea was to cover in the 137s.
Understood.
And yeah, we kind of get slapped around, as the sellers definitely are very distinct and strong straight out the open into that 135 level on Amazon. Now, of course, AVGR is on everyone's radar since yesterday, as it's doing some significant R-vol. We know it got blasted in the after hours, and we're still holding. So maybe potential squeeze to set up here on AVGR in the coming days. Let's see what this can do. If this kind of fades off and breaks, what is this consolidation low here? 560, 575-ish, then we can potentially look for pops to get shorted into there. But unless and until this level kind of cracks, and then we consolidate, maybe we even revisit back up into that 7, make lower highs underneath this $10 area. Yeah, I'll kind of stay away from this AVGR level as well. But Apple straight into that 180. That's all I got for you guys here. Some of the volume leaders on the day, some serious moves. Card IPO giving us a crazy chop, crazy volatility. Haven't really taken any positions on it now. We don't know if Neil or Sean have taken any positions as of yet, but when we pass it over to them, you guys can definitely ask them for their take on Instacart today being the star of the market.
Keep looking at the screen. I'm like, oh my God, how would I look like? All right, guys, I know, right? We are done. It is overtime now. It's time to send you to the big kahunas. Obi and I will be here tomorrow again. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brent knows at the big desk.
Take it easy.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back. 2 o'clock on a pretty busy afternoon here. A ton of things moving around, including, yeah, of course, CART. We'll talk about that. Comes to market, doesn't